Chapter 688. When the Tang exhibition garden in Baoxing County was still under construction, Wang Maozhong sent someone to deliver a message, saying that he would take out 1,000 stallions for the Zhang family and the Wang family to receive. All the civil and military officials in the imperial court who knew about this matter knew that Wang Maozhong had lost the duel. Some people were still rejoicing in his misfortune. They were ready to continue watching the fun, thinking that Wang Maozhong would not give up easily and would fight a big battle with the Zhang and Wang families. As for whether it was on the surface or behind the scenes, no one knew. In any case, they were waiting for Wang Maozhong to make a move. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard that Wang Maozhong really gave out the stallions, they felt that it was funny when they inspected the construction site. Little Wang is really too much. He sent someone to poach, but the person he sent messed up. He even went to Little Li and said that he should give us 1,000 stallions. Zhang Xiaobao had a shovel in his hand. When he saw that the road was uneven, he would go and flatten it. After flattening it, he stopped and looked at the busy construction site and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan found a low place and asked Zhang Xiaobao to flatten it. At the same time, she replied, he said that he would give us 1,000 stallions. It would be good enough if 50 of them are still useful. He knows that we can't go to Li Longji to sue him. How can Li Longji not know the reason? If he goes to the capital to complain, Li Longji will pretend to be stupid and cover up the matter. As for whether he really gave us 1,000 stallions, it's not important anymore. If we write a letter, I think Li Longji will continue to pretend to be stupid. It seems that Wang Maozhong has not lost the emperor's favor. Let's wait. Then let's wait. If the game is good, we have to continue. Unless someone wants to stop playing, we will tell him that if he doesn't play this game, he will have to play a new game with new rules. The new game will not be as fun as it is now. Since he can't give us good stallions, should we also give him some fake information? Let him suffer a big loss? Anyway, with his level, he might not be able to see through it. Zhang Xiaobao was like a coolie. He took some sand from the sand pile beside him and filled up the lower area. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and waved to the people waiting for him to work behind him, indicating that they could continue to pass. Wang Wan waved at Hiwei, who had just returned from the turtle farm. When Hiwei came over, she said, "County Magistrate He, I need you to do something for me." Good, that's good. What is it? Hiwei had become very humble and eager to learn. He did not continue to think about how to accept bribes and corruption. He wanted to be a good official. Most importantly, he wanted to keep up with the pace of Zhang family and Wang family. Hiwei nodded respectfully and looked forward to Wang when arranging something good for him. For example, he could learn some knowledge or gather the people's hearts. County Magistrate He, go find Xiao Hong and tell her what I said. Ask her to teach you how to manage the overall management. The construction site is still too messy, and Xiao Bao has no time to talk to you. It's the same to find Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong can manage thousands of domestic animals very well. It's more difficult than managing people directly. Wang Wan had spared no effort in grooming Hiwei for 2 reasons. Firstly, he was smart and knew when to pick a side. Secondly, it was to give Li Longji an explanation. Perhaps he could use this reason to become an important official in the future. Hiwei still nodded respectfully and said, Good, that's good. I will go find Xiao Hong immediately. I have been doing a lot of things recently, and my body is getting better. As he spoke, Hiwei straightened his chest. His belly was indeed lower, and he was not as fat as before. He meant that he had not been lazy recently and had been very diligent. Wang Wan nodded with a smile and said, Good, you are not too busy now. Do more things, and you will know what it's like to be busy in the future. Yes, I will do more. I will do more. Hiwei nodded and trotted to find Xiao Hong. He understood the meaning of Wang Wan's words. It was very easy now. If he wanted to catch up, he had to continue to work hard. He did not doubt this at all. This was because he saw that when Cherries was arranging the place to raise the tortoise in order to be able to return to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's side as soon as possible. She was busy but not in chaos. When he asked, Cherry said that this was the real rhythm of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If the young master and young lady were busy, it would be very difficult. Seeing that He Wei did not even bother to put on airs and ran away, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Sometimes educating a person really gives you a sense of achievement, especially a smart and sensible student like He Wei. Cherries and the others are all grown up. Should we ask them if there is anyone in the courtyard that they like? Xiao Hong already has one. Last time, I heard that when Xiao Hong was in a daze, she said to herself that she was going to get married next year. She wanted that boy to get a better place to live. She said that when a bird finds a companion, it knows to make a nest first. Her new house in the future can't be too bad. What about Cherries and Shirtu? Perhaps it is because they are single that Wang Maozhong has this idea. He really thinks that our family members are the same as his servants. He doesn't treat us as human beings and can be casually traded. Do you think that he will play dirty tricks behind our backs?" This was a problem. Zhang Xiaobao had occasionally thought about it recently. The people in his family were getting older and older. In the outside world, people at this age would usually not be able to get married or get married. If a girl from an ordinary family was still not married at this age, she would be laughed at by others. Pomegranate and Cherries were in their own home, so no one would say anything to them. However, it was not a good idea to keep dragging it out. They had to find a good home. After thinking about it, he said, "At night, ask them who they like and arrange them to do things together. It is good to cultivate feelings. We can't just randomly choose one of our family members. We don't have to be afraid of older people. Others may not have the ability, but with their age, as long as they say that they want to find a husband, many people will rush to marry them. Of course, they are rich. Whoever marries them will not have to worry about the future. Just wait to enjoy life. Moreover, they're not bad-looking and know a lot of things. However, the more they are interested in their money, the more I will not agree." Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had always been in charge of Cherries' money. They did not keep much money for themselves, so they knew how much money they had now. For example, Pomegranate had also written a book about how to grow wood ears and mushrooms, as well as the exploration of fungi. However, it could not be published because the technology was confidential. However, every time she sold wood ears and mushrooms, she had to be given some money. In total, it was a lot. If it was not 3,000 strings of coins, it was at least 2,000 strings of coins. As for her real value, it was not enough even if it was 100 times more. It was not good to give her compensation directly, but when she had children in the future, she could use the compensation on her children. Zhang Xiaobao also agreed with Wang Wan's idea. Then ask around at night. You go and ask around. As for Song Jinggong, I don't know who he likes now. If he is really going to get married, he should be able to tell us. After all, they can't be together secretly. Erniu is not young anymore. All of them are going to leave. Why would they leave? It's not like they are not in the inner courtyard. Do you think that in a few years we will really have to return Wang Maozhong 5,000 horses? When that time comes, I reckon that it will be impossible to use bad horses to deal with him. Wang Wan was prepared to continue leading a group of people around her. Soldiers made of iron could not be kept as small soldiers just because they were useful. They had to be released. It's still early. We'll talk about it when the time comes. I reckon that Wang Maozhong will not cause trouble for a period of time. The 5 people in his family who have been asked silly will remind him of many things. For example, when he asks, the 5 of them will follow the script we made up and say all kinds of bad things about him. How can he not know that we will have something to use against him? Zhang Xiaobao believed that as long as Wang Maozhong was not stupid, he would know how to choose. He continued, "In a few days, send a letter to Luoyang. Ask my father to find an excuse to bring more officials from Luoyang to visit and learn. As for the people from Jixin Courtyard, use our identities as Jixin Courtyard members to invite them together. Will they be able to come?" Wang Wan was a little uncertain. "Listen to me carefully. I'm not asking them to come over to play. I'm asking them to learn. Even the emperor knows about the situation in Gyeonggi province. Do you think they dare not cooperate? It's good to go. This is called political learning. Whoever doesn't come is not politically correct. You can't put too much burden on them. Don't some people often do this? Zhang Xiaobao was not worried that people would use this excuse to refuse. This move of yours is too bad. Fine, I agree. Our hot air balloon should have reached the capital by now, right? I wonder how Li Longji will react when he sees it. I'm really worried that he will personally go up and the hot air balloon will suddenly malfunction. At that time, even if we have already written a letter to tell him that it is easy for something to go wrong, he will still blame us. As Wang Wan spoke, she took out a handkerchief and wiped Zhang Xiaobao's sweat. Zhang Xiaobao enjoyed it and did not move. Then let's see what the result is. The hot air balloon has indeed been tested several times. It's fine. In the capital, Li Longji finally finished all the things he had to deal with today. He came to the courtyard where the models were located and carefully compared them to each other. The more he looked, the happier he became. He said to Gao Lisher, "Lisher, did Lil Bao send a letter saying when the next model will be sent over?" Your Majesty, this subject estimates that it is not easy to make the model, especially the one in front of us. It is very detailed and costs a lot. I estimate that we will have to wait for a while. Your Majesty, this subject found that the model of the capital seems to be different from the one now. Gao Lisher was now very partial to Xiaobao. Seeing that the emperor was chasing after him, he could only say something good and tell the difficulties. He also changed the topic slightly. Sure enough, Li Longji no longer continued to be anxious about the new model. He picked up the magnifying glass next to him and carefully looked at the floor tiles. Although they were called tiles, they were actually cubes made of cement. For stability, some stones were mixed in. As he looked at them, he read the words on the floor tiles and said happily, "Did the Zhang family send a lot of cement the day before yesterday? They probably want us to learn from the model when we are on the road in the capital. The road in the model is indeed better than the one now. What do you think, Lisher?" This subject thinks so too. If only we could see the entire capital from a high place like we are looking at the model now. The building built by Your Majesty still doesn't allow us to see much. How could Gao Lisher say anything against it? The model was made by his son, and the cement was also sent over. Of course, it was for the construction of the capital. This batch of cement was also given for free. Ever since the other houses in the palace used cement, many people who wanted to curry favor with the emperor bought cement at a high price. When more cement was used in the construction of the capital, he believed that his son's cement would sell even better. Li Longji was originally very satisfied with the model and felt that he could directly see the full picture of every place. However, after hearing Gao Lisher's words, he really wanted to see the entire capital from a higher place one day. When he thought of this, he praised Gao Lisher. Xiao Bao of the Lisher family is indeed good. There's also Cuckoo. Why don't we let them think of a way? Maybe they can really do it. In the past, it was good on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Ever since there were ice lanterns and so many Kongming lanterns, it's even better now. Don't you think so? Your Majesty is right. That's exactly the case. As Gao Lisher spoke, he looked in the direction of the door. The matter he brought up today was not just for fun. He had first obtained Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's letters and estimated the time. He knew that something called a hot air balloon would arrive soon. He had even sent someone to ask on horseback. He estimated that it would arrive today. Although his son's letter said that he could not let the emperor go up first, it was still possible to let someone else go up first. There was still hope. How could Li Longji know about this matter? He was still regretting that he could not see the entire capital. He could only continue to focus on the model. He took the documents and compared them as he read them. At the same time, he silently noted them down. When needed, he would show his understanding of Gyeonggi province to the officials. Half an hour passed. Just as Li Longji was preparing to rest and Gao Lisher was inwardly anxious. The person Gao Lisher had been waiting for finally appeared at the door. It was a young eunuch. "Your Majesty, Lord Gao, something has been sent from Luoyang. Someone has already checked it and said that it was just made. They want your Majesty to evaluate it," the young eunuch respectfully reported. "Oh, there's a new plaything? Quickly, bring it in for us to see." When Li Longji heard this, his mood became even better. He did not want to rest and wanted to see the things sent by the Zhang family and Wang family. Although the young eunuch did not say who sent it, when Luoyang said it, Li Longji knew that it must be the Zhang family and Wang family. Only they would send all kinds of things to the palace for no reason. Other people usually did not dare to send things like this for fear of causing trouble. However, the Zhang family and Wang family did not care so much. As long as there was something useful, they would have people send it over. Chairs, sofas, and all kinds of furniture. Even that very interesting washing machine was sent over. Currently, many things used in the palace were from the Zhang family and Wang family. As Li Longji gave his orders, he looked at the door with an expectant gaze. He asked Gao Lisher, "Lisher, what do you think the Zhang family and Wang family will send this time?" Gao Lisher paused for a moment before saying, "This subject can't think of anything, but this subject hopes that it will be something that will make your Majesty happy. A few days ago, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wrote a letter to this subject, saying that this subject had just mentioned to your Majesty about being able to see the capital from a higher place. However, at that time, they said that they were still researching it." Gao Lisher did not treat Li Longji as a fool. He had just mentioned it. So even if he did not say it, Li Longji would be able to understand what was going on. It was better to say it first. That would make things easier. As expected, Li Longji did not think too much and truly believed that this was the case. He said with satisfaction, "If they can really do it, how do you think they should be rewarded?" "This subject reckons that there won't be any rewards. The Zhang family and Wang family are always sending things to the palace. Recently, they even had Savant's restaurant send food. There is no need to reward them for this kind of thing. Besides, if your Majesty uses it well, others will also feel that it is good. The Zhang family and Wang family will sell more goods. If we really want to calculate, we should ask the Zhang family and Wang family to give your Majesty advertising fees." Gao Lisher did not want his son and daughter-in-law to be promoted so quickly. Perhaps in another 2 years, there would be a suitable adjustment. Sometimes it was not good to be promoted as quickly as possible. It was easy to attract trouble. Hearing Gao Lisher's words, Li Longji laughed. "Yes, advertising fees. However, I am afraid that if I ask for advertising fees, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will not send me anything in a fit of pique. That bicycle is not bad. I can ride it to and from the palace and save a lot of effort. It is just that the official is too talkative and said that he is afraid of falling. How can other people not fall when riding it? I can ride a horse, but can't I ride a short bicycle?" Li Longji was good at playing polo, so his horsemanship was naturally not bad. Otherwise, he would fall before he hit the ball. Therefore, after the Zhang family and Wang family sent him the best bicycle, he always rode it everywhere in the palace. After all, it was not convenient to ride a horse in the palace. Your Majesty is right. If you can ride a horse, why can't you ride a bicycle? Your Majesty, you are here. Just as Gao Lisher was about to say a few more words of flattery, a group of people came in from the entrance. They were carrying something, and 3 people were carrying a large basket. When Li Longji saw the things, he did not say anything. He walked closer to take a closer look. After looking for a while, he did not understand. Could it be that this thing could really be like what Gao Lisher said? Or was it not the thing that was sent? A young eunuch came over with a sealed letter in his hand. He held it in front of Gao Lisher with both hands. Gao Lisher carefully examined it and confirmed that no one had opened it. Only then did he carefully open the letter and touch it with his hand. After that, he handed it to Li Longji. When he opened the letter, Li Longji immediately saw the biggest words in the letter: Hot Air Balloon Instruction Manual. He happily said, "Li Shi, it's a hot air balloon." It was indeed correct. Good. The instruction manual has been sent. Quickly, let's think about how to run to high places. Currently, Li Longji liked to receive gifts from the Zhang family and Wang family the most. This was because many things could not be used immediately. They needed to be assembled according to the instructions in the instruction manual. Being able to personally assemble a novel thing gave him a great sense of accomplishment. Gao Lisher already knew how to use it. He had even let him operate a small hot air balloon before. He was afraid that something would happen when the big one was sent over. However, he could not say that he knew how to do it. He had to stand on the same starting line as the emperor. Moreover, there were many times when he had to appear a little stupid. He clearly knew how to assemble the hot air balloon, but he still had to show a puzzled expression and wait for the emperor to teach him. Therefore, the two of them gathered together to study it while the others stood in place and waited. Although they could not read it together with the emperor and could not compare to Gao Lisher, they were also very happy. Every time the Zhang family and Wang family sent something, they would compete internally to see who would be the one to send it over. This was because the person who sent the hot air balloon would have the opportunity to assemble it together with the others. After they succeeded, they could boast about it to others. For example, the person who assembled the model with them boasted about it for half a month, causing others to be envious. With the instruction manual and Gao Lisher's dozens of experiments, the method to use the hot air balloon was not difficult. Under Li Longji's command, everyone started to get busy. They first connected the very delicate-looking basket, then had someone use a bracket to prop it up. They poured a barrel of very high-concentration alcohol, which was the purest alcohol that could be extracted with current technology, into a special box and ignited it. The fire rushed up in an instant, almost burning the cloth of the hot air balloon. "I asked you to adjust the place that can control the fire. Why didn't you listen?" At this time, Li Longji spoke. In fact, he did not understand just now. He asked someone to open that thing up very big, which resulted in the current situation. However, he pushed the blame to others. The people who were working hurriedly apologized and took the blame. At this time, there was no reason to talk about. They adjusted the switch bit by bit, and the hot air balloon gradually expanded. After about 15 minutes, the hot air balloon was already full, but it still could not fly. It had to be heated up, but now it looked very different from its previous deflated appearance. "It's not done yet?" Li Longji, who was looking forward to it, was a little anxious. "Your Majesty, it will probably be done in a while. This subject just does not understand. How can this thing fly to a high place?" Gao Lisher asked sincerely. "What's so difficult about that? The Kongming lantern is so big that it can fly. We think that this hot air balloon is a bigger and better Kongming lantern," Li Longji said complacently. After hearing Your Majesty's words, this subject suddenly understood. "Your Majesty, why don't you let someone go up and try it first?" Gao Lisher hurriedly flattered. These words were said with a certain level of skill, giving people the feeling that he was not stupid. If he was not stupid, then wouldn't Li Longji be smarter? Li Longji really wanted to be the first to go up, but he was also afraid that it would be dangerous. The manual said that it was absolutely not allowed to let someone go up before the experiment was successful. This meant that the emperor could not go up. Seeing that Li Longji agreed not to go up first, Gao Lisher immediately found 2 eunuchs and taught them how to operate the hot air balloon. When adjusting the fire, they should not be too fast. There was also the problem of the sandbag, so as to avoid accidents caused by their operation and falling from the sky. The 2 eunuchs were both looking forward to it and worried. If it flew high in the sky, wouldn't it fall to their death? However, when the first person went up, they would have something to say to others. After waiting for a while, the hot air balloon was finally able to lift off the ground with the basket below. There were 3 ropes tied to the top, and the other end was pulled by people on the ground. This hot air balloon could not adjust its direction, and there was no moving equipment. Without a rope, it would be blown away by the wind. When the lift was enough, The two eunuchs climbed into the basket under the expectant gaze of everyone. They took deep breaths with all their strength. From the trembling of the Weiwei on their bodies, one could see how scared they were. Chapter 689. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally had some free time. Now, the two of them could only visit the construction site all day long. They had nothing else to do, except for the secret plans. The Japanese of the Four Seas Academy might have thought that the silver ores they bought were worth a good price, so they would send a batch of ores to the county every few days. They did not know how they managed to transport so many ores. It did not seem like the actions of a single person, nor was it something a small team could do. The construction of the construction site was almost done. The people were working very hard, and the progress was very fast. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan decided to finish the first model first. Then they could find some time to come to Luzhou and have a look. It was absolutely impossible for them to not occupy Luzon Island. A month had already passed, and there was still no news. They did not know if the other side had caught some important people. The two of them still did not know that the hot air balloon they sent to the capital had become a powder keg. Many people wanted to impeach them. At night, Wang Wan found Xiao Hong pomegranate and cherries. She said to the three of them, "The previous incident happened because Cherries has not found a husband. Otherwise, no one would use such an excuse. Xiao Hong is said to be getting married next year. At that time, her family will send her a big gift. Pomegranate, Cherries, how about the two of you? Do you have anyone you like? You're all grown up. If you don't get married now, you won't be able to get married in the future. If you do, I'll help you take a look. If not, I'll specially choose one for you." When Xiao Hong heard her little wife's words, she lowered her head and did not say anything. It seemed like she really wanted to get married next year. Pomegranate and Cherries did not feel anything when they heard the first part of the conversation. However, when they heard that she was going to choose one and not ask them to find one themselves, they immediately became nervous. They were afraid that they would randomly choose one and it would be someone they did not like when the time came. When she saw their reaction, Wang Wan was sure that the two of them had someone in their heart, but they did not reveal it. Hence, she said to Cherries, "I think Huzi is a good person. Why don't we do it together with Xiao Hong next year?" "Little girl, Huzi already has someone he likes. She's also from the courtyard, not me. I can't ruin it." "I'm not in a hurry, really not in a hurry," Cherries quickly refused. "It doesn't matter. Even if he has someone he likes, I'll still let him marry you. He didn't tell me, so I'll just pretend that I don't know. In any case, you don't have someone you like. Just listen to me," Wang Wan said casually. Cherries was really anxious this time. Her face turned red, and in the end she said very softly, "Actually, Erniu is not married." "Oh, Erniu. Okay, I'll go ask Erniu again and see if he's willing." Wang Wan understood now. Cherries liked Erniu. She didn't know what was so good about Erniu. His name sounded simple and honest, but he had nothing to do with being simple and honest. Cherries didn't say anything this time. She followed Xiao Hong's example, lowered her head, and fiddled with the corner of her clothes. She didn't say anything, but Pomegranate next to her said, "Little girl, you don't need to ask Erniu. Look, Cherry's hairpin is not the one she bought herself. Don't say it, don't say it." Cherries couldn't take it any more. She came over to grab Pomegranate, and while doing so, she revealed Pomegranate's secret. "I don't know who did it, but he said that he was working outside and often had a bad appetite, so he had to send something to nourish his stomach. He went all the way up along the river. After passing the capital, he would reach Huayuan. After Huayuan, he would reach Sanshui, but Sanshui is not as good as little Luoshui." Now, Wang Wan also knew who Pomegranate liked. It turned out to be Song Jinggong, who was nearly 10 years older than Pomegranate. Seeing the two arguing, Wang Wan asked Xiao Hong, "Do you know if Song Jinggong also likes Pomegranate?" "Young Master Song sent a lot of things to Pomegranate some time ago, including mine and Cherries's. But we didn't get much, and Pomegranate got a lot. There was also a small boat made of paper with words written on it. I don't know what the words were, but Pomegranate didn't let us see it. Xiao Hong betrayed Pomegranate. After thinking for a while, she said, also, after Pomegranate received the things, she bought a ginseng and sent it to young Master Song. I guess they will arrive soon. Now, they're trying to figure out how to grow ginseng. She said that ginseng is too expensive, and if they always buy it, they will have to spend more money in the future. It's better to grow it themselves. Wang Wan suddenly understood. No wonder Pomegranate had been looking for sawdust recently. She thought she was studying mushrooms, but she didn't expect that it was ginseng. At this time, Pomegranate and Cherry stopped arguing. Hearing Xiao Hong's words, Pomegranate became more honest. Pomegranate, if you want to grow ginseng, you have to ask Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao should be able to give you some ideas. But you can't grow ginseng like mushrooms. You can't grow it at all. Well, I got it today. Next year, when Xiao Hong gets married, you will also be part of it. Wang Wan came here to ask. She was most afraid that the three girls all liked Zhang Xiaobao. That would be troublesome. She absolutely wouldn't allow it, but she was also afraid that the three girls would be sad. Fortunately, they all chose the person they liked. In this case, there was no need to ask anymore. Xiao Hong and the other two sent Wang Wan out, then turned around and argued again. Zhang Xiaobao was still waiting for Wang Wan's news. When he saw Wang Wan come back, he asked, "Do you know who they are?" "Guess?" Wang Wan nodded, but didn't say anything. "How am I supposed to guess? As long as there are no outsiders, it's fine. Otherwise, it will be troublesome." Zhang Xiaobao was very anxious to know who they were. "They are all our people. Each and every one of them is sneaking around. They do a good job of keeping secrets, just like spies. I will tell you when the time comes." Wang Wan smiled and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Early the next morning, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came to the construction site again, the people from the Four Seas Academy came again. This time it was different from before. They actually brought over an estimated 10,000 taels of silver ore. Zhang Xiaobao suspected that Japan sent all the ore here to be sold. Wang Wan was very puzzled. She asked Zhang Xiaobao, "What do they want to do by bringing over so much ore?" "What else? Aside from exchanging it for some money to buy the technology, their other goal is to make us unable to eat it all at once, so that they can sell it to other merchants. Otherwise, the land they bought won't be profitable. Also, the matter of buying straw also won't be as effective as it should be." Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. He had discovered the amount of ores that had been sold recently. He had probably been using the first batch of ores to consume his copper coins and cloth. This time it was the new batch that had just arrived. He wanted to support the other two methods of earning money. "So that's how it is. I understand. The matter of the coal is almost done. In another 2 days, it will be transported to the place. It should be time to make the furnace and collect the materials to make the honeycomb coal," Wang Wan said. After thinking about it, she added, "When the time comes, we should be able to collect all the straw as well. It's just nice when their plan fails. They won't really be able to make the straw very useful. Not only that, I'm also preparing to transport the straw from other places and sell it to them as well. I want them to know that there are some places where not all schemes can be used." Zhang Xiaobao thought a little more than Wang Wan. "Then make the arrangements. If you're sleepy, go to bed early. We need to arrange for the various officials to come tomorrow in advance to avoid any mistakes." Wang Wan yawned and turned to get someone to boil water. 3 days later, quite a number of people came out of Luoyang. Zhang Zhong led a group of officials and rushed to Baoxing County. There were also people from the Zhang family and Wang family, as well as Xiao Bei and company in a house. This time, they were prepared to follow by their brother and sister's side. This time, the entourage was even larger. All the officials had their own carriages. With the addition of the servants, the entourage was very long. When they passed by a place, the people there were surprised and wanted to ask what was going on. They wanted to know if something big had happened. Xiao Bei kept urging the group to hurry up. She wanted to see her brother and sister as soon as possible. The officials at the places where the group passed by also had to make preparations in advance. If they wanted to welcome them, they had to at least prepare some food and wine. In the end, wherever there was food and wine, Zhang Zhong would pass through. In his words, he wanted to see his son and daughter-in-law as soon as possible. In fact, the real reason was that he was very disgusted with the local officials using the government's money to treat him to a meal. Whenever he encountered officials giving him gifts, Zhang Zhong would keep a sullen expression and not say a word. The people at home did not dare to accept other people's gifts. Just like that, Zhang Zhong seemed to be offending people along the way. After traveling for 5 days, when the group was not too far away from Baoxing County, something finally happened. Some of the officials who had prepared food and wine and gifts wrote a memorial to impeach Zhang Zhong when they saw that he did not give them face. They accused him of disturbing the people along the way and putting on airs to get people to treat him to a meal. They had people send them to the capital on fast horses. It seemed that they would not be satisfied if they did not discuss Zhang Zhong at least once. In the past few days, the officials in the imperial court had been impeaching Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. In the end, the impeachment was not successful. As long as Li Longji went to court, there would be many things to discuss, and they were all seemingly more important matters. For example, the pilgrimage, the shipping of goods, whether the spring plowing of various places was done, and whether or not there was enough rain this year, and whether or not there should be a Chongping. One thing after another, the officials could not immediately neglect the important matters. They then focused on the impeachment of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Just as they were vexed, the memorials to impeach Zhang Zhong arrived one after another. The officials discussed in private and began to use this as an excuse to impeach Zhang Zhong. They came with such ferocity that even Zhang Shua pretended not to see it and allowed others to do as they pleased. Today was the same. As soon as Li Longji went to court, before he could talk about how to increase the grain output and how to get the canal to provide assistance in farming, the officials took out their memorials and began to attack Zhang Zhong. Some people said that his family was wealthy and suspected that he was in cahoots with merchants. Others said that he was an official in Luoyang and that the excuse of leading officials was to understand the great Tang. In reality, he was gathering wealth for his family and had collected a lot of money along the way. In any case, there were all sorts of things to say. They wanted to teach Zhang Zhong a lesson. At the beginning, Li Longji felt that it was very interesting. After hearing the various reasons given by the officials, he could not help but admire their ability in this aspect. But as he listened, his expression changed. The main reason was that someone accused the Zhang family and Wang family of secretly training soldiers and suspected that they were rebelling. They wanted the emperor to send someone to check if the guards of the Zhang family and Wang family were carrying good weapons. Hearing this, Li Longji stared at Zhang Shua. A few days ago, Zhang Shua had used similar excuses to speak. Could it be that Zhang Shua was also involved in today's matter? Zhang Shua originally wanted to let others continue speaking so that he could regain the authority that he could no longer control. But when he saw the emperor looking over, he immediately knew that something was wrong. Why did someone mention the breakfast of the Zhang family and Wang family again? If he did not make things clear, wouldn't the emperor think that he was the mastermind behind this? When that person finished speaking, Zhang Shua immediately stood up and said, "Your Majesty, this official believes that the guards of the Zhang family and Wang family are carrying weapons to protect their technology. They do not want others to steal them. If there is anything wrong with the Zhang family and Wang family, it is only that they have made too many things. They should be done bit by bit and not many at the same time. But this official feels that this also shows Zhang Zhong's ability." Li Longji's expression finally improved. He nodded and indicated for Zhang Shua to continue speaking. Zhang Shua heaved a sigh of relief and continued, "This official believes that we can send someone to check on the Zhang family and Wang family to see if they have any good technology recently. As for Zhang Zhong bringing Luoyang's officials to Baoxing County, this official feels that it has faded. Baoxin County has a model of the capital, and many officials are not very clear about the matters of Jiangyi province. Furthermore, there will be models of other places in the future. Rather than letting the officials not understand, it is better to go and learn. This will allow the officials to better understand the matters of our great Tang. If anyone says that they understand Jiangyi province, there is no harm for your majesty to test them. Zhang Shua no longer cared about whether or not he would go against the other people who wanted to impeach Zhang Zhong. He only knew that if he did not speak up for Zhang Zhong this time, the first one to suffer would be him. When he said this, the people who wanted to impeach Zhang Zhong fell silent. They were really afraid that the emperor would ask them about the matters of Jiangyi province. For example, he would ask about the grain output of a certain county or how much tax a certain province paid this year. How could they remember so clearly? What they were most afraid of was that the emperor would ask them what the buildings of various places looked like or what kind of fish and prawns were in the rivers. Although many of these things sounded unreasonable, as long as the emperor knew and they did not, it would not be simple. When Li Longji saw that the people who wanted to do something to Zhang Zhong had fallen silent, he did not plan on letting them go immediately. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Investigate. Not only do we have to investigate the officials in Luoyang, we also have to investigate the officials in the capital. Based on salary, which family has the wrong amount of things and money? When the time comes, we will definitely punish them severely, especially those officials who used luxury goods. See which family has expensive sofas or beautiful fish tanks and fish. If something happens to Zhang Zhong's family, we will definitely punish him with 3 years of salary and send him to a remote place. If anything happens to the other officials, we will also do the same." The meaning behind Li Longji's words was clear. Anyone who took something from the Zhang clan and Wang clan had to be careful. As long as he found out who gave it to them, he wouldn't ask who gave it to them. He would only ask if they could afford it. When the time came, he would take care of everything. Let's see if you're afraid of not having 3 years of salary, or if Zhang Zhong is afraid, or if you're worried about being sent to a remote place, or if Zhang Zhong is worried. Li Longji could not be blamed for doing this. Usually, the things he used were given by the Zhang family and Wang family. Whenever there was something he needed, the Zhang family and Wang family would pay for it. When the Zhang family and Wang family said that the money belonged to them, it felt like it belonged to them. After all, the Zhang family and Wang family did not spend much. They only used it normally. He had never heard of anyone from their family going to a brothel to spend 1,000 caddies. What was even more admirable was that they rarely had leftovers at home. They would not put a table full of good food and throw it away if they did not eat it. However, when it came to places that suffered disasters every year, they did not hesitate to take out money and directly send it to those places under the name of the imperial court. The rest of the money was spent on research. For example, the medical school was a place that ate money. Who did not know how the Zhang family and Wang family earned their money? And how did they spend it? If they took care of his family, Jiangyi province's economy would drop by 50%, and this was not including his family's revenge. Gao Lisher did not say anything, but he was very happy. He looked at the people who accused Zhang Zhong one by one and remembered every single one of them. When the time came, he would write a letter to Xiao Bao and not give anything to these people in the future. He understood what Li Longji meant. That was to say, even if you benefited from the Zhang family, you're not clean either. You clearly know what the Zhang family and Wang family's money are used for, but you still insist on using this matter as an example. Isn't it just because I went to the heavens once that you didn't impeach me? This is called repaying kindness with ingratitude. Take care of them all and send them to a remote place, who would have a better life in the end. When Gao Lisher thought of this, he almost could not control his urge to laugh again. No matter which remote place they were sent to, the Zhang family and Wang family were still so powerful. Even if they were sent to the poorest place, they would still have a way to build it up. Lingnan was an example. Let's see how you're going to survive. Gao Lisher was not the only one who had such thoughts. Zhang Jiling also thought of this. Hence, he took a step forward and said, "Your Majesty, I think this is a good idea. If there's anything wrong with any of the officials, why don't we send them to the dangerous place in Lingnan together with Zhang Zhong? Lu Zhou can be skipped. There are other places in Lingnan." These words were so powerful that they shocked the officials who accused Zhang Zhong. Even those who did not accuse him had doubts in their hearts. In Great Tang, only Zhang Zhong could live a comfortable life when he was sent to Lingnan. Who else had the ability to do so? The imperial court suddenly fell silent. No one said a word as they waited for Li Longji to make the final decision. Li Longji looked at Zhang Jiling with satisfaction. This suggestion was really good. How many people could take the initiative to go to Lingnan like Zhang Zhong? When the decision was about to be made, the officials who accused Zhang Zhong just now changed their words one after another. Their words made people blush. All the shortcomings of the Zhang family and Wang family just now were turned into merits. Those who accused Zhang Zhong of colluding with merchants changed their words and said that Zhang Zhong might be helping merchants to make money and prosper the local economy. Now they all knew this set of theories and had learned a lot of vocabulary. Those who said that Zhang Zhong brought people to Buxin County might be saying that Zhang Zhong wanted to let the officials in the eastern capital know more about Gongji province. Those who said that Zhang Zhong had many soldiers and good weapons also had their own excuses. They said that Zhang Zhong and Wang family had many officials, and some of them were people who led troops to war. They hired more guards to practice formations, not for their own use. As for weapons, of course, it was to test new equipment and take a lot of risks. Li Longji wanted to rush down and strangle these people to death. Hearing that the people below found new excuses to exonerate the Zhang family and Wang family, Li Longji whispered to Gao Lisher, "Today I am really moved. Zhang family and Wang family have done a lot of business in private, but the money they earned is also there. As long as the court needs it, they will take it out. They have never hesitated. These dozens of officials have no money, but they are working hard to make money. Do they really think that I don't know? When they have nothing to do, they will go to restaurants and treat each other to meals. Zhang family and Wang family have always been worthy of the court and the people. There is no place where the people say that they are not good. What about the officials? I don't know what they think all day. Sometimes I think, what is loyalty? What is evil? What is right? What is evil? What do you think?" Gao Lisher rarely heard the emperor speak like this in court. It seemed that he was really angry. It should be because the person who impeached Zhang Zhong was unable to prevent the emperor from ascending to heaven that day. So he vented all his anger on Zhang Zhong. After thinking for a while, he also replied in a low voice, "The benefits of war, the way of the economy. Using it for right is right, using it for evil is evil, and the way of power is the same." Li Longji nodded and listened to the people below continue to change their words. He felt very bored and said, "Let's talk about this later. First, let's talk about the bridge. It is inconvenient to travel between the two sides of the Yellow River. How should we build it? I think that we should ask Zhang Zhong about this. He has successfully built a bridge in Shuzhou." At this time, the person who said that Zhang Zhong's ability was not good stood up and said, "I think that we should ask Zhang Zhong. He has successfully built a bridge in Shuzhou." Chapter 690. Hearing this official's words, Li Longji really wanted to cough up a mouthful of phlegm and spit it on his face. Whenever there was a problem, he would think of the Zhang family and the Wang family. He had just been impeaching them. How could a person change so quickly? A few others who had just been impeached also voiced their agreement. Some even said that they should do what Shuzhou had done and let Zhang Zhong think of a solution himself. That way, they would be able to see more of his capabilities. To put it nicely, wasn't it just not asking the imperial court to fork out the money? Li Longji looked at this minor official from the Ministry of Revenue and thought to himself, when it comes to spending money, your heart aches. Why didn't you say that just now? It was very easy to get the Zhang family and the Wang family to fork out the money. There was no need to issue any edict. All he had to do was write a letter to them and tell them that the people on both sides of the Yellow River did not have it easy. They would naturally be willing to fork out the money. But if they really did fork out the money, what would happen to the people impeaching them in court today? Vermin, they were all vermin. They couldn't do good things, so they did such immoral things. Li Longji's expression darkened and did not say anything. He just stared at the person who had just spoken. The pressure from his stare was too strong. The person who was being stared at regretted not stepping forward. Zhang Shuo could also guess what the emperor was thinking. Zhang family and the Wang family could fork out the money. Zhang family and the Wang family were also willing to fork out the money for the sake of the people. But once they fork out the money, none of the people who impeached Zhang Zhong in court today would have a good ending. Otherwise, how would they answer to Zhang Zhong? Now, there were two choices. The first was to issue an imperial edict and order Zhang Zhong to fork out the money to repair the bridge. Then, everyone who impeached Zhang Zhong could go home and farm. The second was to have the impeached people think of a solution themselves and not let Zhang Zhong fork out the money. Li Longji stared at this person for a while and asked, "Do you think that Zhang Zhong will be willing to fork out the money?" In reply to your majesty, this official feels that Zhang Zhong will definitely be willing. Everyone knows that he is good to the people. Moreover, he does not spend his money recklessly. Other than building 2 houses for the children in his family, he does not spend much money normally. This person had been stared at for a long time and was confused. He opened his mouth and blurted it out. As soon as he said it, he knew it was over. Just now he had been impeached, but now it changed. If it were anyone else, they would not be willing. As expected, Li Longji spoke up. "Since that's the case, we will order you to speak to Zhang Zhong and persuade him to fork out the money. If he refuses to fork out the money, you will. Think of a way yourself." It was not that Li Longji did not have the money to repair the bridge. In recent years, the royal court's revenue had been very good. This was especially true for San Shuixian, Luzhou, and the other places that were related to the Zhang family and Wang family. Li Longji knew that this was not because the Zhang family and Wang family could not earn money faster. It was because they did not want to. Recently, he had done some research on economic knowledge. The methods used by the Zhang family and Wang family were very gentle. They were based on increasing productivity. It was not like the quasi-cash flow method they used to deal with Tubo, nor was it like the method they used to deal with the people from the Four Seas Academy in Buxin district. Now, he understood that it was not that the Zhang family did not know how to do it, but that they did not use it. Otherwise, the impact on Great Tang's economy would be too great. If they wanted to earn money, they had many methods. However, they would firmly suppress it. They would not do it themselves, and they would not allow their business partners to have crooked thoughts. Therefore, in terms of finances, they were still quite rich. If they let the Zhang family and Wang family fork out the money, it would only be for the construction of the bridge. It could also stimulate the local economy. However, the return cycle was too long. If they let the Zhang family and Wang family fork out the money directly, they would use other methods to transfer the money to other areas. It was a very mysterious method. At the same time, it could also stimulate the local industries. This was the most important thing. Of course, the Zhang family and Wang family had too much money. If they were not allowed to spend some money, they would be worried. According to Yao Chong and Bai Go, the money earned by the Zhang family and Wang family would be used in other areas according to a certain proportion. They would not keep so much money in hand. Earning money seemed to be the simplest thing for the Zhang family and Wang family. Therefore, they did not care how much they spent. They only cared about whether it was worth it or not. Thinking about this matter, Li Longji did not care about the people below who were so scared that they were kneeling and trembling. He whispered to Gao Lisher again, "What do you think is worth spending the money on, and what is not?" This time, Gao Lisher did not react. The main reason was that Li Longji's train of thought jumped too far. The reason was all because of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. When they did things, their train of thought jumped even more. No one knew what they were thinking. The matter was clearly in front of them, but in the end, it was different from what they thought. Gal Leisure knew that he did not catch up, so he could only say, "Your Majesty, I think that if your Majesty says it is worth it, then it is worth it. I also agree to let the Zhang family and Wang family fork out the money to build the bridge on the Yellow River. Last time, Xiao Bao wrote to me that he and Cuckoo prepared 200,000 strings of cash and asked if there was anything the court needed. They don't need this money now and want to use it on the country's infrastructure before spring is too far away. They said that as a son, he should give face to his father." Speaking of this, Gal Leisure's emotions fluctuated. He did not acknowledge this son for nothing. He had just acknowledged him for less than 3 months, and the other side was immediately willing to take out 200,000 strings of cash. He was clear that this money was not given for free. It was specially made for him. Li Longji was very surprised. He looked at Gal Leisure. If he did not feel that Gal Leisure was loyal, he would have snatched his son away. Why would Xiao Bao take out 200,000 strings of cash for no reason? With his means, he could use this 200,000 strings of cash to earn more money in a short period of time. He actually took it out just to give face to Gal Leisure. After thinking for a moment, Li Longji continued to ignore the person kneeling there and saying a bunch of nonsense, begging for forgiveness. He said to Gal Leisure, "These 200,000 strings of cash cannot be used. It is not easy for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to earn money unless they are allowed to go to other countries to earn money. In Great Tang, what they earn is their capital. Just now, I asked you whether it is worth it for the Zhang family and Wang family to spend money. It is not about how much it can bring to the family, but whether it can make the lives of the commoners better. Most of the time, the family is the one who is spending money. What do you think should be done with these two families?" Gal Leisure's train of thought finally caught up. So that was the case. That was easy to handle. He said, "Your Majesty, Zhang family and Wang family cannot be promoted anymore. Zhang Zhong will probably enter the capital next year. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will only be promoted to a rank 7 official at most. If they enter the capital, they can be suppressed to rank 8. It is not like the other places where they will be promoted to rank 7. Zhang family and Wang family will not ask for any monetary rewards. Their family does not lack money. Why don't we look at other aspects? Wang Chaoer's family is doing well now, but they are a little too free. Isn't that right? That's fine. Let's do it this way." Li Longji immediately understood. He needed to find the person who was released because of the slanderous words of the crowd and make some arrangements. He nodded and agreed. At this time, the official from the Ministry of Revenue was still kneeling. His forehead was red. It seemed that he had just kowtowed. It was not easy. In this imperial court, there were not many officials who would kneel and kowtow. Just because of an order, he became like this. Li Longji was very satisfied. He did not say that it was because someone else impeached Zhang Zhong. Instead, it was because he rode a hot air balloon into the sky. Of course, impeaching Zhang Zhong should not be done. It could be done, but it could not be done based on the wealth and ability of the Zhang family and Wang family. For example, they could be accused of corruption. If it had to be about money, then it could not be done. Not only did the Zhang family and Wang family use their money to help the imperial court, but more importantly, they had received benefits from the Zhang family and Wang family. If they were to target this matter, then wouldn't that mean that they were not satisfied with the imperial court even after receiving benefits from the imperial court? Seeing the official kneeling and kowtowing, Li Longji did not have any pity for him. He knew that if he let the official off this time, then he would be disheartening the Zhang family and Wang family. In that case, he might not be able to take out good things in the future. Thus, Li Longji said to the people below, "This matter is settled. You take this imperial decree and look for Zhang Zhong." After saying that, he no longer cared about this matter and started to talk about other matters. The officials acted as if nothing had happened and started to talk about other matters. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang did not know that their families had to fork out money again. In the end, the people who would benefit from it would not be their families, but their mother's family from the Zhang family and Wang Wan's family. The two of them did not know. In fact, it did not matter even if they knew. This was because their plan was progressing very smoothly. As long as they did not obstruct their plan, the matter of money was a small matter. Xiao Bao, are you really going to make a move on Tubo? Tubo is still quite obedient now, Wang Wan asked when she saw Zhang Xiaobao preparing to send the letter to Tubo. Of course, I know that they are obedient. They want to be dishonest, but they can't win against you. Their economy is also not good, so they can only bear with it. I will not give them any chance. I will deal with them as much as I can. Otherwise, the people I sent out for so long will be wasted. You killed their people because they made a move on the people of Wangjiang. I took care of their economy because they actually dared to take the initiative to play economic war with me. I have to teach them well. Their methods are still too soft. I have to let them know what economic war is like when it really starts. Zhang Xiaobao did not stop writing. There was also a coded comparison book beside him. This time, the letter could not be written out directly to prevent others from stopping it. It had to be written as a secret letter. Wang Wan really did not know Zhang Xiaobao's specific plan. She also did not know to what extent Zhang Xiaobao was going to deal with Tubo. The main reason was that once Zhang Xiaobao started to move, the steps of doing things were unpredictable. Xiaobao, tell me the truth. What is your ultimate goal? Wang Wan could not think of anything, so she asked. It's nothing much. I just want to slightly impact Tubo's financial situation so that they won't know what's valuable and what's not. Since I want to fight an economic war, I naturally won't target a certain region in Tubo. That wouldn't be called an economic war. The real war is against countries. For example, America against Japan a long time ago, and they against Russia. For example, against the British pound, against the Thai baht, against the Hong Kong dollar, against the Korean won, against. I know. Don't say any more. You are too ruthless. Also, when you targeted the Hong Kong dollar, he failed miserably. You just want to mess up Tubo's financial system, don't you? You want to make them unable to recover within 10 years, right? Wang Wan did not wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish explaining and continued. At that time, there were not many people who knew about finance, so they could not handle it. But when it came to Zhang Xiaobao and her era, there were very few people who could continue to stir up trouble like Zhang Xiaobao, that required more difficult skills, and the way of jumping was even more extraordinary. It was not something that could be imitated by just finding an example. Any kind of method, once exposed, would be immediately known by others. Zhang Xiaobao had never repeated his methods. It made people gnash their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do. After all, every time was different, and they could not find any pattern. If there was a pattern, it would be that before Zhang Xiaobao made a move, he would definitely use other methods to lay the groundwork. However, there were too few people who could see the groundwork. There were so few that there were only 1 or 2 people with the same ambition as Zhang Xiaobao, and they were his partners. Zhang Xiaobao was still writing, and at the same time he said, "It is not 10 years. I will make them unable to recover. I will provide Li Longji with a reason to invade. Oh no, it is a reason to maintain peace. Just wait. This time I will completely destroy Tubo. I am not willing to argue with them. I don't have the time. Then I will wait and see what kind of methods you have. Your father is coming. You have to think of how to welcome him." Wang Wan did not ask this time. She hoped that she could guess Zhang Xiaobao's methods. She did not believe that Zhang Xiaobao could be so arrogant that no one could compare to him. Don't keep talking about your father. He is your father-in-law. If you don't listen to him, he will teach you a lesson. Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood, and he casually joked with Wang Wan. Wang Wan wanted to refute, but she suddenly became silent. She did not say anything and just looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was a little surprised. Under normal circumstances, Wang Wan should be fighting back. He stopped writing and turned to look at Wang Wan, asking, "Why?" Since you have admitted your identity, then be more obedient. Wang Wan still did not say anything. She just looked at Zhang Xiaobao until he could not continue writing. She then said, "Don't play tricks with me. Did you think that I did not learn psychology before? You are the best." "Humph. You are the best. I will get someone to find some mountain vegetables. I will make a box for you to eat at noon. What soup do you want to go with it?" Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan did not fall for his trick, and he could only change his strategy. "I will eat whatever you eat. Also, my family is coming. Hurry up and write. Let's go and welcome them. I will be staying with my mother tonight." "I will not be staying with you." Wang Wan had already received the news that Zhang Zhong was bringing his family into the county. She needed to go and welcome them. She also remembered that she had not seen her family for a long time. She really missed them. "Who cares about you? I will tell little Yuan a story tonight. I won't be accompanying you." Zhang Xiaobao wrote another 2 words. He finally finished writing a secret letter. "You are not allowed to tell ghost stories. If you dare to scare him, I will not let you off," Wang Wan said as she helped Zhang Xiaobao put the letter into the envelope. "If you don't want to tell me, then don't. I will tell him something else. Come with me to meet the people from the Four Seas Academy. They came to invite us today. I don't know what they are planning. We did not collect all of their ores this time, right?" Zhang Xiaobao said as he rubbed his wrist that was sore from writing. "We did not collect all of their ores, but there was no one else who collected the rest of the ores. They can't sell them. I was wondering why you said that you were not in a hurry. So they already had this plan. Why can't they sell their ores? Could it be because we collected them before?" Wang Wan asked in confusion as she followed Zhang Xiaobao out. She felt that things were definitely not that simple. Zhang Xiaobao walked at the very front. This time, the people from the Four Seas Academy set the meeting place at the Fengwu Pavilion. He said as he walked, "Actually, it's nothing much. It's very simple. It's because we did not refine the silver after we received it. Other people did not know about this and thought that the refinement was not successful, so they were afraid of being fooled. Moreover, the local infrastructure is currently being built. Other than a portion of people who did not follow us, the other merchants have all taken out their money to invest. How would they have any spare money to buy ores? And the portion of people who did not follow us did not want to, but lacked capital. They were the people who followed us to speculate on the price of silver. Actually, I really hoped that there would be outsiders who would come and interfere. At that time, I would be able to relax a lot. As long as other people have conflicts in certain areas, I would be able to take advantage of them. Unfortunately, this county is still not enough. Other people simply did not come." "That's not it." "What do you mean, not coming?" "Other people clearly know that they can obtain benefits here, yet they still don't come. Do you think that other people are idiots? It's because you and I are here that other people are worried that if they really come, they will be schemed against by the 2 of us. The one they are most worried about is actually me. They are afraid that I will directly steal all of their money, and they can't beat me." Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. The 2 of them talked as they walked, all the way until they arrived at the Fengwu Pavilion. When they entered, a worker immediately came over and told them which room the people from the Four Seas Academy were in. As soon as the 2 of them entered the room, a group of people inside stood up. Yes, a group of people. It was as if they felt that if there were fewer people, there would be no imposing manner. The people from the Four Seas Academy did not come any less this time. Yamamoto stood at the very front and very politely said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Why didn't you call someone to come over first? We would have waited to welcome you." The other people also followed behind in a low voice. Zhang Xiaobao was not willing to talk nonsense with others at all. He directly said, "Tell me, why did you call us here this time? If you want to take advantage of us, then don't. It's not that I look down on you, but with your methods, it is completely useless." Yes. With young Master Zhang taking action, it is naturally impossible for us to take advantage of you. Today, We didn't call the two of you here to take advantage of you, especially when it comes to Miss Wang. We have no intention of taking advantage of her at all. A person next to Yamamoto, who also looked like he came from Japan, did not seem to be willing to lose his imposing manner and said to Zhang Xiaobao. The others did not expect him to speak like this. Imposing manner was not important. What was important was how to get benefits. Hearing him say this, they knew that things were going to be bad. Sure enough, what Zhang Xiaobao hated the most was people talking about women. When he heard this person's words, he kicked out and hit this person's manhood. This person screamed and fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaobao did not take a second look and said to the others, "When I came here today, I was in a good mood. But because of him, I am very unhappy. So when I discussed things with you, the first thing I said was that there will be no room for negotiation. If there is anyone who is not satisfied, you can leave immediately. I promise that within 5 days, the Four Seas Academy will be closed. If you are not satisfied, you can try." The scene suddenly fell into a deadlock. While everyone was lamenting that Zhang Xiaobao was not easy to talk to, most of them were complaining about the people lying on the ground who had not yet gotten up. Of all things to say, why did they have to mention Wang Wan? Wasn't this courting death? Wang Wan also spoke at this time. "Even if Xiaobao closes the Four Seas Academy, as long as we are not satisfied with your methods, I promise that within half a month we will organize a war fleet and go to your place to take a look." This was power. People with power would never say anything to others. When did the great Tang need to show goodwill to other small countries, especially in the current situation? Everyone sighed inwardly. There was no other way. Who asked these two people to be so powerful? Even if there were only 2 of them, they did not dare to make a move. The people of the Great Tang did not dare to make a move because they were afraid that their families would be finished. The Japanese did not dare to make a move because they were afraid that the Great Tang would attack their own country. All of them revealed helpless smiles. Fortunately, Yamamoto had good self-control. After hearing what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said, he still had the same smile as before and replied, "Of course. We just came to discuss something with the 2 of you. We will definitely deal with the people who offended the 2 of you. Do the 2 of you agree? That is your problem. If you want to deal with them, then deal with them. If you don't want to deal with them, it has nothing to do with us. Tell us, why did you come to find us this time?" Zhang Xiaobao did not treat the other party as someone who could sit on the same level as him. He appeared very arrogant. However, it was precisely because of his arrogance that made the other party feel more comfortable. They were afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would be polite to them. If that was the case, it would not be easy to talk. Looking at Wang Wan's expression was as calm as water. She did not smile. "It's easy. It's easy." Yamamoto called the waiter of the restaurant and casually ordered a few dishes. He did not let Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan order anymore. He knew the identity of the 2 people. If he really let them order casually, they would not be able to eat today. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan directly sat at the head of the table and on the left side of the table. They did not care whether they ordered or not. After ordering, Yamamoto smiled and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "I wonder if Child Zhang wants to buy more or? I can help Child Zhang find a place. It doesn't matter whether you buy it or not. The place you find can only be your country. If you are willing to sell it, I will buy it at a low price. If you are not willing to sell it, you can keep it. I am going to write a memorial and send it to the court, asking the court to restrict the things that Japan needs." Zhang Xiaobao was still as arrogant and casual as before. Yamamoto's expression also changed. His eyes narrowed. After a few breaths, he returned to his original state and asked, "Is there any misunderstanding between us, Child Zhang?" "There's no misunderstanding. I just don't like you guys. Let's talk about what we can talk about today. If we can't talk about it, go back and think about it carefully. Where should we get involved and where should we not? Don't think that you can achieve your goal by gathering people from a certain place and saying some lies. It's useless." Zhang Xiaobao's negotiation method today was like this, tough, because he did not intend to negotiate at all. He just came here to play. Chapter 691. The waiter served the appetizers and gave Zhang Xiaobao and Wang one a big bowl full of soy milk. The two of them liked to drink this and had been drinking a lot of it recently. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived at Baoxing County, they found that the soy milk here was better. The ground soy milk was sweet without adding sugar, and the fragrance of the soy milk was very strong. Yamamoto saw that the waiter gave Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan soy milk without any instructions, so he knew that the Fengwu Pavilion cared about them. They only had a bowl of soy milk, and each of them was drinking it with a small bamboo tube, making a slurping sound. They didn't respect others at all. Yamamoto rolled his eyes and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "The relationship between the Four Seas Academy and young Master Zhang and Miss Wang is like the relationship between you two drinking soy milk together. We share benefits. If you two have any requests, you can discuss it with the Four Seas Academy. Don't keep saying the Four Seas Academy. When did the Four Seas Academy become yours?" "That's ours, isn't it, Cuckoo?" Zhang Xiaobao retorted. Wang Wan stopped to catch her breath and nodded vigorously. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao didn't give him any face, Zhang Xiaobao immediately changed his words and said, "I didn't mention the academy. I meant that we have a good relationship with you, just like how you and Cuckoo are close." "Really? So close? Why didn't I know? Cuckoo and I just want to help each other when fighting. You guys agree. Send troops to Xinyuan Island and kill all the local people who resist. Then I'll believe you." Zhang Xiaobao looked at Yamamoto and said. Seeing that he changed the topic to the newly discovered island again, Yamamoto had no choice but to reply, "That place is too far away. It's inconvenient to go there once. How about changing the terms?" "Then I'll help you. I have a ship. I'll help you transport as many ores as you can. Every time, half of the ores will be my freight." Zhang Xiaobao proposed a new idea. "Isn't half too much? If we do that, we'll just keep losing money." "Wait a minute." Young Master Zhang said that he's willing to set sail. "How fast can you go back and forth?" Yamamoto was about to refuse when he suddenly thought of something and asked again. "Fast, of course it's fast. We have the best ship, so how can it not be fast?" Zhang Xiaobao said confidently. Yamamoto finally showed a sincere smile. "Allow me to go back and think about this matter. I will give young Master Zhang an answer as soon as possible. I heard that young Master Zhang's poultry and livestock are well raised. I wonder if you can go and have a look?" "Sure, let's go in a bit," Zhang Xiaobao said very politely. At this time, the other dishes were also served. Yamamoto didn't persuade Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to eat. He brought the people from the Four Seas Academy to eat in a hurry and then impatiently followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to the yamen. Behind the yamen, there was a courtyard for two people. The poultry were hatched here, and there was also a house that was built some time ago after various places used a temperature timer. After Pomegranate mysteriously talked to Zhang Xiaobao for a while, she was bored and kept watch outside the house. Occasionally, she would go in to take a look. At night, she would find time to go to the other rooms to see how the fungus and mushrooms were growing. When the group entered the courtyard, many chicks and ducklings had already hatched. They were fluffy like little fur balls and looked very cute. Xiao Hong was feeding them cut vegetable leaves, and the sound of chirping was chaotic. Yamamoto and the others looked very carefully, especially at Xiao Hong. To be precise, they were staring at the food bowl in her hand. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang didn't urge them, and slowly walked in front to lead the way. After a few glances, Yamamoto and the others didn't see anything special. They could only continue to follow, their eyes looking at the surrounding environment from time to time. As they walked, they came to the place where the livestock were raised. In fact, there were only pigs here. The pig house was built with cement and was very clean. The little pigs were washed until they weren't so dirty. When they saw people coming, they thought that they were being fed, so they snorted, "Young Master Zhang, is this cement?" Yamamoto knew about cement. The rich and powerful in Beijing used it. The big places even used cement to build methane pools. It was clean and expensive, but ordinary people couldn't get it. If you want to buy it, you can say what you want to do first. When the time comes, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family will send people to make it for you personally. They won't sell the cement directly for you to use. Used cement blocks had been found before, but found that they couldn't be used anymore. He didn't know how they were made. If they were used to build city walls, it would be very good. Yamamoto felt that the opportunity had come. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to be unguarded. Yes, it's made of cement. If you can learn to make it in every place, there will be fewer diseases in the livestock and they will grow faster. Then can you sell us some cement? We're going to transport it back to China to build a pig house. Yamamoto asked again. I'm not selling, but I can make an exchange. A ship of silver or in exchange for a ship of cement, and I'll give you the technology to build a biogas pool. Zhang Xiaobao hesitated for a moment and proposed a new idea. Can you really exchange it? Because he didn't know what the cement was made of, Yamamoto couldn't estimate the specific value. He thought that exchanging one ship for another was just a small loss. Really? Zhang Xiaobao was very sure. Wang reached out to pinch him and said to Yamamoto, "Don't listen to Xiaobao's nonsense. It's useless to exchange the cement with you, and it's very cheap. It's a lie to exchange it for a ship of ore. Besides, no matter how much cement you have, you can't figure out how it's made. It's a long journey, and it's not worth it, so we won't exchange it." Yamamoto just wanted to bargain. At this time, when he heard Wang's words, he blinked a few times and said very shamelessly, "Young Master Zhang has just agreed. How can you go back on your word? Even if we exchange a ship, I can send it back and show it to others. Maybe I can get a reward. At that time, I will definitely not forget you. Is young Master Zhang not keeping his word?" Who said, "I don't keep my word. Then change a ship. I can still make the decision here. I'll deal with you tonight." Zhang Xiaobao's last words were said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan was angry and didn't say anything. She walked quickly in front, as if she didn't want to talk to Zhang Xiaobao. "I've made a fool of myself. It's all because I usually spoil her too much. When will we exchange?" Zhang Xiaobao also explained to Yamamoto and the others. Yamamoto and the others found it funny, but they couldn't show it. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao agreed, Yamamoto immediately said, "Some of the ore will come tomorrow. It's estimated that one ship will arrive in 3 days. Then we'll exchange it in 3 days. Let's go. I'll show you other places." Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about Wang Wan anymore. He led Yamamoto and the others to look around. Every time they arrived, he would explain to Yamamoto. After turning a few places and seeing that a separate house was not far away, Zhang Xiaobao's footsteps suddenly stopped, turned around, and walked away. However, he didn't mention what was inside the house at all. "Young Master Zhang here?" Yamamoto was puzzled. He pointed to the house and asked, "That's an empty house. Let's go. I'll show you something better." Zhang Xiaobao's eyes didn't meet Yamamoto's. He evaded the question and walked to another place. At this time, Wang Wan's voice suddenly came from a place not too far away. "Ouch, it hurts. Someone come quickly." As soon as the voice came out, Pomegranate, who was guarding in front of the house, immediately ran to the place where the voice came from. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about Yamamoto and also ran over, looking very nervous. Yamamoto took this opportunity and winked at the 2 people behind him, asking them to follow and take a look. He glanced around, ran 2 steps, and flashed into the house. As soon as he came in, Yamamoto found that the house was empty as Zhang Xiaobao had said. There were layers of wooden shelves inside. From a low position, he could see that there was sand in the middle of the shelves, and there was something growing in the sand. He glanced around again. There was a table on the left wall of the house, and there was a piece of paper with words written on it. Yamamoto quickly leaned over and looked carefully. He saw that it said, "Top secret. The radish newly cultivated by the Sinangsi is bitter and cannot be planted. However, this radish can be planted into ginseng. The specific technique is as follows. Yamamoto's eyes widened. He couldn't care about anything else. He turned page by page. His eyes swept back and forth on the words, wishing he could have a few more pairs of eyes. If it were someone else who wrote such a thing, Yamamoto would definitely treat that person as a fool. How could a radish turn into a ginseng? But this technique was made by the Zhang family, so he could treat it as normal. The Zhang family had many strange things. Who knew how the family made it? After reading it once, Yamamoto was afraid that he couldn't remember it, so he read it again from the beginning. He remembered the key points clearly. The first was that the radish seed must be found a way to get it. The second was the thermometer. A radish actually needed a thermometer. The first one was easy to deal with. He could bribe the people of the Sanongsi temple. But the second one was troublesome. Where could he get so many thermometers? It was okay if he spent money to buy others' thermometers. He didn't care if they reported that they had been stolen or lost in the river. But he couldn't just plant one at a time, because it was also mentioned that he needed to use the blood of a crocodile. It had to be fresh and could only be used once. He even needed a whale's eye. No matter how many he planted, he had to use at least one at a time. He didn't know how the Zhang family figured it out. After reading it twice, Yamamoto finally felt that he had memorized most of it. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. He plucked up the courage to dig a little of the sand on a wooden shelf. He reached in and pulled, and something was pulled out. If there were doubts before, Yamamoto was now sure, because what he took out was a ginseng. Looking at the ginseng, Yamamoto had a feeling of jealousy. Why was the Zhang family so powerful that they could even plant ginseng? At this time, 2 coughs suddenly came from outside. Yamamoto didn't dare to be negligent. He put the ginseng back, hurriedly wiped it on the sand, and ran out in a flash. He stood back in the team and shook his head at the few people who looked over, indicating that they shouldn't ask anything now. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao appeared with Wang Wan on his back. Wang Wan cried and said, "I don't want you to care about me. Didn't you ignore me? I'll walk by myself. Even if I break my leg, I don't want you to care." Zhang Xiaobao didn't say a word. When he walked in front of Yamamoto and the others, he said helplessly, "I beat her until she cried. I'll go back and continue to discipline her. That's all for today. Remember to quickly transport the ores. This time, the ones that are transported will be changed as well. Don't sell them again. As for the ones that have already been sold, forget it." After that, Zhang Xiaobao left with the still crying Wang Wan on his back. Pomegranate returned to the front of the house and sat down. A few guards came from elsewhere and signaled Yamamoto and the others to leave with them. Zhang Xiaobao carried Wang Wan to a place where there was no one around and put Wang Wan down. The two of them reached out at the same time and gave each other a high five. "Yeah, Xiaobao, you're really amazing. How did you know that they would come to steal the technology?" Some time ago, Gao Lisha wrote a letter saying that the Sanongsi spent a lot of money to research new radishes, but it failed. The second generation of radishes was very bitter. They were still young and almost lost confidence. Now it's solved. I didn't know that they would take the initiative to ask to see it. First, get a house ready. Even if they don't come, I'll find a way to trick them. Now it's easy. As for the cement, get someone to remove the outer packaging when they send it here. Just put it there. If it really doesn't work, spray a little water. Don't spray too much and be seen through. Use a ship to transport it back in bulk. I really want to see how much of the cement will be wasted due to moisture absorption. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he quickly found a place to write a letter and send it to the capital as soon as possible. He couldn't let the Sanongsi people sell the radishes cheaply. Beside the river outside the Luo village in Buxing County, Luo Xianger had nothing to do today. She held a book in her hand and sat on a stone under a big tree. Her 2 legs were kicking back and forth in the air, and her eyes were looking back and forth at the book. From time to time, she would turn a page. There were not only words marked with pinyin on the pages, but also pictures. It was full of stories. Luo Xiang'er had just learned the new pinyin and was not very proficient in it, but she was still better than Ya also had the pronunciation, but if she wanted to understand the pronunciation of a word, she had to understand the words used to mark the sound. It was very tiring to learn, unlike the things that were easy to remember now. There were only 40 words in total, and she just had to memorize them. She didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had spent a lot of effort on these 40 words. They had revised them many times before they became the necessary textbooks for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were mainly prepared for Xiao Bei and the others. For their younger siblings, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would do anything. The other children who were still playing were very envious of Luo Xiang'er. She recognized a good sister and could see the good things first. They still had to wait for a while before they could come in contact with them. Luo Xiang'er was not so selfish. After reading the story, she would tell it to others. If someone wanted to see the pictures, she would let them see it, but they were not allowed to touch the book to avoid damaging it. Just as Luo Xiang'er was engrossed in reading, a mighty team came on the road. At the front of the team, there was a little girl in a white dress. She was leading the team, swaying and looking around with her big eyes. Behind her were other children, who were also very curious about this place. Because of their existence, the speed of the team was suppressed. No one dared to go around them. The little girl walking in front looked at the rice seedlings in the field. When she raised her head and saw the people under the big tree, she said happily, "There's a person." Chapter 692. Xiao Bei had a reason to be happy. When they were walking on the road earlier, many people would hide far away when they saw the team. Even if they were curious about the big house and the team, they did not dare to come close. The little girl was even more scared and did not dare to show her head. She did not expect to meet someone who was not afraid. She had already seen the team, but she was still sitting there leisurely reading. Xiao Bei wanted to find someone to ask about her brother and sister. When she saw that Luo Xiang'er didn't run away, she lifted her princess dress with both hands and ran to Luo Xiang'er's side. She struggled to climb onto the rock and leaned over to read together. Luo Xiang'er did not care who was passing by, let alone be afraid. Her sister had said that she must have the temperament of a lady. She must be calm in the face of chaos and remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. But whose family was this little girl from? Why was she so pretty and likable? Glancing at the new little girl, Luo Xiang'er smiled and said, "Do you want to know the story?" Coaxing a child? This is called a tortoise and a rabbit race. Xiao Bei had nothing to do all day, other than eating, sleeping, playing. She was being carried by others and told stories. How could she not know what the picture was? She could even read a small part of the words. Luo Xiang'er was not an adult. When she saw that someone younger than her knew the story, she asked curiously, "How do you know? How old are you?" 3 years old. There's another one, saying, "Little tortoise and little rabbit competed again. The rabbit lost again. There's a river, but the rabbit didn't jump across it." Xiao Bei was a little nervous. His words were not very fluent, but he still managed to express himself clearly. "Ha ha ha." Luo Xiang'er covered her mouth and laughed. At this time, the other little guys also came close. Some climbed on the stone by themselves, some pushed others up. Everyone was expressing their own thoughts. It was a mess. Luo Xiang'er did not know who to listen to. She looked at the group of younger brothers and sisters and found that they were all made of good materials. She touched the clothes of the little girl who came first and knew that she had a similar piece of gauze at home. She had asked someone and found that the gauze was not silk that was usually worth 200 copper coins. It could be worth 20 strings of coins or 200 strings of coins. Ordinary people with a little money could not buy it. She was not willing to take it out to make clothes, so why did this little girl wear it? Seeing that someone was touching his clothes, Xiao Bei even posed. "Do I look good?" "It looks good," Luo Xiang'er said honestly. At the same time, she wondered if she should also have a set of clothes made for herself. "If you can tell me about my brother and sister, I'll give you one." Xiao Bei put forward her terms. No, I have one too. I'll make it tomorrow. Who are your brothers and sisters? Luo Xianger didn't want a servant girl's things. Ah, you have it too? This is called Southern Sea Pearl Muslin. It's the sign of the sea and clouds. It's only given and not sold. Xiao Yuan, what do you say? Xiao Bei still knew what material the clothes on her body were made of. Ever since Xiao Yuan was tripped by the horse-tripping rope, he was a little afraid of Xiao Bei. When he heard Xiao Bei's question, he immediately said, "The promontory is accompanied by the end of the world. It shouldn't exist in the mortal world, but only hangs in the clouds. Money is priceless. Are you Xiao Bei?" Luo Xiang guessed. Xiao Bei was stunned. You know, stupid, when other people hear about the sea and clouds, of course they know. Xiao Yuan said to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei puffed up his cheeks. You're the stupid one. Come at me if you dare. Luo Xiang finally knew who the people who came were. She always heard from her brother and sister that they had younger brothers and sisters. They were all very interesting, smart, and liked to bicker. It was true. The muslin that her sister gave her was called Southern Sea Pearl Muslin. It seemed to be the best one. Even Xiao Bei wore it. When she thought of this, Luo Xiang felt very happy. She shouted to the other children who were running away, "Don't be afraid. My brother and sister's family are here." When the children who ran away heard this, they ran back even faster. They were not afraid anymore. They surrounded the group of children who were younger than them and looked at them one by one. The children also looked at the people who surrounded them. They were not afraid. They were already used to being surrounded. Luo Xiang held Xiao Bei's hand and began to talk about her brother and sister. Xiao Bei did not care if he could understand the details. As long as he felt that she was praising his brother and sister, he nodded vigorously. The Zhang family and Wang family's group stopped. The guards who came from the side also stood still, waiting for the children to finish asking and come back. When Xiao Bei and the others came back, they brought Luo Xiang with them. Xiao Bei personally introduced her, saying that this sister was the sister that his brother and sister recognized. He also pulled her into the house for a tour and did not slowly walk in front of the group. The other children in the village got a lot of delicious food and fun things. They asked them to help inform Luo Xiang's family. Luo Xiang followed them into the county. The group's speed suddenly became faster. The two pigeons flapped their wings and flew back to the capital, returning to the embrace of their big family. For pigeons, there were many relatives in the capital. There was always a relative who was sent away in large batches. After a while, a few would fly back and forth. The pigeons in the capital were all under Gao Lisher's care. He found someone to learn how to raise them, train them, and then send them to various places. Luoyang and Buxin County sent the most pigeons. As long as the Zhang family and Wang family were there, they could not lack carrier pigeons. When they encountered Xiao Bei and Xiao Zhu, they suddenly did not want to eat anymore. Such a big matter had to be reported as quickly as possible. As for the carrier pigeons placed in other provinces, as long as there was not a mass uprising or the army of another country attacking, they could not be casually used for other small matters. Of course, it was fine to use them. Even if it was to send a letter to the capital, it would cost money. After all, it was not easy to raise and train pigeons. They also had to be transported in cages. When Gao Lisher obtained this right, there were really people who were willing to spend money to send a letter, especially those who had big business outside the capital. They did not care about the small fee. The advantage was that it was fast and time was money. There was one thing that Gao Lisher did very well. He did not open other people's letters. He sent the letter to whoever it belonged to. The place where the pigeons were sent did not need to spend money. Someone in the capital had to pay for it. If no one did, then the letter would not be sent. Furthermore, he would let the other side catch the person and pay for it. Every day, there were pigeons flying from all over the country. They earned a lot of money. A portion of the money was used to raise the pigeons, and the rest was given to Li Longji. Today, Gao Lisher received another letter from Buxin County. It was not written specifically for him. It was related to the Sanongsi Temple, so he could not leave it behind. After reading the letter, he came back to look for Li Longji. Li Longji was feeding the fish. Ever since Zhang Xiaobao gave Gao Lisher a large fish tank, Li Longji would ask Gao Lisher how the fish was doing. The fish was given by Gao Lisher's son, so it had a special meaning. He was embarrassed to ask Gao Lisher for it, but he missed it. Zhang Xiaobao knew about this matter, so he gave Li Longji another fish tank in case he could not control himself and snatched Gao Lisher's one day. He also gave Li Longji a lot of fish food and told him not to eat too much, or he would die from overeating. When Gao Lisher arrived, Li Longji had already fed the fish once. He was hesitating whether to feed the fish less. Feeding the fish was very interesting and satisfying. Lisher, what's the good news? In the end, Li Longji did not feed the fish again. He was afraid that if the fish died, he would not be able to ask Xiaobao and Cuckoo for more. He put the rest of the fish back into the box and asked Gao Lisher, who had hurried over. When Gao Lisher passed the letter in his hand, he replied, "Your Majesty, good news. The Sanongsi Temple's newly cultivated radishes can make a lot of money." "Oh, there are people who like to eat bitter and small radishes? They are as thin as ginseng." Li Longji was very surprised. "Your Majesty, didn't you send a lot of radishes to Baoxin County a few days ago and asked Xiaobao and Cuckoo to think of a solution? If they do, they can make a lot of money. All the remaining seeds can be sold, and the radishes that are still alive can be sold as well. But in the future, don't cultivate such seeds anymore." Gao Lisher signaled Li Longji to read the letter. When Li Longji heard that the letter was from Baoxin County, he knew what was going on without reading it. It must be Xiaobao lying again. Who would be so stupid? Who would spend a lot of money to buy a lousy radish? No, who would be so unlucky to meet Zhang Xiaobao? With curiosity, Li Longji read the letter and laughed. He wanted to laugh, but was holding back his laughter, so he said to Gao Lisher, "Go and find the Sanongsi Temple's assistant official Jiangtsen." In the Sanongsi Temple, Jiangtsen was worried. 2 years ago, when he was doing research, he found a good type of radish. It was big and didn't taste too spicy. It was crispy and sweet and could be eaten steamed. It was a very good variety. He cultivated a lot of radishes and planted the seeds in the autumn. Most of them used simple greenhouses, and a small number of them used greenhouses made of glass sent by the Zhang family and Wang family. However, when the radishes appeared at the beginning of spring this year, it was over. The radishes of the second generation were obviously different from the first. In other words, the radishes couldn't be kept from generation to generation. They could only be cultivated from generation to generation, and people in distant places couldn't use them. What should I do? How should I explain this to people? The Zhang family and Wang family used such precious glass to support the Sanongsi Temple's research. Now all of them are useless. If the Zhang family and Wang family ask, how should I answer? Jiangtsen muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. There were still a lot of seeds left in his hands. Fortunately, he didn't plant them. Otherwise, he would have wasted a lot of good land. Standing beside Jiangtsen was the registrar of the Sanongsi Temple. He was also worried. Hearing Jiangtsen's muttering, he suggested, "Xiaoqing, why don't we see if pigs eat the radishes? Even if pigs eat them, we can't give them seeds. The yield is not good. Peel them and leave some. Let's see if the third generation can change after the radishes bear seeds. If I had known this, I wouldn't have used the greenhouses. Let's find someone to peel them and see what else can be planted in this season." Looking at the 2 rows of greenhouses provided by the Zhang family and Wang family, Jiangtsen was about to cry. His efforts of several years were in vain. "Assistant Official Sanongsi, His Majesty wants to see you." He said that he wants to discuss the new radishes. The eunuch who came to pass the message arrived at this time. He didn't hide anything and even told Jiangtsen the general situation, so that Jiang Xin could prepare. Chapter 693. Jiang Xin followed behind the eunuch. She wanted to think about what to say later, but found that she couldn't think of any excuse. This was not only a matter of failure, but also a matter of taking up too much land and using up all the glass sheds before she was sure that it would be completely successful. The soil in the land was not the original soil. It was good soil that the Zhang family and Wang family specially found from other places. She didn't know what was in it. During normal planting, the yield was 20% higher than usual. Every year, they would find some organic matter to make good fertilizer. The Zhang family and Wang family did everything they should do. They didn't ask for a single copper coin and didn't ask for any benefits. They only hoped that the Sinangxi temple could grow better things. If the research failed, they would support it. But this was a failure in decision-making, not experimental. Was it because they were angry and didn't want to give good things? Jiang Xin came to Xingqing Palace uneasily. As soon as she entered the palace, she smelled the fragrance of fish. She sniffed and wondered why the emperor was in the mood to eat when it was not time to eat yet. As soon as Li Longji saw Jiang Xin, he waved his hand. "Minister Jiang is here. Get a stool, and let's eat together." Jiang Xin didn't need to find a stool. The little eunuch next to him brought one and put it next to the small table that was specially prepared for Jiang Xin. There was a fish dish on the small table. Many images flashed through Jiang Xin's mind. Did he want to poison her to death? Sigh. Let's eat, even if it's poison. After bowing to Li Longji, Jiang Xin sat on the stool, picked up the chopsticks, looked at the emperor, and then looked at Gao Lisher, who was standing next to the emperor. She picked up a piece of fish and said, "This official is ashamed of the emperor's grace and the support of the Zhang family and Wang family. I'm willing to die." Then she put the fish into her mouth and tasted it carefully. She wanted to know what the poison tasted like. After tasting one piece, Jiang Xin found that she didn't feel uncomfortable. Did she eat too little? Then she continued to eat. Thus, one piece of fish after another was eaten by Jiang Xin. At first, he was thinking of poisoning himself, but as he ate, he forgot about it and only cared about the delicious taste of the fish. He rubbed his stomach and exhaled comfortably. He said to Li Longji, "Many thanks for the fish, Your Majesty. Is this fish a new method that the imperial kitchen has figured out?" At this time, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that the emperor didn't intend to poison him to death. The fish was really delicious, but didn't he call him here to talk about the radishes? Why did he only eat fish? I don't know how long I'll have to wait for them to come up with new dishes. The recipe sent by Baoxing County uses radishes from the Sinangxi temple as an auxiliary ingredient. Don't be fooled by the bitterness of the radishes. They get rid of the fishy smell and improve the freshness. After eating them, they leave a fragrant taste in the mouth. It's a pity that they're a little small. If they can grow bigger, the bitterness will be reduced. How about it? Li Longji sat on the chair and took a sip of tea as he spoke to Jiang Fanjiang. Xin thought for a moment and replied, "It's delicious. The Zhang family and the Wang family are really amazing. This subject has never seen anything that can baffle them. This subject is unworthy of His Majesty's grace and the support of the Zhang family and the Wang family. I'm willing to die." He repeated what he said just now. He knew clearly that he wouldn't die this time. Well, it's good that you know where the problem is. You are indeed unworthy of the Zhang family and the Wang family. The good things were given to the Sinangxi temple, but you didn't think carefully before acting. This time, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo helped you again. In the future, you have to be careful. Li Longji had never eaten fish stewed with bitter radishes. He was afraid that it wouldn't be delicious, so he let Jiang Xin try it first. Seeing Jiang Xin eat it, he knew that it was not bad, so he decided to have someone make it at night. Gao Lisher also thought the same. Yes, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo helped me again. They turned the bad radishes into delicious dishes. This subject is unable to repay them. Jiang Xin really admired them. Such bitter radishes could be turned into delicacies in the hands of others. In this way, The Sinangsi temple's responsibility was reduced a lot. The bitter radishes they planted were not completely useless. What's the point of cooking? Aren't we looking down on Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? Lisher, let him read the letter. Take a good look at the ability of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. The Sinangsi temple not only didn't lose money, but also made a lot of money. They have enough money to do research. Planting things well is the best reward. Li Longji was in a very good mood. As long as Xiao Bao and Cuckoo could solve the problem, it meant that they had learned most of the skills. They didn't have to worry about the two masters of the Zhang family suddenly disappearing. Gao Lisher came down from above and handed the letter to Jiang Xin. His expression was as if he was the one who came up with the idea. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, General Gao. General Gao is really a blessed person. Jiang Xin very sensibly thanked the emperor and Gao Lisher. She also praised Gao Lisher, who asked him to have a good son. She really gained face. Gao Lisher was flattered, so he said happily, "Remember this time, don't act on your own. The Sinangsi temple will do what is written in the letter. If you don't listen and do something wrong again, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will be angry. General Gao is right. I will do it well and do it." Jiang Xin didn't dare to refute. She nodded and opened the letter to read from the beginning. Her eyes widened and her mouth opened wide. The more she read, the more surprised she was. The more she read, the more she cursed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in her heart. This move was really insidious. When their own country was in trouble, they would shift the losses to others. No wonder the emperor was so happy. With such a person around, other countries would not be able to use other means other than war to gain benefits. However, war was not necessarily feasible. There was still a Cuckoo who treated killing as a game. How did the two of them meet together? How can other people live? Jiang Xin thought in her heart and unconsciously said it in a low voice. What did Jiang Shaoqing say? Gao Lisher didn't hear clearly and asked. I said, "We must do according to what is written in the letter. A radish seed is 50 copper coins. A small green radish is 200 copper coins. Quickly send people to the Sinangsi temple and tell them not to dig. Don't dig first. It's all money, Jiang Xin suddenly remembered something important. When he came, he ordered people to dig the radishes. He quickly shouted to the little eunuch in the hall. The little eunuch looked at the emperor and immediately ran out to stop him. Jiang Xin let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from eating the fish and seeing the plan. He said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, I submit. This method is unfathomable. When the trap is set, there will really be people who want to dig in. This subject thinks that we should transfer Zhang Xiaobao to the Ministry of Revenue. I don't think anyone will dare to play tricks under his nose and fake the accounts." Hearing Jiang Xin's words, Gao Lisher couldn't take it anymore. "Jiang Shaoqing, are you trying to make Xiao Bao fall? Shouldn't Cuckoo be transferred to the Ministry of War? Each of them is a minister, a high-ranking official." "No, I'm just casually saying. I'm talking too much." Jiang Xin sweated even more. She secretly complained that she didn't keep her mouth shut. Gao Lisher's words were cutting to the heart. Li Longji coughed lightly, indicating that Gao Lisher didn't need to say any more. He really wanted to transfer these two people to an important position in the capital, but he knew that it wasn't the right time yet. He had to wait. He ordered Jiang Xin, "You must do according to the method in the letter. Take good care of all the seeds and radishes. If news of this leaks out, you know the consequences. Go. If you can't negotiate, push the matter to Savant's restaurant." Jiang Xin nodded vigorously and handed the letter back to Gao Lisher. She walked out of the hall as light as a feather. Today's ups and downs were too big. She had to think carefully about where to spend the money she earned. It would be even better if she could learn how to turn the situation around. After Jiang Xin left, Li Longji sat on the chair and pondered for a while. Then he said to Gao Lisher, "Let's make a fish dish tonight." The teams of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were still on the road. At this speed, they would reach the county before evening. The masters of the two families made use of the time to rest so that they wouldn't be tired when they arrived. Luo Xiang'er entered Xiaobei's house. She went up from the first floor to the second floor, then to the third floor. Then she walked around the rooms, opened the windows, and opened the doors. No matter how much she walked around, it was not enough. She was very envious of Xiaobei and the others. They had a beautiful house with their own rooms. They could decorate their rooms however they liked. If they wanted to find others to play with, they just had to enter other people's rooms. There were also many toys. Especially since this house had wheels under it, they could walk around everywhere. Xiaobei and the others also took out what they thought were the best things for Luo Xiang'er to play with. In such a big family, they had long developed the habit of being generous. There were also various snacks for Luo Xiang'er to try. When they were less than 5 li away from the county, the sound of horse hooves could be heard in front of them. Luo Xiang'er wanted to open the window to take a look, but she was stopped. A periscope rose from the roof of the 3rd floor, allowing her to see what was happening in front. Big brother, big sister. Xiaobei was the first to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He cheered and began to run to the 1st floor, preparing to meet them outside. The other children also squeezed down, and some even fell. Fortunately, this was considered when the house was designed. Otherwise, it would have been very easy for them to get into trouble. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each rode a horse and hurried over to meet them. There were buckets hanging from the horses. When they saw them approaching, the two pulled on the reins. The horses below them let out a long neigh, raised their front legs, and froze in place. When the front legs fell, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already landed on the ground, each carrying a bucket. The officials who came with Zhang Zhong could not help but praise the two people's horsemanship. People who had fought in wars were indeed different. Big brother, big sister. Xiaobei spread his arms and shouted as he rushed over. The other children were not willing to be left behind. With a whoosh, they surrounded Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Xiaobei threw himself into his brother's arms. As he cried, he said that when he dreamed at night, he could see his brother and sister. But when he woke up, there was nothing. Chapter 694. The arrival of the Zhang family and Wang family immediately livened up Baoxing County. Zhang Zhong led a group of officials and rested for the night. The next day, they began to tour the model of Jiangyi province. At this time, they did not casually introduce the production and cultural aspects like other people. Data was sorted out one by one. The construction of various aspects of Jiangyi province, as well as the tax revenue, were all listed in a table, allowing people to know the situation around the capital in the recent years. The overall growth and the data from the people allowed the officials to clearly understand the changes in the Great Tang's region. Learning naturally couldn't be done without any learning. Besides this, the more important thing was that the Great Tang's future was optimistic, and it showed that the emperor had ruled the country well. Before the officials from Luoyang arrived at Baoxing County, they thought that their reputation would be used to help advertise. In any case, there was nothing to do in Luoyang, so they had nothing to do. The Zhang family and Wang family had already agreed on the advertising fee. That was, the officials who came could not only understand the situation in Jiangyi province, but more importantly, they could personally try out the various products of Jiangyi province. This included a set of furniture made of good wood. This set of furniture could not be bought without 1,000 strings of coins. In addition to the furniture, there was also the newly brewed wine and tea leaves from Sanshui County in Jiangyi province. The officials from Luoyang had come for these things. It did not take much effort to walk around. When they arrived at Baoxing County, they would be able to eat and live very comfortably. Because it was Zhang Zhong's suggestion, most of the officials were very supportive. They came to take a look and add something to their homes. However, there were a small number of officials who looked down on Zhang Zhong and felt that Zhang Zhong's method was not desirable. They would rather not have the things than come. But after hearing all kinds of data in the morning, The officials who came felt very lucky. They had already talked to Zhang Zhong. After returning, they had asked Zhang Zhong to give them a copy of the information just now so that they could memorize it. This was to prevent the emperor from being able to answer correctly when he was in a good mood. This was an accurate proof that the great Tang was gradually flourishing. Presumably, the emperor would pay close attention to it. When the time came, who would be able to find a chance to enter the capital, who would remain in Luoyang, or who would be sent to some other place? That would depend on whether or not the emperor was satisfied. While the officials were excited, they were also rejoicing in the misfortune of the officials who did not come. They would not be so kind as to go back and share the information with others. Besides, even if they wanted to share it, it would not be of much use. This was because all of Zhang Zhong's data was in general and involved every department. Of course, those who did not come would not prepare it for them. The adults watched and listened at the front while Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran around with a group of little ones. Many snacks in Jiangyi province had been made. They were not sent by merchants through advertisements. The merchants had not participated yet. They were all made locally with the collected technology. They had not seen each other for a long time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not limit how much snacks the little ones could eat today. This made the little ones very happy. They got up early in the morning and changed into comfortable clothes before going out with their brothers and sisters. After coming out of the yamen, their hands and mouths were not idle. Xiao Bei wanted to hold her brother and sister's hands, but she also wanted to eat. In the end, she cleverly let her brother and sister carry the food while she freed her hands. She grabbed the corner of someone's shirt and tried her best to say what she didn't finish last night. For example, when they were in Luoyang, her bamboo dragonfly flew higher than other people's. Xiao Yuan was timid when he played on the swing and was tied to it, and so on. This was a small matter for the adults, but it was very important for her. The other little ones also surrounded them and kept expressing their thoughts. Luo Xianger was also walking in the group. When she heard her brothers and sisters talking, she also remembered that her 2 brothers had brought her to play. However, her 2 brothers were still helping out at home and could not go to the county together. She felt a little regretful. "Brother," I folded a big paper airplane. "When I was dreaming, I dreamed that the airplane would fly us in the sky. It flew from Luoyang to here, and we would arrive in a short while. Brother, is there really such an airplane?" Xiao Bei tried hard to swallow the food in her mouth and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Yes, yes. When Xiao Bei grows up, we'll make an airplane. When the time comes, we can go wherever we want to go and fly over thousands of mountains and rivers, Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. Wang Wan echoed from the side. Xiao Bei, don't be anxious. You have to work hard and learn useful knowledge. It will be easy for you to do anything in the future. Okay. Xiao Bei nodded vigorously, looking like she was really going to study hard. When they got close to the model, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan explained something else to their younger siblings. There was no data, and they did not care about the people's livelihood. They only described the legends of various places in a language that the little ones could understand. Some of the officials walking at the back also heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's explanation. When they looked at the large model, they suddenly realized that they were not just talking about some model, but the charm of the entire Great Tang. A model not only expressed the livelihood of the people, but also the economy, culture, and inheritance. While the Luoyang officials were studying in Baoxing County, the people from the Four Seas Academy impatiently sent people to the capital to inquire about how to obtain that kind of carrot. After sending people out, it would probably take some time before they could arrive. When Yamamoto and the others heard that the Luoyang officials had come, as well as the families of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they also followed behind to join in the fun. They did not disturb them and only followed from a position where they could see and hear. They wanted to understand more about the situation of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan families. Yamamoto was the first to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan leading a group of children. He did not think much of it. After all, the children were too young. However, After following them for a while and hearing what the children said and how they reacted when they encountered something, he finally noticed something different. Usually, children of this age would not be able to do the actions of this group of little fellows. Whenever it was time to buy something, the little fellows here would be very quiet. They would stand in line and wait for the people in front to choose what they wanted. Only then would the people behind follow. They also knew how to ask if they could not eat too much of a certain food and which part of the body would feel uncomfortable if they ate too much. For example, when they were selling cold drinks, the children would ask if their stomachs would hurt after eating 2 bowls. After receiving an affirmative answer, they would only ask for 1 bowl. Occasionally, 1 or 2 classic sentences could be heard from the children's mouths, either from the book of songs or from the selected literature. The more Yamamoto watched and listened, the more surprised he became. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already very good. These children were still so young, but they behaved differently from ordinary children. When they grew up, what would the Zhang family and the Wang family be like? If only one child learned well, it would be reasonable. However, all the children were better than the other. It was definitely not because they were born well, but because they were taught well. Especially, it could be seen that the children who did not belong to the Zhang family and the Wang family were still performing well. This could only mean one thing. The Zhang family and the Wang family had their own special way of teaching children. Thinking of this, Yamamoto said to the person next to him, "Shanji, if we can learn the way Zhang family and the Wang family teach their children, how do you think it will help our country?" Shanji was also watching and listening from the side. The children's performance also gave him a great impact, or rather a blow. They were smart, sensible, and polite. They were not like other children who could not wait to make a fuss and shout. Just now he had also thought of this. At this time, when he heard Yamamoto's question, he replied, "Then our country will become stronger in less than 30 years. But can we learn the teaching methods of the Zhang family and the Wang family?" When it came to learning, he was very uncomfortable. Originally, when people from his country came to the Tang Empire, they could learn whatever they wanted from others. Now, because of the Zhang family and the Wang family, many good skills and knowledge were not taught. If they wanted to learn, they had to think of ways behind the scenes. Most of the knowledge taught in the 4 Seas Academy was about scriptures or etiquette. If they wanted to learn some ways to rule the country or military, no one would teach them at all. It was the same for economics. The only way to learn was through the Monopoly game. They started from the lowest level and played to a certain extent. After they left the scope of the game, they would be able to come into contact with more things. Among the people from his country, there were already 4 people who entered the top 100 through hard work. However, no matter how good they were, they would not be able to enter the top 10. No matter how good they were, as long as they mentioned the exam, they would be directly rejected. It was said that the knowledge that the top 10 came into contact with was completely different from the knowledge of the bottom 90. They were even responsible for mastering the rules. It's difficult. Yamamoto also felt the same. Then why don't we capture them all and use them to threaten the Zhang family and the Wang family? Let them give us their good skills in exchange for the safety of the children. Shanji suddenly had a bold idea. He looked around and felt that if he made a move, there might be a chance. Even if most of the people were to be left behind, as long as a small number of people could rush out and control the children of the Zhang family and the Wang family, it would be worth it even if there were casualties. Yamamoto quickly covered Shanji's mouth and said softly, "Do you want to die? Do you really think that the people who come are from our country, the 4 Seas Academy and the Tang Empire? They will deal with you first." Yamamoto knew very well that the people of the 4 Seas Academy from the Tang Empire were willing to cooperate with them not because they wanted to commit treason, but because they wanted to make more money. Once it involved something that would affect the Tang Empire, they would not be with them anymore. Making money and destroying the Tang Empire were 2 different things. As long as they showed the idea of capturing the children, the first to deal with them would probably be the people of the Tang Empire in the team. The Zhang family and the Wang family had already become an unshakable existence in their hearts. Shanji was just casually saying it and did not think much about it just now. Now he was shocked and nodded, indicating for Yamamoto to let go of his hand. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan turn their heads and smile at him at the same time. His legs immediately went soft. They heard it? Did they guess it? Are they just looking for an excuse to deal with us? The moment he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan smile, Shanji had such a thought in his heart. He looked around carefully and finally found something wrong. Surprisingly, there were sellers carrying baskets or pushing carts beside the little guys. They were peddling their wares while looking around. At first glance, they looked normal, but if one were to look closely at the sellers' eyes, they would definitely not have the eyes of someone who was waiting for others to buy something. No wonder Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan dared to take a group of children for a stroll. They did not lack protection. Water birds flew. Waves splashed, the clouds in the sky floated leisurely, and the wind blew gently. Lu Zhou in Lingnan Circuit looked peaceful now. Zhang Pingwang was very happy today. Once again, he brought the people around him out to have a look. Initially, he thought it was time for him to leave after the spring plowing. He did not expect that because he wanted the model of Lingnan Circuit in order not to cause too much trouble in Luzhou, he would not send a new official to take over. This was to prevent the new official from being difficult to control. Therefore, he was allowed to continue being the provincial governor of Luzhou. This way, he could enjoy the scenery of Luzhou more. He could even take a boat to the coastal area. As long as he did not go too far, it would be fine. The weather is good today. I should go to the docks and have a look. With that thought in mind, Zhang Pingwang brought his followers out. Similarly, he did not use his own carriage. Instead, he casually stopped a carriage on the street and ordered the coachman, "Go to the docks." The coachman nodded with a smile. He opened the door and sat back in his seat. He hummed a tune and swung the whip in the air as he urged the horse forward. During the journey, he did not forget to talk to Zhang Pingwang. "Lord Provincial Governor, is there any news about Provincial Governor Zhang recently? I heard that they're going to build a model of this place and put it in the capital. Do you need any help?" The last thing Zhang Pingwang wanted to hear was other people asking about Provincial Governor Zhang. He knew the coachman was not asking about him. Even if he was also a provincial governor and had the surname Zhang, there was a big difference. When he heard the coachman's question, he could not just ignore it. After thinking for a moment, he said, "There is indeed such a thing. Isn't the Chamber of Commerce already working on this matter? I reckon that by summer, they'll have collected most of the data. After all, compared to the capital, there aren't many famous places here." "Oh, thank you, Lord Zhang. It seems like the rumors are true. After I send you to the place, I'll think of a way to see if I can get the people from the Chamber of Commerce to send the data of Lu Zhou to the capital first, so that Provincial Governor Zhang can have a good look at this place. Lord Zhang, is there any news about the little young master and the little lady? After all, our status is not high enough. It's difficult for us to find out more about them. Why don't you tell me, Lord Zhang? I have a chicken that lays eggs at home. I'm going to kill it and send it to you when the time comes so that you can stew it with mushrooms." The coachman seemed very happy when he got the exact information from Zhang Pingwang. He continued to discuss with Zhang Pingwang. Zhang Pingwang had learned not to be jealous. The coachman wanted to send him a chicken to eat. It sounded good, but it was definitely not for his own good. It was just in exchange for a piece of information. The coachman had left his post for a long time, but he still had control over the entire Luzhou. "Sai, if I can't compare, then let's not compare. There is nothing in this world that can be compared." Therefore, Zhang Pingwang recalled all the news he had recently received and said to the coachman, "Yes, the two of them are both minor officials in Baoxing County. However, they have the final say in the entire county. I heard that they have recently received a lot of silver ores. The lives of the people in Baoxing County have become much better. I think it's time for them to move to another place after they're almost done with the matter of the model. It's good to change places. It would be best if he could be promoted to a high-ranking official. The two little fellows might be able to endure it. The people of Baoxing County are blessed. As long as the Zhang and Wang family are there, the people will be able to live a good life. No, I have to think of a way. When the time comes, I will personally send something to them. The coachman was not surprised at all that the people in the county where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan lived could live a good life. This time he did not ask any more. Instead, he hummed the tune even more happily and swayed his head in enjoyment. Suddenly, Zhang Pingwang asked, "What do you think I should do to make you treat me the same way you treat Zhang Zhong?" Huh. The coachman's voice came to a halt as he exclaimed in surprise. Then he said with a smile, "Lord Zhang, Provincial Governor Zhang suffered the disaster together with us. How can we compare this? As long as you follow the method Provincial Governor Zhang left behind, will naturally treat you very well." His words were tactful, but the meaning could not be clearer. "Don't count on me. Just follow my lead and you'll be rewarded when the time comes." Zhang Pingwang understood. It seemed that if he wanted to be like Zhang Zhong, he would have to find a very poor place to be an official. Then he would have to raise the living standards of the people bit by bit. There were many poor places. Although it was said that the world was flourishing, in fact, the poor places were still poor. Otherwise, there would not be so many places where people were sent to. It was easy to find a place, for example, a place further west. However, it would be difficult to make the people live a good life as Lu Zhou did. He did not know how to do it. Perhaps, if he was given 10 years, he might be able to change a province. However, if he wanted to learn from Zhang Zhong and develop Lu Zhou in a short time, apart from the fact that he did not have enough money, more importantly, he could not think of all kinds of strange methods. Forget it. I'll think about it after this period of time. If I really can't do it, I'll ask Zhang Zhong personally when I have the chance in the future. How can I develop a place according to its conditions? That was what Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo were doing now. After making up his mind, Zhang Pingwang leaned against the back seat and closed his eyes to rest, allowing the carriage to move forward slightly. The car traveled for a long time, but this time they didn't take a detour. When evening came, they arrived at the pier. There were still people coming and going at the pier, and there were boats docking and leaving from time to time. Zhang Pingwang brought his followers to the dock again. He looked into the distance, admiring the sunset. At the same time, he listened to the sound of seabirds. Chapter 695. The tour in Baoxing County continued. After the officials from Luoyang asked Zhang Zhong for detailed information, Zhang Zhong did not agree. This was because this information did not belong to Luoyang, but was related to Jiangxi province. Why would a place like Luoyang need information from the entire Jiangxi province? Upon hearing Zhang Zhong's words, the officials could only dismiss the idea of continuing to ask. They were prepared to listen to it a few times and memorize what they knew. They could not care less about the others for the time being. The Four Seas Academy's ship of silver finally arrived. It was unknown where they had hired so many vehicles, but the road was left with one mark after another. However, at this time there was no such thing as a toll fee, so the local citizens could only silently endure. Of course, the citizens did not think much of it. They had never come into contact with other things, so it was a habit for them to have bad roads. With so many ores piled up into a mountain, they were exchanged for the same weight of cement, the kind that came in bulk. The vehicles did not leave, so they were responsible for pulling them back. However, there was an extra cloth on the vehicles to cover the cement, so as to prevent the wind from blowing it everywhere. The people from the Four Seas Academy did not know that cement could not be in contact with the air often. Otherwise, it would absorb the moisture in the air and condense. They were very happy, especially the Japanese. They felt that by transporting the cement back, they could figure out something useful. Xiao Bei also wanted to take a look at the ores. It would be even better if they could climb the ore mountain. However, they were stopped by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were not allowed to approach and immediately sent people to transport the ores away, worried that there would be radiation in the ores that was not good for the human body. Xiao Bei, who could not climb the mountain, did not make a fuss. He began to fold paper planes for his brother and sister. The planes that he folded kept spinning around his body, indicating that the balance was not good. Xiao Bao, what do you think is needed to make a plane? Seeing Xiao Bei's persistence, Wang Wan wanted to make a plane. That depends on what it's used for. If it can really fly very far, carry goods, and carry people, it's probably better to dream together with Xiao Bei. That requires the technological advancement of the entire society at the same time to be completed. If it's like the glider plane that was first made, it can still be realized after a lot of experiments. But if it involves the engine, then it's not easy to do. There's the problem of fuel and sealing. Zhang Xiao Bao did not plan to fly from the ground to the sky at once. A hot air balloon was already a pretty good thing now. If he really wanted to make a plane, it would involve too much knowledge in all aspects. Wang Wan also carefully recalled the knowledge she had learned before and said, "In fact, it is very simple to make a glider specifically for carrying people. It is said that in another 100 years, someone will be able to make it in other places. But to be able to glide like an airplane, you have to work hard in all aspects. The Industrial Revolution is really a great revolution." Yes, after the Industrial Revolution, the development of human civilization accelerated in a short period of time. After thousands of years of development, only after the Industrial Revolution did the development of human civilization reach a flying speed in the first 100 years of the Industrial Revolution. You have learned a lot. Why don't the two of us focus on imitating the Industrial Revolution and avoid detours, develop science and technology, find various good craftsmen, and provide them with the ideas of the Industrial Revolution? I believe that they will definitely be able to develop faster than the original Industrial Revolution. Zhang Xiaobao did not know much himself. He could only hope that Wang Wan could provide more theoretical support. As long as they avoided detours and imitated the things that had appeared in the Industrial Revolution, the speed of development would definitely be much faster than the Industrial Revolution. It was like a quadratic equation. It was not easy to solve, but later on any junior high school student could easily solve it. Even some elementary school students could do it as long as they had some experience with it. This was the greatness of inheritance. Wang Wan had actually thought of this a long time ago, but sometimes the most important thing was not the theory, but the people's attitude towards new things. If their thinking could not change, the craftsmen might not be willing to learn. Right now, all the craftsmen could not be fully immersed in research because they could not realize the greatness of what they could do. Thinking of this, Wang Wan felt very sad. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiao Bei and the others are very happy compared to the children of today, but compared to the children of our time, there is no happiness to speak of at all. This is because they know too little, and we know clearly, but we can't prove it to them. Yes, the earth is round, and there are many planets high in the sky. They don't understand what the universe is. In fact, we don't understand either. Perhaps to the people of the more distant future at that time, we are like the people of today in their eyes, and we are considered to be happy. Then do you think Xiao Bei and the others are the same? In the vast universe, the more we study it, the more we feel insignificant. Whether it is microscopic or macroscopic, let's start with our own home. If others can do the steam engine, we can do it too. It's not something too complicated. At most, the craftsmanship can't keep up with the production at the beginning, so we can't mass produce it. Gather the best craftsmen in the country and let them study it and provide them with ideas. I don't believe that if others have hands and feet, can we be worse than them? Zhang Xiaobao finally made up his mind to make a big change this time. Of course, the premise was that they had to get rubber. This was very important. During the Industrial Revolution, rubber played an unimaginable role, and many things needed it. Wang Wan also gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, you take care of the political matters. I will be in charge of organizing what I have learned in the past, and then teach the craftsmen who are active enough. As for the inactive craftsmen, no matter how good their skills are, they can't be allowed to lead something." They can only be used as support. While the two of them were talking, Xiao Bei was still seriously folding her own plane, fantasizing that one day she would be able to fly freely in the sky like her brother and sister had said. She didn't understand what her brother and sister were saying at all. Similarly, she didn't know that her brother and sister were only using someone else's model because of her persistence. They didn't want her and the other children to continue living like this. They wanted to let them know more and understand more. Even if they were still insignificant after understanding more, they would be much better than the people now. Loneliness always came from the heart. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had the same idea and worked hard for the same goal, Wang Maozhong still thought that he was no worse than the Zhang family and Wang family in terms of horse breeding skills. He also learned from the Zhang family and Wang family and formed a research team. Today he came to take a look. 1,000 horses had been sent away. As Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had guessed, he didn't choose 1,000 good stallions at all. Instead, he sent the worst horses to Fengzhou. You all have to think carefully about how to raise horses better. In this world, except for the birds flying in the sky, only horses are the fastest. They can avoid wild beasts and can also carry people to other places in a very short time. Zhang family and Wang family have good skills in other aspects, but they are definitely not as fast as us. What we need to do is to give the people of Tang faster speed. Thinking about it makes me feel lonely. No one can understand my loneliness. I don't think I can find anyone else who has mastered this aspect of technology. Wang Maozhong suddenly felt like he had never seen anyone before and never seen anyone after. Thinking about the loneliness of the world, he felt lonely and thought that the technology he had mastered was the best. However, he didn't know that the opponent in his heart had never taken him seriously. Now he was ready to carry out a more systematic plan for Xiao Bei and other children. Sir, you are indeed lonely. No one knows what you are thinking. For example, if you want every mare to give birth to 2 cubs at the same time, since other horses have done this before, then it must be possible. No one dares to even think about it. The person beside him immediately followed up with flattery. Because of the relationship between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, many people now tried to add as many words as possible to show that they were not bad and that they could understand everything. Wang Maozhong was indeed happy to hear people talking about him. He said to the people next to him, I am going to write a plan and send it to the palace for His Majesty and the other officials to see. I want everyone to know that I am not bad in terms of technology, especially when the horses can be fitted with light wings. Perhaps when the horses reach a certain speed, they can fly. Sir, you are indeed amazing. I will wait for your plan to succeed and then congratulate you. The people next to him were still flattering him. Wang Maozhong said that he was going to write a plan and really went to work. One day later, the plan was written and sent to the capital by pigeons. Not long after his pigeon flew, 2 pigeons also flew to the sky from Baoxing County. They carried Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's ideals and flew to the capital. Li Longji was in a good mood today. The news reported from all over the country said that the spring plowing was very smooth. He estimated that this year would be another year of harvest. At the same time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Maozhong helped the places that were hit by the snow in the name of the imperial court. They also sent the gratitude of the local people. While he was in a good mood, Wang Maozhong's pigeon arrived first. As usual, Gao Lisher personally went to take it. It was sealed with wax. Gao Lisher did not care so much and directly opened it. He had the authority to see whether the matter was big or small. If it was a small matter, he would take care of it himself. If it was a big matter, he would look for Li Longji. When he saw the contents of Wang Maozhong's letter, Gao Lisher frowned. There were 3 things in the letter. The first was to find a way to let every mare give birth to 2 cubs at a time. The second was to find a way to ask the craftsman to make a pair of wings for the horses. This way, it would be easier for the horses to run. The third thing was to collect the feathers of domestic animals from all over the country and make a pair of wings for the people. When riding on a horse, it might be able to run faster. Gao Lisher frowned not because he knew that this matter could not be done, but because he was worried that if it was done, it would affect Xiao Bao and Wang Wan's status. If Wang Maozhong really succeeded, then Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's technological advantage would be reduced. After hesitating for a while, Gao Lisher still sent the letter to Li Longji. If it was another official, he might have suppressed them and questioned them to see if they were confident that they would succeed. However, this method would not work on Wang Maozhong. They were all close officials, so he could not stop him. At this time, Li Longji was listening to a song. Ever since he built the pear garden, the development of folk art had also sped up. At the same time, because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hard work, folk art had been enriched by a lot. The two of them had taken out songs that would only appear many years later to try. Therefore, the current pear garden was much more impressive than the normal pear garden. The artistic forms in it were also more comprehensive. The song Li Longji was currently listening to was one of them, Huangmei Opera. The most classic pair of immortals was singing along as they listened to the song. The birds on the tree become a pair, green water, green mountain, with smiling faces. You and I are like. Li Longji was humming along with the song. When he saw Gao Lisher coming over, he nodded to Gao Lisher and told him to wait for a while. When Gao Lisher saw the song Li Longji was listening to, he became happy again. This song was from Huaiyuan County. Naturally, it was the place where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in charge. They were always able to come up with new things that made people feel good. After singing along for a while, Li Longji finally calmed down and gestured to Gao Lisher to talk about something. Your Majesty, Wang Maozhong wrote a letter. It was delivered by pigeon. Your subject has checked it and found that no one has touched it. Gao Lisher opened the letter and handed it to Li Longji. What did he say? Li Longji didn't take the letter. Instead, he asked Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher nodded. Your Majesty, he said. He said 3 things. He also made a plan for the last thing. It's called the emergency plan. In other words, Gao Lisher explained the contents of the letter to Li Longji bit by bit. He didn't include any of his own opinions. He just followed how it should be. Li Longji listened patiently. He pondered as he listened. When Gao Lisher finished, he asked, Lisher, do you think it's feasible? If it's feasible, send some good craftsmen to him. Also, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan have a lot of poultry feathers. Just send them directly from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This can save a lot of trouble. I don't know. I think it's better to listen to what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan have to say about this. Gao Lisher wasn't sure if Wang Maozhong's plan would succeed, but he didn't want it to succeed. It would be best if he could stop this plan before it was even tried. Since Wang Maozhong's people went to cause trouble last time, the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan must have a lot of opinions about Wang Maozhong and wouldn't support him. In fact, he didn't know much about the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. To be precise, he didn't know much about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If Wang Maozhong's plan was feasible, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wouldn't stop it. They might even support it. For the two of them, private matters were not worth mentioning. If they wanted to deal with someone, they could do it at any time. When an ant offended a person, it depended on the person's mood. If the person was in a good mood, he would let it go. If the person was in a bad mood, he could kill it with a finger. In Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's hearts, Wang Maozhong was that ant. If the ant suddenly said that he could do something good one day, they would let it go. Li Longji also knew that Gao Lisher didn't like Wang Maozhong. If he really let the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan consider this matter, the result would probably be no. Thinking of this, Li Longji hesitated. Should he let the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan participate? He looked at Gao Lisher and thought for a while. Finally, he nodded and said, Okay, we will do as Lisher said. Tell the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan about the letter. Li Longji already had a plan in mind. It was a good opportunity to test the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Whether they agreed or not, Wang Maozhong's plan had to go ahead. If it didn't succeed and the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan opposed, it would mean that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did the right thing. If it succeeded and the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still opposed, it would be a different matter. Of course, if the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan directly agreed, it would mean that Wang Maozhong's plan was feasible. Also, the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wouldn't bring their own opinions into this matter. Not bad. Go ahead. Just listen to the rapid plan, Li Longji said at last. Gao Lisher didn't want to hear Li Longji praise Wang Maozhong, but he still left and prepared to write a letter. Before he could write, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's pigeons flew over. They also brought a letter. The letter also contained a plan, but it wasn't detailed enough. It only gave a general idea. When Gao Lisher saw the letter, he didn't continue writing. He hurried over to Li Longji with the letter. Li Longji didn't expect Gao Lisher to come back so quickly. He asked, "Is it done?" "Your Majesty, it's not done yet. There's news from Baoxing County. Please take a look," Gao Lisher said as he passed the letter over. Li Longji didn't read it either. "What's it about?" "Your Majesty, Xiaobao and Cuckoo also wrote a plan called Operation Soaring. It's part of the Soaring Plan. They need to recruit the best craftsmen in the country to be selected." Gao Lisher couldn't help but raise his voice when he said this. "Oh, what's soaring? What's soaring?" Li Longji was puzzled. Just a moment ago, Wang Maozhong had sent over a letter describing an urgent plan. Immediately after that, Xiaobao and Cuckoo sent over a plan. It sounded even more impressive than Wang Maozhong's. Replying to Your Majesty, soaring refers to soaring in Great Tang. Soaring is more specific. It's said that it's more powerful than a hot air balloon. It allows people to fly freely in the sky. It's very fast and can even adjust their direction. It's all written in the letter. Gao Lisher wasn't worried that Wang Maozhong's plan could be realized. Even if it was, the best craftsman wouldn't be given to him. After all, he didn't have a successful precedent. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had never done badly. This time, Li Longji opened the letter and began to read it. He started from the beginning, then moved from top to bottom, right to left. When he was halfway through, he stood up from his chair with a look of disbelief on his face. His hands were trembling. Can a person really fly into the sky? That's much better than riding on a horse. Li Longji seemed to be asking Gao Lisher, but also speaking to himself. Your Majesty, it's not that this subject is biased toward Xiaobao and Cuckoo, but that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's projects have all been successful. There's also the hot air balloon that they sent over a while ago. That thing can fly into the sky. Even if it gives a person a pair of wings, it won't be a big deal. Right now, Gao Lisher wanted to fly to Baoxing County and give his son a good kiss. The letter had come at just the right time. Wang Maozhong's plan had come at just the right time. Compared to Wang Maozhong's uncertain plan that could only speed things up a little, Xiaobao and Cuckoo's plan was truly formidable. Li Longji truly didn't care about the flight this time. What he cared about was the soaring plan. The letter said that in 5 years, the Great Tang's national strength would double. This was the truly shocking part. If anyone else had said this, Li Longji would have slapped them across the face. Why didn't they take a look at the current state of the Great Tang? Doubling its national strength in 5 years? Dream on! But this plan was proposed by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, and the first step, the soaring plan, required an order from the imperial court to mobilize the best craftsmen in the country. There was another aspect that required an order from the imperial court, and that was that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were preparing to form a large fleet for a long-distance journey. He hoped that the imperial court could provide official support so that the fleet could represent the entire Great Tang. He hoped that the imperial court could give them more freedom in their actions. He even hoped that the imperial court could pardon some of the officials who might pass by. After all, it was too far away. If he didn't do this, it would be too late to send the letter. Li Longji pondered for a moment and said to Gao Lisher, "It's easy to recruit craftsmen. In a month's time, there will be many outstanding craftsmen competing in the capital. After they are done, they will be sent to Baoxing County for Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo to choose from." "Yes, Your Majesty. If we don't provide the craftsmen that Wang Maozhong needs and fail, will it be because the craftsmen are not good enough? Gao Lisher was very happy, but he still brought up the matter of Wang Maozhong. Transfer the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works to Wang Maozhong. This way he won't say anything. Is the craftsman from the Ministry of Works not good enough? Li Longji had his own plans for this matter. Gao Lisher continued, what if Wang Maozhong insists that the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works are not good enough and wants the craftsmen from the inner court of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family? What else does he want? Does he need me to help him personally? The craftsmen from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family didn't appear out of thin air. Didn't they nurture them bit by bit? Since the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family can nurture them, why can't Wang Maozhong do the same? Does he want to wait for the craftsmen that are already available? Li Longji couldn't possibly care less about this matter. Ever since the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family started nurturing craftsmen, the current trend in Great Tang was to nurture the craftsmen themselves instead of snatching from others. After all, what was given to others was given to others. Chapter 696. Faced with such a question, Gao Lisher didn't know how to answer. If he said that he didn't agree, what should he do? If he said that he agreed, wouldn't that be too much? Seeing that the emperor was waiting for a reply, he could only say, it depends on the matter. If it's a place that has no contact with Great Tang, it's fine to let the Zhang family and Wang family use the name of the imperial court. However, if it's a place that has relations with Great Tang, it's definitely not allowed. And that's right. I've decided to let them use the name of the imperial court to do things outside. I can even give them blank imperial edicts for them to fill in the rewards. After hearing Gao Lisher's words, Li Longji made a decision. Your Majesty, isn't it inappropriate to give empty imperial edicts? If the Zhang family and Wang family use the name of the imperial court to do bad things, or do things that are only beneficial to them, wouldn't that be? Gao Lisher advised. Wouldn't that be what? If it's a place that has no contact with Great Tang, what can it do to Great Tang? The Zhang family and Wang family's intentions were clear. Even if they sent people out, they would be doing things for the imperial court. Otherwise, if they didn't use the imperial court's name, who would know? Who can stop them? Having a name is always better than not having one. This is what it means to be loyal to the emperor and patriotic. Furthermore, the Zhang family and Wang family didn't say that they would go personally. They are still in their respective places. So how can they fake the imperial edicts? Even if what they spread is true, I can't do anything about the rewards and official positions that they give. Those who know Great Tang will naturally obey when they see the fleet that represents the imperial court. What's the use of the name if they don't know Great Tang? Isn't it still the fleet that shows off its prestige? It's better to use the name of Great Tang than to use the names of the Zhang family and Wang family. Li Longji had already thought it through. There were many places outside that didn't know about Great Tang, especially the various islands. They didn't care where Great Tang was. If they went over to trade, they might attack. The Zhang family and Wang family could use their names to defeat the enemy and casually give them an identity. If that was really the case, they might as well use the name of Great Tang. Gao Lisher thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he replied, in that case, how many sealed edicts does your Majesty want to send? That'll depend on their ability. If they really manage to control a place, they'll need at least 20 rewards, as well as the various officials. Send 200 over first, but make it clear that they're not allowed to use them in the Great Tang. If they're discovered, have Xiao Bao and Cuckoo called over and flog them. Li Longji was really considerate of others, and his threat was also very light. He really didn't think that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would use Kong's imperial edict to cause trouble. If they really wanted to cause trouble, they would have done it long ago. I'll arrange it right away. Gao Lisher went to do it happily. On the other hand, Li Longji was no longer in the mood to continue listening to the play. He muttered, take up more space. When the time comes, it will all belong to Great Tang. If there's anything good, bring it back. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang didn't know that Wang Maozhong had been agitated and actually came up with a hasty plan. If they knew, they would definitely curse. With wings, they would provide an upward force. But this was done by relying on resistance. The speed could only be slower, not faster. The two of them were still bringing their younger brother and sister around, looking at the scenery of the fields and introducing them to the construction site. Their days were pretty good. 5 days after Zhang Zhong's arrival, they were almost done with the viewing and were preparing to bring back the officials from Luoyang this time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's families couldn't bear to part with them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's mother had been preparing good food for the two of them for the past few days. Even though they knew that they couldn't continue staying, they still hoped to see their children more. Xiao Bei and the rest didn't follow them back this time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that they had wasted a lot of time educating their children, so they wanted to stay in the county to continue teaching them personally. When the two families and the officials left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent the group out of the county. As they rode on their horses, they watched the group disappear from sight bit by bit. At the same time, they sighed. Wang Wan looked in the direction where the group had left and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "We'll have to part eventually. In life, the time of parting is different, but perhaps the feelings of parting are the same. It's fine once you get used to it. It's not like we'll never meet again. Many times, it's a life and death parting. Even if you're reluctant to part, time will pass. When the construction here is done next year, we can be together again. Besides, it's fine to leave. Many people have jobs, but they might not be able to return home even once a year. Isn't life still the same?" Zhang Xiaobao actually didn't want to leave. He was the one who cherished his family the most. But sometimes he had no choice but to do it. Wang Wan nodded and said, "That's right. It's not a life and death parting. We can see each other whenever we want." Many soldiers who went to war never came back. That kind of pain really tugged at one's heartstrings. Many people who followed me in Tubo also died. It's enough to stay strong and live on. Cherish the time we can be together. This is what a real person is. Let's go back. Xiao Bei and the rest should have fallen behind in their education. We have to catch them. Zhang Xiaobao sighed and didn't want to continue speaking. He called out and left first. Wang Wan followed behind. As they walked, she said, "What do you think we should do with the many orphans? Even now, I can't really understand the thoughts of orphans. I just feel that they are pitiful. They don't need to be pitied, but they know how to be grateful. They will remember the people who helped them, and they will not forget the people who harmed them." Of course, human nature is very complicated. A portion of orphans will forget their past after they grow up and become capable. Or it could be said that they don't want to deliberately think about it and escape. They only have themselves in their hearts and lost their original companions, who asked this world to have no right or wrong, only the strong and the weak. Orphans are actually more willing to become strong. A portion of them want to live a peaceful life, a portion of them succeed, and a portion of them want to take revenge on this society. This is also the reason why humans are strong. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to mention orphans. He had a home now, a warm home. He also had a mentality of escape. Wang Wan rushed to Zhang Xiaobao's side and said, "I don't care about whether human nature is good or bad. I just want to achieve my own goal. I have decided that in the future, a portion of the money earned by the clothing industry will be used to help others. If there is one Zhang Xiaobao among 10,000 orphans, my money will not be wasted. Then the world will be in chaos. Do you know how many orphans there are? With so many of me, I don't think anyone will have it easy." Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan was praising him. He smiled and waved the whip. The horses' speed increased. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned, Xiao Bei and the others had already started to learn. They had their own learning tasks every day. Of course, even if they didn't want to learn, no one forced them. However, when they listened to the stories, they couldn't keep up because the stories told them what they were supposed to learn every day. For example, in the story of Alibaba, the incantation to open the door was not "Open Sesame," but the content of the 1,000-word poem. If you didn't know you could only be anxious, but there was nothing you could do. As long as you didn't say the incantation, the plot of the story wouldn't continue. Luo Xianger didn't go home this time. She stayed in the county and learned with them. She wanted to learn some skills before going back. There were 2 people at home to take care of each other. If anything happened, someone would come to report. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan quietly came to the courtyard where the younger brother and sister were learning. They first listened to what they were reading. Then they could make up a story according to the content. Xiao Yuan's memory is the best. He has almost reached the level of a retentive memory. The previous stories are not suitable for him to tell. We have to design a special one for him. Zhang Xiaobao listened for a while and found that Wang Wan's younger brother, Xiao Yuan, was reciting Area, which was a dictionary. This was what he and Wang Wan had learned in the past. He was much better than the others in this aspect. Then, what story are you going to tell Xiao Yuan? Wang Wan also found that her younger brother was very good. This was a talent that was discovered in advance. It couldn't be wasted. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "Tell him some stories with philosophical ideas or stories with mathematical problems. For example, the tortoise and the hare can be expressed in numerical terms. How fast is the tortoise swimming in the water? How fast is the current? How far is the rabbit on land? What's the frequency of each breath? Look at Xiao Yuan's calculation ability. If he is still so good in this aspect, we can only let him write a thesis. It's probably impossible. His memory method is not suitable for abstract logic. Xiaobao, you're right. We should give them mathematics lessons. How should real mathematics lessons be done? We can't ask what 1 + 1 equals, right?" Wang Wan was also very attentive to the education of her younger siblings. She hoped to teach all her skills to her younger siblings, but she was afraid that they would become another her. That kind of education method is boring. The 2 of us don't have many people to teach. Let's change the method. Give them money and let them buy what they like. We'll do this in the early stages. First, we'll learn addition and subtraction. When the time comes, we'll let them buy things one by one and learn multiplication and division. Zhang Xiaobao decided to use practical actions to let his younger siblings understand calculation. Wang Wan shook her head. Real mathematics is actually addition. All the rules are based on this. But real education is not the education of addition. Life's failure and success are not as simple as adding positive and negative numbers. Teaching them knowledge is also teaching them survival skills. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to nurture younger siblings who were very good at education. Then you'll design the curriculum. Ask me if you don't know. I'll discuss with Pomegranate and the others about their marriage. We'll be doing it together next year. We have to prepare now. Don't let them feel that they're not being valued. Wang Wan handed the matter to Zhang Xiaobao. She believed that Zhang Xiaobao could do it well. Go, I'll make up a story. Let's see which one is better. I'll teach them finance. I'll teach them the orthodox ones first. Then I'll teach them calculation. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to disturb his younger siblings. He turned around and returned to his room to make up a story. 2 days later, the letter from Luzhou to the capital arrived in Bao'exan County. Sure enough, it's the Japanese. They've messed up Luzon Island and want to benefit from it. After reading the letter, Zhang Xiaobao was convinced of his original guess. Only the Japanese had such ideas and abilities. It was not that he looked down on the people of other places. The people of the Great Tang did not dare to do so. The people of other places had ideas but did not know what to do. The Japanese were different. They were not lacking in anything. They were also very smart. They worked hard to learn the good things of others and then turn them into their own. It had always been like this. Yes, it's really the Japanese. We met by chance, but the result was different. I'm not looking down on the Japanese. Compared to Silla, the Japanese are much better. At the very least, the Japanese at that time still admitted that they inherited a lot of Chinese writing and culture. At that time, Silla insisted that they were the ones who created it and that what others had was also theirs. Only by facing yourself can you develop. What are you going to do? Send troops to fight? Now, there's no need to really send troops. Even if you scare them, they will immediately come over and admit their mistakes. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had the same attitude when it came to their evaluation of the surrounding countries. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Economic matters have to be solved through economic means. Unless there's really no other way, then it can be solved through administration and military force. Although this is the most direct method, when there's a day when military force can't be used to solve the problem, won't it be over? This time, the method the Japanese used was not direct military force, nor was it economic. It was deceit, just like how I deceived Yamamoto and the others. It was just a little different, but in the end, it couldn't be separated from the word deceit. Then we'll use the same method to deal with it. Continue to suspend trade and let the merchants in Zhejiang cooperate with us. Go to other places to look for rubber. Build more boats and surround the island more tightly. Yes, you finally used your deceit this time. You tricked people into buying radishes, tricked them into buying a lot of thermometers, and even tricked them in the cement. Do you really think you're the best in the world? Aren't you afraid that they will react? This time, when Zhang Xiaobao used his deceit, Wang Wan did not object because it was not targeted at the people of Tang. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Even if I'm the best in the world, it's too late to react. When that kid attacked the pound sterling, how could the British not know? But there was nothing they could do. When that kid attacked the Thai baht, how could the Thai not know? How did the Star Wars plan come out? How was the former Soviet Union divided? After the deceit was exposed, as long as people are not stupid, they will understand the reason. But in the process of deceit, how many people can understand? How many people who thought they were smart were deceived? How many countries were deceived? As long as it's done well, it's half the battle. I don't believe that there's anyone in Japan who can see through it. Besides, even if there are some people who can see through it, it's useless. No one will listen to them. They can only grieve by themselves. That's right. It's the same on the battlefield. Sometimes other people's opinions may not be accepted. Power, this is the charm of power. You don't listen to me either. How many times have we lost because people were too confident? But how many times have we won because of that? Tell me, what are you going to do next? Wang Wan agreed with Zhang Xiaobao. When a deceit was exposed, people would laugh at the person who was deceived for being stupid. But who knew that the person who laughed at others would also be stupid one day? You really want to hear it? You don't want to guess it yourself? You admit defeat? Zhang Xiaobao did not directly talk about the plan. Instead, he began to talk to Wang Wan about winning and losing. Can't you let me win a little? I already told you the plan when we were fighting. You don't want to tell me now. This is not fair. Wang Wan reached out to pinch Zhang Xiaobao's face. Stop. With this move of yours, I'll give you fairness. There are times when strength truly is useful. Between countries, without strength, there is no fairness. In truth, my method is very simple. I'll go and explain to the people of Luzon how good our great Tang is, but it's useless, because there was a Japanese who had an accident on a boat and drifted to the island. He was rescued by the locals. Later, he contacted the Japanese and was able to carry out the plan. Similarly, people who do favors are more willing to believe the person who is being helped. So, any explanation is useless. Then there is no need to explain. We will smuggle. Every once in a while, we will send people to pretend to be Japanese to smuggle. We will only give this treatment to a small portion of the tribes. We will not care about the rest who are allied with the Japanese. During the smuggling process, we will give more benefits to the other party to make them feel more comfortable. This way, they will not be worried about poverty, but they will be worried about inequality. This will turn their external unity into internal conflicts. When the time comes, we don't need to send troops to fight. They will be in chaos themselves. Anyway, we are very strict now. No one can enter. Without the support of accurate information, what do you think they will do? Zhang Xiaobao explained his plan. You want them to kill each other? Wang Wan finally knew what Zhang Xiaobao was going to do. She continued, "Then are you going to support the local people and form a group of independent people? When the time comes, you will pull people close to you and attack people far away. You will let them sink into endless war. That's right. Isn't it simple? It is practical and convenient. Many countries have used it. We have also used it a lot in ancient times. As long as we don't make any internal mistakes and deal with the ambitious people of the other party as soon as possible, we will be able to maintain it. The longer it lasts, the more benefits it will bring to us." Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to think too much about this method. It was very simple. As long as the military force could be guaranteed, there was no need to directly use military force to solve the problem when it came to real work. Those who should be pulled, those who should be beaten will be beaten. When the time comes, if they want to get any benefits, they will do it under this situation. What about Japan? Should we send a letter to them and ask them not to send people over? Wang Wan meant whether to use military force to threaten Japan or not. They will not admit it. That is a personal action. The people who were caught said it. The Japanese government doesn't know about this. Our Tang Empire can't fight a landing battle. We should leave a gap and let the Japanese on the island feel hopeful. They will continue to ask for domestic support. When the time comes, we will specially attack their ships and let them talk about this matter first. Chapter 697. Green grass covered the houses, the willows swayed, and the breeze blew gently. Soft chirps returned to the swallows, and Bei Xuanwan was anxious. The weather was getting warmer. The swallows returned home, and the streams were soft. Following the heavy rain, the people who were plowing in the spring heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the capital had become more prosperous. Some people who wanted to go out for a walk were choosing the tour groups they wanted to join. Those who wanted to participate in this year's spring examinations were busy sending invitations. Similarly, new songs and poems were sung from time to time in the brothels. Some were flattered by others, while others were secretly criticized. Those at home who wanted to save rations brought their children to pick wild vegetables. After the rain, there were more people picking mushrooms. Storytellers were still looking for suitable subjects. The new animals in the zoo attracted many curious people. Flowers were placed in the east and west markets. Carriages and horses came and went. The fragrance of wine and food wafted through the air. It gave people a feeling of prosperity. But today, these things were not the most important. The most important thing was that the outstanding craftsmen who had come to the capital from all over the country would participate in a month-long competition. The craftsmen, who were usually not valued, had finally ushered in the spring of their own industry. The court had arranged a large enough place for the competition. The Ministry of Between the Clouds and the Water took out 20,000 strings of cash to buy materials and reward the best craftsmen in each industry. The craftsmen had fought their way up from all over the country. They all thought that their skills were good. Every one of them had at least one small invention or improved some kind of utensil. Their travel expenses were the money they earned from the government or local merchants after their inventions and improvements. It wasn't that the government and merchants didn't want to monopolize the money, but this time the matter was too big. If they didn't send good craftsmen to the capital for the competition, they would lose a chance to make a name for themselves. This was especially true for the local officials, who grasped the opportunity the most. They hoped that they would be noticed by the court and be promoted. Some of the craftsmen from all over the country had set off last year. They pondered along the way and should be able to improve or create something new. They arrived at the capital one after another and were placed in the place provided by the Ministry of Between the Clouds and the Water, waiting for the official start of the competition today. Many merchants with discerning eyes had set their sights on the craftsman competition, hoping to find good craftsmen to recruit into their respective businesses. Unfortunately, after they found out that they had to choose between the clouds and the water first, They could only give up on the best craftsmen and turn their attention to those who were a little less skilled. They couldn't compete with between the clouds and the water. Not to mention that the wages given during recruitment couldn't compete with between the clouds and the water. Even if it was the same amount of money, or even a little more, the craftsmen would still choose between the clouds and the water. Everyone knew that between the clouds and the water had plenty of infrastructure and resources for research. In addition, between the clouds and the water was famous enough, so there was no need to worry about being cheated. All the craftsmen who came to the capital, as long as they thought they were skilled enough, would aim to enter between the clouds and the water. The people who saw the craftsmen taking the imperial examination for the first time were curious and also gathered in the east side of the capital. This was the venue for the competition. The imperial court had sent officials to take charge. At this time, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, He Zhizhang, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Wei Shu, and the little eunuch Luo been sent by Gao Lisher all led their subordinates to announce the start of today's competition. Because there were many craftsmen involved in various aspects, it couldn't be done at the same time. In order to attract more people, the first day of the competition was just a warm-up. The content was to make ingenious objects that could make people feel novel and fun. Tool tables were set up one by one, and all kinds of materials were placed in fixed places according to their categories. The craftsmen who participated in this project looked around nervously and confidently, and one after another they ordered their disciples to get all kinds of materials. Some used wood, some used copper and iron, and some even used animal fur and bones. The competition started in the morning and lasted until noon. At that time, everyone would be able to eat. The craftsmen's meals were provided by Savant's restaurant, and the people in and around the capital who didn't live a good life were given a chance to make money. First, the Prosperity House lent them materials to make lunch boxes, buns, and wontons, and allowed them to sell them to the onlookers. After a month, they should be able to make a lot of money. When the time came, they would return the money to the Prosperity House. Of course, it also attracted a lot of complaints from the restaurants that didn't allow them to enter. In the east side of the market, in addition to the place for the people to watch, there were also specially built stands for officials and people from aristocratic families. The privileged always had to be treated differently. Of course, enjoyment was enjoyment, but the money that should be spent was not a copper coin less. The stands were divided into A, B, and C positions. The height was different, and the provided binoculars were also different. There were also differences in the food and drinks. The best seat at the top was empty, reserved for Li Longji. No matter whether he came or not, the seat was indispensable. In case he had a sudden impulse to come to the east side of the market and take a look. The craftsmen were busy, and the little eunuch Luobin was walking back and forth, his eyes darting around, afraid that someone would cheat. He had been repeatedly warned by Gao Lisher not to make any mistakes, because the competition not only made the capital more lively, but more importantly, it was to select talents for the Zhang family and Wang family. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, He Zhizhang, didn't seem to be paying attention to the competition. He sat in a good position in the stands, holding binoculars and looking at the prosperity of the east side of the market. It seemed that he was preparing to write a poem, listening to the screeching of wood and the clanking of iron. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Wei Shu, also yawned in boredom. He really couldn't understand why an assistant minister like him was sent to host a competition for craftsmen. It felt like a waste of talent. Just as he closed his eyes and was about to take a nap, a group of people came to the bottom of the stage. Each of them had a blade in their hand, and in the middle there were two people. They didn't greet others and went in through a specially sealed staircase. Then he heard footsteps going all the way up to the top. Wei Shu quivered and was no longer sleepy. Just now he felt that the people with the blades looked familiar. It was actually the Jinwu guards. The people who followed the two people up were the imperial bodyguards. Mother, the emperor actually came. Needless to say, one of the two people was the emperor, and the other was Gao Lisher. It seems that it wasn't a waste of talent. No, I have to go down and take a look. If I continue to sit on the stage, it will be troublesome if the emperor thinks that I didn't do my best. Before going down, Wei Shu kindly nudged He Zhizhang beside him. Assistant Minister, do you want to go down and take a look? Oh, okay, that's exactly what I was thinking. He Zhizhang replied happily. With such a big movement just now, it was impossible for him not to hear it. The poetic feeling in his heart suddenly sublimated, and he began to do practical things. Just like art, it was higher than life, but it also originated from life. Li Longji sat on the best and highest position and looked down with a telescope. He said to Gao Lishur, "Lishur, the craftsman below will be a big help for Project Soaring. Help us see which one is the best." How could Gao Lishur know who was the best? The competition hadn't been decided yet. Everyone seemed to make different things. He didn't know what kind of rules the judges would use. While he was anxious, he suddenly saw a craftsman below. He seemed to have seen him before. After thinking carefully, he remembered. It was Lu Jiro's distant relative. He heard that he had been with the Zhang family for a long time. He didn't know why he came to participate in the competition this time. Looking at the place written on the competition plate, he actually represented Feng Province. Seeing this person, Gao Lishur had an idea. He said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, this subject thinks that the person sitting over there might be the best in this competition. Your Majesty, please take a look." Li Longji followed Gao Lishur's finger and looked over. He asked puzzledly, "Could it be that Lishur can foresee things?" This subject doesn't have that ability. This subject has seen this person before. He is a distant relative of Lu Jiro, who recently left her position as the Minister of Works. He has always been with the Zhang family. This subject believes that he has learned a lot of skills. "I just don't know why he is representing Feng Province," Gao Lishur explained. "Oh, so he is Lu Qing's relative. He is with the Zhang family. Not bad. How is Lu Qing recently?" Li Longji felt that since this person was from the Zhang family, he must be very powerful. He suddenly thought of Lu Jiro, who was no longer in office, and asked. Hearing Li Longji's question, Gao Lishur laughed before answering. "Haha, Your Majesty, Lu Jiro is busy with moving. She keeps saying that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are ingrates." "Why? Did Xiao Bao and Cuckoo not give her enough gifts? Where does she want to move to?" Li Longji's curiosity was aroused. "She wants to move to Baoxin County first. She wrote a letter to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, but they didn't agree. They said that the weather was warm, so they didn't send a boat to pick her up. In the end, Lu Jiro couldn't help but stroll around the recuperation area behind Dei Hospital. She would mention it to anyone she knew. Many of the officials who went to check on her body avoided her." Gao Lishur laughed after saying this. Li Longji understood and laughed as well. "So there is such a thing. It seems that her body hasn't recovered yet. Fortunately, there is Dei Hospital. Otherwise, when she had a relapse last time, the palace couldn't have taken out good things to save her life. She probably wants to live a few more years, so she insists on going to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo." That's right. Many officials are preparing to leave their posts and live with the Zhang and Wang families. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have already written a letter to this subject. They want to build a large villa area in Sanshui County, and they are preparing to settle in people who want to join in the fun. This subject is also worried. "I can't let all the officials live in Sanshui County in the end." Gao Lishur continued to explain the situation. Li Longji muttered to himself for a moment, then said, "This matter is easy to handle. Everyone thinks that the Zhang family's medical facilities are good and the food is good, so we can't let everyone go. Officials of the 5th rank and above can go after leaving their posts. Those below the 5th rank have to see what they have done. Only those who have made great contributions to the court can go. As for officials of the 5th rank and above, we also have to see how they left their posts. If they did well in their posts, we'll allow them. As for the expenses, when it came to money, Li Longji didn't know who should pay. The entire court would pay, so he was reluctant. If he let the officials pay themselves, they might not be able to afford to live there. Your Majesty, Xiao Bao mentioned this point in his letter. He said that money is a small matter, and he wants to gather all the officials who are leaving their posts together. In their free time, they can discuss the important matters of the country together. They are called a think tank, but they can make contributions to the people. So the Zhang and Wang families' investment will not be in vain. Money is a small matter. Only those two families can say such things. Fine, you can take a look at this matter. When Zhang Zhong returns to the capital, we'll talk about it again. Li Longji was in a good mood. He let Gao Lisher take care of it. When the time came, he would give the Zhang family and Wang family policy compensation. In any case, the money must not be taken out. While the two of them were talking, the craftsmen in the competition also finished their work one by one. The outstanding craftsmen from all over the country were indeed better than the average craftsman. There were craftsmen who specialized in making carriages, and now they had developed a small gadget. It was divided into two parts. The first part was placed under the axle, like a small trough. The other part was placed on top of the carriage like a tank. The tank was filled with oil, and as the wheels turned, a drop of oil would drip from the tank every once in a while. If there was too much oil, the small trough below would catch it, making it much more convenient for the driver. This small gadget was very practical, especially for people who had carriages and horses. If they traveled a little further, the driver couldn't always be busy with oiling the axle while driving the carriage. Even if the quality and speed of the bearings were very poor, this gadget was still very useful. Moreover, not everyone could afford to use bearings. There were also people who made automatic feeding devices for livestock owners. Using the change of buoyancy and gravity, the boxes containing feed and water would be moved. As long as the livestock had almost finished the water and feed, the boxes would be opened and the food inside would be taken out. The invention was good, but the people in the crowd who were feeding the livestock did not appreciate it at all. It was not easy to have livestock at home, and they all treated them like treasures. How could they use such a gadget to feed the animals instead of themselves? While feeding them, they could also talk to the animals and see if they were feeling uncomfortable. Another craftsman developed an anti-theft gadget. Under normal circumstances, thieves would enter a house at night through the window or through the door. However, not all houses had windows, so they could only enter through the door. The door had a latch, so they had to use a thin object to enter through the door and pull it open bit by bit. This anti-theft gadget was designed by connecting a rope to the back of the latch and tying a bell to the other end of the rope. When the latch was pulled open to a certain extent, one reason was that it would be difficult for the thief to pull it open, and the other reason was that the bell would ring. This design had 6 links, and the cost of the gadget was not too high. If it was mass-produced, a set would only cost 40 copper coins, and the bell could be chosen by oneself. However, it was given a 0. The idea was good, but it was not very useful. If they really wanted to lock the door, they could just add a card to the back of the latch, or directly tie the bell to the door. Anyway, there were all kinds of strange things. The judges were sent by the Zhang family and Wang family. They were very humorous, and from time to time the onlookers would laugh out loud. One by one, they came to let the judges evaluate their gadgets. At this time, it was Lu Feidong's turn. This time, he represented Fengzhou, which was his hometown. Because of Lu Jiro, he had not been able to enter the inner court of the Zhang family and Wang family. That was like selling oneself. Moreover, Lu Jiro was the Minister of Works before she left, so it was easy for her to leak secrets. He was not allowed to participate in the real experiment, but a lot of theories were taught to him. He could use the materials to complete his ideas, and if he wanted to ask for help, he could also ask for help. As soon as he came to the front, one of the judges said to him, "Feidong, why did you come here? Wouldn't it be better to stay at home? Young master and young lady have a new plan, and this time they can let you participate. Since you came here to compete, then we will be stricter with you than the others. After all, you have learned so many theories, and you are not at the same level as others. As long as someone has the same score as you, you will lose and your ranking will be delayed. When this person spoke, he did not hide it at all, and his voice was also heard. When the onlookers heard, they felt that it was unfair. How could the craftsmen of the Zhang family and Wang family participate in the competition? If they could perform, then what about others? The craftsmen who participated in the competition were also disappointed. The judges were from the Zhang family and Wang family. Who would believe that they would say that there would definitely be people who cheated? Unexpectedly, the first person to object was Lu Feidong. This is a craftsman competition, not a level competition. Should we deliberately suppress people just because they have learned more? I don't agree. If it is a battle on the battlefield, should we not allow one side to use better weapons just because they're better trained? When the judges heard this, they also felt that this was not right. They should not avoid family members. They nodded and said, "That's fine. Regardless of the level, we will only look at the object." Only then did Lu Feidong take out his item amidst the noisy discussion. It was a small box with 7 rows of numbers that could be moved up and down. He asked someone to find a carriage and connect one end of the box to the wheels of the carriage. As the carriage moved forward, the support of the wheels would constantly hit a small piece of the box. Every time the second piece was hit, the last row of numbers on the box would change. When the last row returned to 0, the second to last number would jump forward and become 1, and so on. It was a very interesting object. The onlookers had never seen it before and did not know what it was used for. The content of the discussion changed from whether it was fair or not to what this object could be used for. Lu Feidong listened to the onlookers' questions and felt very proud. Wei Wei raised his head and puffed out his chest. He did not explain what his object was used for. He did not even tell the judges. This attracted the attention of Li Longji, who was on the viewing platform. He asked Gao Lisher, "Do you know what that object is?" This subject does not know. Why don't we order him to tell us? Gao Lisher was not a deity, so how could he know what this object was used for? However, he did not like Lu Feidong. Just tell us quickly. There was no need to make people guess. There is no need. It seems that he is not convinced by the Zhang family's craftsmen. Li Longji waved his hand to stop him. The judges were still waiting for Lu Feidong to speak so that they could evaluate the object according to the normal procedures. However, when they saw that Lu Feidong did not speak, their expressions turned ugly. They signaled to each other and gave a score of 6. The previous person who made an alarm clock with the weight of the hourglass gave it 8. 5 points. However, this object was actually given a score of 6. When Lu Feidong saw the score, he was stunned. He then said unhappily, "You are deliberately suppressing me. Why is my object given a score of 6? Do you know what it is used for?" When the onlookers saw this, they felt that there was going to be a commotion. The craftsmen of the Zhang family and Wang family actually did not get a high score. Could it be that they were worried about each other? Or was it really because their object was not as good as others? The craftsmen also felt hope. As long as this person did not get 10 points, others would have a chance to get first place. Chapter 698. Lu Feidong was stunned by the question. He replied, "Aren't you the judges? I'm asking you why you gave me such a low score. Do you know what the thing I made is used for?" "Yes, we are the judges, but we also represent the highest level of craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family. Do you think you can get 10 points for making a counting device for a carriage? If you didn't use it directly on the carriage or connect it to other things, we might have given you 9 points, because it can also measure the speed of flowing water and wind, but you only used it on the carriage. Do you want all the carriages in Tang to have the same size of wheels and the same spacing between the supporting ribs? All the people riding the carriage don't directly ask how much it costs to travel from the east to the west. Instead, they look at how many times the wheels turn, and the price is different every time. Do you think that if you don't say it, no one can tell? We gave you 6 points because your theory is not bad and you came up with it yourself. But this thing of yours has been around for a long time. When the young master and young lady tested the speed of the washing machine and the generator, they got someone to make a more precise device than this. It's just that no one has seen it. You're always at home. Didn't you notice that young Lady Xiaobei always carries a box and jumps around? Sometimes she even shakes the box vigorously. That's called a pedometer. You're not one of the craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family. Otherwise, we'll give you 0 points. When did the Zhang family and Wang family become so arrogant in their research? The judge said to Lu Feidong in exasperation. Lu Feidong had just raised his head and puffed out his chest. His words were getting louder and louder. He really didn't expect that the design that he thought would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat was not only seen through by others, but had been around for a long time. He was criticized as worthless. Go down. Remember, you can't be arrogant on the path of scientific research. You have to be cautious, cautious, and cautious. Next, the judge advised Lu Feidong again and looked at another person who was about to come over. Lu Feidong didn't say anything. He lowered his head and stood to the side. The other craftsmen also lowered their heads. They didn't know what it was just now, but the craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family knew more about it. Looking at their temperament, it was indeed different. He Zhizhang also heard it. He sighed and said, "No wonder the Zhang family and the Wang family make the best things. This kind of attitude is not something an ordinary person can have. Just like learning, one has to be cautious and cautious. One can't be arrogant." As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Wei Shu felt the same way. When we go back, we have to have a good talk with the craftsmen. We have to have good ideas, but we can't forget to think about the specific application of the materials. We have to do it step by step to lay down a good foundation. One by one, the craftsmen came forward to be evaluated. When almost all of the craftsmen were done, there was still one craftsman who was still working. Seeing that the time was almost up, he still looked calm and unhurried. The two apprentices beside him also didn't show the slightest bit of anxiety. The 3 craftsmen made wooden birds with wings, one by one. After a while, they threw them out. After throwing them out, if they were not satisfied, they would either fix them or remake them. Just when there was still a few minutes left and everyone was anxious for them, the craftsman finally put down his tools in satisfaction and took out the last bird he made. Although it was a bird, it didn't look like a bird. The 2 wings looked flat at first, but if one looked closely, they would find that there was a slight curve in the shape of a weiwei. The body was straight, and there was no hair on the tail. It was also a small wing, and there was a piece of wood on it. At the very front, there was an object made of 2 pieces of wood connected to the body by a wooden shaft. There were also 2 cow tendons. When the craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family saw this, they immediately stood up from their chairs and looked at each other nervously. Their eyes were full of suspicion, as if they were questioning, "Did you pass on the technology?" This thing had just been made by the young master and young lady, and it had only been flown by Xiaobei and the others in the inner courtyard. How did an outsider learn it? This craftsman didn't know. He thought that the judges were waiting anxiously and wanted to quickly look at the thing he made before going to eat. He straightened his clothes and walked while spinning the thing in his hand and winding it. When he got close to the judging table, he held the thing in his hand and closed the buckle. He said to the judging craftsmen from the Zhang family and Wang family, "This thing I made is called the burning firebird. As long as the tendons are twisted, when the buckle is loosened, it will fly out. The thing in front will rotate, and it will fly further and faster with the burning firebird. Even if there is wind, as long as the wind is not too strong, the deviation will be small. Moreover, if the wind comes from the front, it can make the burning firebird fly a little higher. When the thing in front rotates for a long time, or when the small thing in the back rotates for a long time, the phosphorus placed inside will burn. The burning firebird can carry fireworks. As long as you make thousands of burning firebirds and find a good wind direction, you can send the burning firebird to the enemy camp, either burning the tents or the provisions. "What's your name?" The judge who spoke to Lu Feidong just now asked. "Zhang Tianyu. I represent Su Province in the competition." The craftsman holding the work in his hand respectfully answered. "How did you think of the thing in front that can rotate?" The judge asked again. "Bamboo dragonfly. I found that the bamboo dragonfly can fly because it rotates upwards. I first wanted to make a burning firebird that could fly upwards, but after making a few, I found that the strength of the ox tendon couldn't lift the burning firebird at all. Even if it was lighter, it would fall down immediately. Then I thought of the paper duck. When the wind blows, as long as there is a connecting line, the paper duck can fly continuously in the sky. I thought of a way to make the burning firebird like the paper duck when the wind blows, flying higher and higher. In the end, the burning firebird was too heavy, so I could only add something like a bamboo dragonfly in front. Although it can't fly continuously in the sky, it can fly very far. It's a very good thing to use in battle. It's also not troublesome to make. Any carpenter can learn after looking at it a few times. After making a lot of them, even if a few fly off the mark, there's no need to be afraid." Zhang Tianyu explained his thoughts when making the burning firebird. He looked at the judges, hoping to give a high score. At this time, the judges didn't say anything. They looked at each other, and one of them left. After a while, he came back with a big box in his hand. Under everyone's gaze, he opened the box and took out the items one by one. The other judge helped to assemble the burning firebird. There were also 2 pieces in front that were connected to a shaft. They were made of ox tendon of better quality. The most important thing was that this thing was bigger. It was 4 feet long, and its wings were 6 feet wide. After assembling the burning firebird and placing it on the ground, the judges looked at Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu was dumbfounded. He had worked so hard to figure out this thing, but he didn't expect that other people already had it. He still had to give a 0. The surrounding people also felt sorry for Zhang Tianyu. At the same time, they were also a little dissatisfied with the Zhang family and Wang family. Since they were so powerful and could do anything, why did they still need to find craftsmen? Zhang Tianyu, right? Full marks. If there's nothing else, you can take the ship from Beijing to Luoyang tomorrow. After that, you can transfer to Buxin County. Little Master and Little Miss will happily wait for your arrival. The leading judge nodded at Zhang Tianyu and said, "What, full marks? But didn't you guys already make it?" Zhang Tianyu asked in disbelief. His 2 disciples also didn't have the calm expression from before. "What we made is what we made, and what you made is yours. What we care about is not the quality of the thing you made, but the thought process when making this thing. Craftsmanship can be practiced, but not everyone has the thought process when making this thing. I hope that in the future we can jointly make better things. Go, find Little Master and Little Miss, and you will see even more good things." The judge sincerely congratulated Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu suspected that he was dreaming. He looked at the judge, then looked at his 2 disciples, and then looked at the people around him who were also happy for him. He was so excited that he couldn't say a word. His hands were tightly clenched into fists. The emperor has decreed that Zhang Tianyu will be registered in the Ministry of Works as a supervisor of military equipment. He will be rewarded 100,000 yuan and 50 bolts of silk. Go to Buxin County's deputy county magistrate and the registrar to receive it. At this time, Gao Lisher loudly shouted to the people below the stage. He shouted 3 times in a row. When he was sure that the people below heard it, he stopped and turned his head away in embarrassment. The emperor was really too AI. He even wanted Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to pay for the rewards. He was working for the 2 of them, but he couldn't do this. The judges all curled their lips at the same time. 100 strings of silk and 50 bolts of silk were not a lot. How could the emperor be stingy to this extent? When Little Master and Little Miss found out, they would scold him again. Zhang Tianyu didn't know who paid for the money in the end. When he heard that he was an official and was rewarded by the emperor, he forcefully pinched his thigh. He suddenly knelt on the ground and cried loudly. He cried as if he had been wronged. As he cried, he said, "Who said that I can't be an official? Who said that the things I studied were useless? I want to go back. I want to go back to Shuzhou and see if they will let me return to the sect." After muttering for a long time, he finally remembered to thank the emperor. After thanking him, he worriedly asked the judge, "Will there be a ship to Luoyang tomorrow?" "Yes, there will be one when you get there. The ship association will give you one. When you arrive at Bushin County, you have to clearly report your place of origin. Naturally, someone will go and check. As for the specifics, you will know when you get there." The judge put away Zhang Tianyou's small plane and had someone take the big plane to see Gao Lisher. This was specially sent for Gao Lisher to play with. He wanted to let him see how to fly and keep it as a souvenir. The surrounding commoners cheered for Zhang Tianyou. At the same time, they didn't forget to praise the Zhang family and Wang family. As expected, they weren't biased and acted fairly. The craftsmen also heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't have to worry about cheating in other competitions. After everyone was happy for a while, it was time to eat. Li Longji also walked down the stairs. As he walked, he said to Gao Lisher, "When we go back, take a look at this plane and make it bigger. I reckon that it won't be a problem for people to fly on it. I also sent a talent to Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Don't you think that they should accept this kindness?" "Yes, they should." Gao Lisher naturally followed along. As for what he was thinking in his heart, no one knew. He looked at the big plane again. "Your Majesty, this subject guesses that even if this plane is made bigger, it won't be able to fly. How many ox tendons would it take? How long would it be able to fly for? Perhaps there is another way." "Oh, there is always a way. Let's go to Savant's restaurant to eat." Li Longji came out once and didn't want to go back immediately. Thus, he went to Savant's restaurant to eat. The food there was no worse than the food in the palace. Perhaps there would be new dishes. Those who were looking for a place to eat did so. Those who were willing to sell snacks waited for the competition in the afternoon. When most of the people had left, Lu Feidong lowered his head and walked towards Savant's restaurant alone. He didn't want to go to Savant's restaurant in a fit of pique, but he didn't have any money on him. Since his uncle wasn't in the capital, he could only go to his own restaurant to fill his stomach. As he walked, he muttered, 6 points, just give me 6 points. If they have good skills, they won't teach me. They even said that I'm part of the Zhang family and Wang family. They must be doing this on purpose. Sigh. I didn't expect that the Zhang family and Wang family would actually oppress their own people. What a pity, what a pity. Just as Lu Feidong was muttering to himself, a person beside him, who seemed to be going the same way as him, also sighed and spoke up for him. Lu Feidong heard the voice and turned his head. He didn't know who it was. That person didn't look at him and continued walking with his head down. Seeing that he didn't know who it was, Lu Feidong continued walking. That person started talking again. If it were my family, I wouldn't deliberately oppress my own people. I would teach him the best skills and let him show off in front of everyone. What a pity, what a pity. Many people are deceived by the name of the Zhang family and Wang family. Lu Feidong still didn't reply and walked faster. That person finally raised his head and said, as if he had just seen Lu Feidong, "Isn't this Brother Lu? I didn't expect to meet you while walking." "You are?" Lu Feidong was puzzled and asked curiously, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that I feel wronged for Brother Lu. You are part of their family. Why would they deliberately give you 6 points just to put on a show for others? That's too much of a bully, too much of a bully. Brother Lu, don't take it to heart. Today it's my treat. There's a shop nearby. The duck there is not bad. It's roasted and cut into pieces. There's some skin, some fat, and some lean. Put some sauce on it and eat it. That tastes TSK, TSK. Let's go and eat it. It's my treat." As the person spoke, he pulled Lu Feidong. "Isn't it just roast duck? I'm not going. I'm going back to Savant's restaurant. There's also wine and food there. Why don't I treat you?" Lu Feidong didn't plan to go with others. This person had a helpless expression and said, "You still want to go back to Savant's restaurant? Do you want everyone to laugh at you? The waiters there must know about what happened today. Tell me, what will they think of you? Then I have to eat roast duck? Fine. I'm not going back to Savant's restaurant. I'm going to eat roast duck." Lu Feidong suddenly changed his mind and followed this person to the nearby roast duck shop. When the two of them arrived outside the shop, there were already many people waiting in line. "Brother Lu, I'm a student of the Four Seas Academy. My surname is Jiang. My name is Jiang Yang. I just arrived yesterday and ate at this Big Mountain roast duck shop once. The taste was extraordinary. Brother, Lu hasn't eaten here before, right?" The person who pulled Lu Feidong over also lined up and talked to Lu Feidong with nothing to do. Shaking his head, Lu Feidong replied, "I haven't eaten here before. How can it be better than Savant's restaurant?" "It's not the same. Savant's restaurant doesn't sell roast ducks. Each has its own strengths," the person who called himself Jiang Yang commented. Lu Feidong didn't say anything this time. He followed behind the line and moved forward bit by bit. The ducks in the shop were served very quickly. Some people wrapped the ducks in oil paper and walked back to eat, while others waited for others to finish eating before sitting in the shop to eat. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jiang Yang said to him, "Brother Lu, are you afraid that I will harm others?" Lu Feidong's eyes looked at the waiters who were wrapping ducks for others. He suddenly shook his head and felt that something was wrong. He nodded at Jiang Yang and said very honestly, "I don't know you. I only drank a little wine." Since Brother Lu shook his head first, it means that you aren't afraid. Are you worried that the Zhang family and Wang family will find you and think that you are casually interacting with outsiders and leaking secrets? To be honest, I don't think that Brother Lu can learn real skills. Even if they are leaked, it won't be a big deal. Jiang Yang observed very carefully. When he saw Lu Feidong shake his head first, he thought that he was not worried about interacting with strangers. As he spoke, he stared into Lu Feidong's eyes and revealed an expression that said that he didn't believe that Lu Feidong could learn real skills. "Who said that?" "I learned." "Yes, I didn't learn real skills." Lu Feidong was about to refute angrily when he suddenly lowered his head and admitted it. Jiang Yang rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "As expected, I was right. Actually, with Brother Lu's ability, even if you are not in the Zhang family and Wang family, it won't be a big deal. Maybe you will become even more powerful in the future. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's eat. There are more than 10 people in front of us." When he said that he wouldn't talk about it, Lu Feidong really stopped talking. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally their turn. After asking around, they found that there were no seats on the first floor, but there were seats on the second floor, but the price was expensive. Jiang Yang didn't seem to care about money. He pulled Lu Feidong upstairs. As they walked, the rooms on the side were all taken. Finally, they came to a room with the best location. The waiter flipped the sign that said occupied and changed it to empty. He then brought the two of them in and flipped the sign back to occupied. Jiang Yang looked at the waiter in puzzlement. In the end, he smiled and asked, "How much do you want?" "Sir, you can decide." The waiter seemed to have been seen through. He blinked his eyes like a mouse. He took out a small string of coins, which should be 100 copper coins, and threw it to the waiter. Then Jiang Yang said to the waiter, "Bring up the best wine and duck's signature dish." The waiter left happily. Jiang Yang invited Lu Feidong to sit in front of him and opened the window to look downstairs. He said, "It's better to be high up. It's bright and spacious. What do you think, Brother Lu?" Ran, I said that you'd treat me. I didn't bring any money. If you don't have money, why don't we go to Savant's restaurant? I don't need to spend money there." Lu Feidong seemed to be a little nervous. He first told Jiang Yang that he didn't have money. "Brother Lu, with your skills, do you really lack money? They don't have a single copper coin on them. They shouldn't do this. I'm not lying to Brother Lu. If Brother Lu wanted to go to another place, there would be many people waiting on you. How could you be like this? What a pity, what a pity. If you just leave it here. You don't have to come back if you don't tell me. As they were talking, the waiter came in with food. A few cold dishes, made with duck and warm wine, were placed on the table. The waiter turned around and left. "Brother Lu, try the wine here. It's different from the wine between the clouds and the water. It has a different taste. Try the duck head." Jiang Yang began to pour wine and pick up food for him. Lu Feidong couldn't do it either. He ate and nodded. When the waiter served him wine, he drank it. When the waiter served him food, he ate it. Jiang Yang looked down from time to time and kept toasting him. However, he was a little absent-minded when he ate. As he ate, Lu Feidong's eyes started to blur. He looked at the people coming and going below in a daze. He also started to talk to Jiang Yang. "It's all my uncle's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to enter the Zhang family. He said that he wanted me to learn some useful skills, so I went. In the end, they didn't teach me any skills. They just made me memorize the books they wrote. I memorized them, but I didn't know what they meant. When my uncle asked me, I memorized a part of the book for him. He was very happy. In fact, he didn't know that the Zhang family never really taught me anything. Let me count. How many books did I learn? 5. No, it should be 6 books. If not, it should be 7 books. I can only know how many books I memorized from the beginning. Tell me, with someone like me, how could they possibly teach me their true skills? I heard that they had 10 books, but they wouldn't tell me the other 3 books no matter what, insisting that I learn the first 7 books. I don't believe their lies. What do you mean by learning the first 5 books the other craftsmen of the great Tang can't compare to you? Look at me, I've already learned the first 7 books, but didn't I get 6 points? This time Lu Feidong started to take the initiative to pour wine for Jiang Yang. As long as Jiang Yang's cup was empty, he would pour it. When it was his turn, he would drink 1 cup after another. When he finished, he would pour the wine again. When Jiang Yang heard Lu Feidong's words, he swallowed his saliva and whispered, "Brother Lu, I think you don't need to continue learning from the Zhang family and Wang family. You can go elsewhere to teach people. As long as you say that you learned from the Zhang family and Wang family, people will be willing to believe you even if it's a lie. Brother Lu, I also want to know what they teach. If Brother Lu can still remember it, why don't you recite it for me?" "Recite it? No, I can't recite it." What's that horse down there? Why does it have 2 heads? I'll go take a look. You sit here." Lu Feidong looked down and suddenly pointed at a horse that was pulling a carriage. "Brother Lu, you drank too much. Don't drink any more. Why can't you recite it? Did you not memorize it?" Jiang Yang poured more wine for Lu Feidong. "I didn't drink too much. It's just that my eyes are playing tricks on me. Who said that we memorized it? It's just that there are too many books. I can't recite them all. I studied for many years and only learned 7 books. Those books are so thick. I'm so tired. One of my heads is missing. Come, drink." Lu Feidong shook his head vigorously. He raised his cup and downed the wine. He took off his shirt and was shirtless. He was sweating all over. He put down the empty cup and hummed a tune. Jiang Yang continued to pour wine. "Brother Lu, why don't you let me listen to it when you have time? Since there isn't enough time, why don't you recite the 7th book first, so that I can broaden my horizons?" "The 7th book? What's the 7th book again? I've been memorizing it since the 1st book. Let me tell you, the 1st book, the 1st volume, the 1st chapter, the way of smelting. Every smelter should know how to control the heat and understand how to be flexible. First of all, turning iron into steel. Aya, whose family is that little girl? Why is she so fat? She even swayed when she walked." Lu Feidong started to recite from the 1st book. After reciting a few sentences, he pointed at a woman who just got out of the carriage and said, "Brother Lu, don't worry about her. We'll carry our own things." Jiang Yang couldn't tell that the woman was fat, let alone swaying. He closed the window beside Lu Feidong and let him continue to carry her. When he sat down, he saw someone downstairs making a gesture to him. He could only sigh regretfully and say, "Brother Lu, I'm so happy today that I forgot to do something important. Why don't we drink another day?" I'll leave first. Here's the money for the wine and dishes. Jiangyang took out 2 pieces of silver worth about 3 coins and stood up to leave. Lu Feidong was still behind him. Take care. Look at how swaying you are. You must have drunk too much. Jiangyang quickly agreed and left in a hurry. As soon as he left, the waiter came in and said to Lu Feidong, "Do you want some hangover soup?" "No, I used to be a blacksmith. This little bit of wine is nothing. Did you send someone to follow him? This is the money he left." Lu Feidong opened the window again, picked up the wine, and took a sip. The waiter looked at the money and said, "It's not even enough. The wine is expensive. Do you want to pay for it or the other one?" "Of course, I want to pay for the other one. I don't have money. Is Dashin in the shop? What is he busy with? If not, I'll go find him to drink. This time, I'll let him have it." Lu Feidong put away the 2 pieces of silver on the table and asked the waiter. The waiter was going to get the money, but seeing that Lu Feidong had taken it, he gave up and replied, "He's right next door. He's afraid that you won't be able to handle him if he suddenly does something bad. So he brought 2 people with him. If something really happens, he'll come over. Go find him yourself. You know it's from your shop, but you still eat it. Look at the duck head. You dare to sell it without biting it? I'll go find Dashin. You take your time to clean it up. I'm drunk, I won't help you." Lu Feidong picked up the remaining half of the wine jar and went to the room next door, leaving the waiter to work alone. He muttered, "You're bullying me. I'm just a little short of stars." When Lu Feidong came over, Zhang Dashin and the other 2 people had already sat down at the table and started eating. Just now they had been very worried. It was supposed to be lunchtime, but the waiter outside saw Lu Feidong and another person coming to line up. The waiter asked with his eyes if he wanted to come up directly. At that time, Lu Feidong shook his head. The waiter immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly came to report. Under surveillance, he led them all the way to the reserved room on the 2nd floor. Otherwise, Jiangyang would be dreaming if he wanted to get a seat. When Zhang Dashin saw Lu Feidong come in, he congratulated him. "Congratulations, today's meal is on you. Didn't you bring 2 pieces of silver with you? It's just enough." "No, I'll keep it. I have to bring some money with me. This time he happened to choose your shop. If he changes places, what should I do? I think this person has big plans. Don't lose him." Lu Feidong touched the place where he kept the silver. "How can that be? We've infiltrated most of the people in the capital. Even if we don't own the shop, we should have our people in the shop. It's just a spy battle. The young master and the young lady have already arranged it. In the capital, except for the palace, who else can escape?" Zhang Dashin took half a jar of wine and put it on the table. He usually couldn't bear to drink this wine. Of course, it was different from the wine sold at Savant's restaurant. The craftsmanship was also different. Savant's restaurant and Between the Clouds and the Water sold sauce-flavored and distilled spirits and fruit wines. This was the full-flavored type. He came to sell roast duck to avoid suspicion. The young master had specially prepared a recipe for him. Half a jar was not a small amount, and he could drink as much as he could. He poured a bowl for himself and took 2 big gulps. Zhang Dashin said to Lu Feidong, "When you go back, you can participate in other design and production projects. Congratulations on passing the organization's test. Drink your wine. Even if this didn't happen, I would still participate when I go back. My uncle is no longer an official in the Ministry of Works, so naturally there is one less layer of concern. Do you still need me to continue to interact with the other party and teach them the contents of the 7 books?" Lu Feidong laughed. There were no 7 books. There were only 2. One was called Physics, and the other was called Chemistry. As for the other derived books, he had to do his own research. He could only ask others when he didn't understand them. After drinking the rest of the wine in the bowl, Zhang Dashin exhaled comfortably and said, "There is no need. Someone will take over the rest. We don't need to use too many tricks to deal with them. It's just the 4 Seas Academy. When we first established this academy, We thought that this day would come. Give me a bowl of noodle soup. I still have to continue participating in the competition in the afternoon. I can't go hungry. The chef can't handle it. So he ordered a bowl from our other shop. Oh, I'm hungry. Lu Feidong suddenly felt sorry for Jiang Yang. He wanted to drive a wedge between the Zhang family and the Wang family. Only he could think of such a thing. The unity between the Zhang family and the Wang family was not guaranteed by money or skills. There was a faint but strong connection between them, just like the canned food that was specially made for the inner courtyard. They didn't expect to achieve much outside, just take care of themselves. Jiang Yang, who felt that he had tricked someone, looked around vigilantly as soon as he left the Dashan roast duck restaurant. He stopped an empty carriage that happened to be coming, entered the carriage and said to the coachman, "Let's go out of the city." The coachman didn't ask for the specific location and drove the carriage in the direction of the Chung Gate. But before they could walk out of the gate, Jiang Yang said to the coachman, "Stop the carriage. Get off here." After getting out of the carriage, Jiang Yang threw 3 copper coins to the coachman and slipped into an alley. He went straight through it to another road, stopped another carriage, and ordered, "Go to the west gate." After more than 2 hours, Jiang Yang finally arrived at a field outside the south gate. He had changed his clothes. He didn't look like a scholar, a farmer, or a businessman. In any case, he just gave people the feeling that he was a little awkward. There were few pedestrians on the road. Occasionally, a few would pass by, but they just glanced at him casually and didn't pay attention to him anymore. If it weren't for the peddler behind him, who was carrying a pole and hawking all the way, it would be even quieter. Finally, the peddler was stopped by others. Jiang Yang seemed to have no purpose. He walked alone to a small river beside the field. There was a man wearing a bamboo hat fishing by the river. Jiang Yang came to the side and looked at the fish in the basket. He said casually, "It's not easy to catch." "How long have you been fishing?" "You've only caught 3 fish, and they're so small." "That depends on what kind of fish they are. Ordinary fish are worthless even if they're big. Although the fish in the basket are small, they're very good. You should be satisfied with 3. Didn't you bring a fishing rod? Why don't I lend you one?" The fisherman said to Jiang Yang without turning his head. Jiang Yang took out a ball of string and a few hooks from his bosom. He broke off a branch from a nearby tree and casually tied it to a float before throwing it into the water. After a while, he saw the float move. He lifted the branch and caught a small fish. Only then did he say, "Brotherly, you've been waiting for a long time." He said, "I was about to catch a big fish, but someone asked me because he didn't know how to fish. So I can only keep the big fish for now. I wonder where the fish are not easy to catch. Where else? Of course, it's the fish in the Sanongsi temple. There are only farms and the fish are abandoned. The people below don't know why the radishes by the pond are planted there. They're obviously not good, but they don't sell them." The fisherman pulled back the hook and put the bait again. He then said to Jiang Yang, "Not selling? Is the price too low? Those radishes are not good radishes. Is 1 kilogram of radish seeds cheap for 10 coins? 1 small radish is worth 3 coins, isn't it?" Jiang Yang didn't believe that someone wouldn't be tempted by such a price. He stopped and asked. The fisherman put the hook in again. "It's not about the money. It's that no one is selling them. The people in the Sanongsi temple don't know anything. They only said that all the radish seeds and radishes are under the charge of the Shaoqing. They haven't contacted the Shaoqing Jiangxin yet. Why is that? If it doesn't work, I'll go and take a look. I don't believe that I can't catch any fish." Jiang Yang couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, the people in the capital should have done this long ago. A radish was not worth much. Why did it take so much effort? That's not necessary. Before you came, a person who also liked to fish just left. He said that he would think of a way. The fisherman replied, "Then why did you call me here? I'm about to get some useful technology." Sigh. Why is it so awkward to do things the moment you enter the capital? Jiang Yang complained. He didn't have the mood to fish anymore. He threw away the branch in his hand and sat there sulking. After all, the capital is different from other places. If everything is done according to us, would it still be the capital? Not to mention the capital, even in Bushing County, would it be comfortable to do things? The fisherman caught another fish and put it in the basket. After saying this, he put away the tools, picked up the basket, and left without looking back. Jianyang picked up a stone and threw it into the water angrily. He scolded, "A bunch of incompetent people. They even delayed my business." The sky was so blue, the clouds were so white, and the wind was so gentle. Walking on the road, it felt like the whole world was alive. Johnson had a good time recently. After coming back that day, he asked people to collect all the failed radish seeds and didn't allow anyone to take away any radish that was still planted in the field. The people in the Sanongsi temple didn't know the reason, but they all knew that the Sanongsi temple was no longer the Sanongsi temple of the past. The person who could really make decisions was not the Shaoqing, nor was it the people of the various departments. Even the people of the Ministry of Revenue couldn't do anything. If they wanted to do something, they had to get the consent of others first. This others was Zhang Zhong. After all the things were sent by him. The Shaoqing was called by the emperor once, and when he came back he issued an order. It seemed that it had something to do with the people on the other side. If they didn't want to touch the radish, they wouldn't touch it. Anyway, the radish was not a good thing. The people in the Sanongsi temple thought so, but who knew that in the past few days some people came to them one after another and offered them a very high price. If Jiang Tsen hadn't issued an order, they could have sold the radish to themselves or to the Sanongsi temple to make more money and reduce the loss. But now that there was an order, they couldn't touch the radish. Even if the price had been raised to 10 copper coins per caddy, they couldn't touch the radish for 3 copper coins. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would be caught for secretly selling something. When that time came, it would be difficult to deal with the emperor. It was precisely because he saw that his subordinates were so obedient that Jiang Tsen's mood was very good. He had already heard of the price that others offered, but it was still too little compared to the price that he wanted to sell the radish for, and the price that the Zhang family and Wang family wanted to sell it for. How could the seeds be sold by caddy? It had to be sold by the grain. As for the radish, the price that was offered was really too low. Others didn't know, but he knew very well that this was a good thing to use as ginseng. Ginseng, not to mention 100-year-old ginseng. How much would an ordinary 6 or 7-year-old ginseng cost? Pharmacies sold it in slices, and one slice cost several copper coins. Although it was impossible for this radish to become ginseng, it was Xiao Bao's great ability that made people believe him. He reckoned that the people who came to buy radishes and seeds from his subordinates this time were people from the Four Seas Academy. To be precise, they were Japanese. He definitely couldn't sell them. He would only sell them when the price was set by Xiao Bao or when it was higher. Thinking like this, Jiang Tsen prepared to go to the East Market to watch the craftsman competition in the afternoon. It was very interesting. He had watched it in the morning and saw that the people from the Zhang family and Wang family did things fairly. He also saw a lucky person being recruited by the Zhang family and Wang family before all the competitions were completed. There were also all kinds of strange things. He didn't know what kind of situation would appear in the competition in the afternoon. "Master, don't you have to work in the afternoon?" Jiang Tsen was followed by a servant sent by his family. Normally speaking, the servant had to wait patiently outside the Sinong temple and wait until everyone else had returned home before the master could appear. He didn't expect that he didn't have to stay so long starting from this morning. The master insisted on coming out for a stroll. Could it be that there was no work in the Sinong temple now? Did the master just become idle? With such doubts, and also afraid that the master wouldn't work, Jiang Tsen's servant asked Jiang Xian, "What do you know?" "I am working right now. If I do well, the Sinong temple won't lack money for the next 10 years, and at least 5 years. The main thing is to see what kind of new experiments there are." Jiang Tsen really wasn't in a hurry now. For the sake of the big money in the future, he would first stop working. Chapter 699. The two of them talked as they walked. However, before they reached the competition venue in Dong City, the two of them were stopped by someone. "Are you Minister Jiang of the Sea Agriculture Temple?" The person asked respectfully. Jiang Xin didn't care if other people were respectful or not. He was the Shaoqing, so he couldn't just talk to anyone who blocked his way. He didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. The servant beside him looked at the person blocking his way with dissatisfaction and asked, "What's the matter?" "What are you doing? This is an important place in the capital. You have to think carefully about what you want to do. My master doesn't have time to talk to you. I know this is the capital. I don't want to do anything. I just came to give you money." Seeing Jiang Xin go around, the person in front of him didn't dare to stop him again. He just followed him and said with a smile. Jiang Xin's servant didn't know the situation and thought that someone wanted to bribe his master in public. He quickly pushed the person aside and said, "My master doesn't accept any bribes and has nothing to give you. Hurry up and leave, or I'll call someone." Unexpectedly, Jiang Xin stopped and turned around to ask, "How do you want to give me money? How much? What do you want?" Seeing that Jiang Xin didn't continue to walk, the person finally let out a sigh of relief and said, 5,000 strings of coins. As long as Minister Jiang can give me the recently planted radishes and the seeds used to plant them, 5,000 strings of coins will be yours." 5,000 strings of coins? That's a lot. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't have the life to spend it. The seeds and radishes belong to the Sea Agriculture Temple, not me. How can I give them to you? Hearing the price, Jiang Xin was very dissatisfied. It was too little. There were so many seeds and so many radishes. The loss this time was more than 5,000 strings of coins. Others didn't know who came to buy radishes and seeds, but he didn't know. It was a country behind it. It was impossible to give such a small amount of money. Hearing Jiang Xin's refusal, the person didn't seem to give up. He said, "Can't the Sea Agriculture Temple make the decision? You're the minister of the Sea Agriculture Temple. You have the final say in the Sea Agriculture Temple. Is there anyone who is not better than you?" If Jiang Xin hadn't received specific information and orders, she might have sold the worthless items on impulse. However, it was impossible for her to do so now. After staring at the man for a while, Jiang Xin smiled and said, "The Sinongxi Temple doesn't belong to me alone. I can't make the decision. Why don't you go and talk to His Majesty? As long as His Majesty gives the order, even if you don't take out a single copper coin, I'll give you everything." "That's right. Don't even think about getting any benefits from my master. My master is not the kind of corrupt official you think he is. If you want something, go find someone else." Jiang Xin's servant didn't know why someone would take the initiative to look for his master, but he had to speak up for him. As for whether or not he was a corrupt official, he knew clearly in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud right now. When the person heard the other party's refusal, he had no choice but to continue increasing the price. "Lord Jiang, let's talk things over. 7,000 strings of cash. I can't go any higher. After all, that radish is bitter and small. It's really not worth this price. I'm buying it to use elsewhere. It's already not bad if I can earn 1,000 strings of cash." "Oh, you're going to lose? Then I advise you not to buy it. I just don't want to see others lose because of me. I won't sell it. For you, I won't sell it." Jiang Xin didn't buy it at all. "I was joking just now. In fact, it's not that I can only earn 1,000 strings of cash. If you sell it to me, I can actually earn 4,000 strings of cash. How about this? I'll give you 8 strings of cash first. If I earn more than 3,000 strings of cash, the rest of the money will be yours. What do you think?" The person immediately came up with an idea. He didn't feel that he gave people the impression that he was changing back and forth. He should have practiced it. Jiang Xin's servant looked at the person in disbelief, then looked at his master. seeing that his master still had that calm expression. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Jiang Tsin naturally couldn't agree to such a price. If he really sold it, he would easily die without a burial place. Not to mention the Zhang family and Wang family, the emperor wouldn't spare him. After hearing what the person said, he didn't even want to talk and directly walked to the destination. The person followed closely behind. Master, if there's anything we can discuss, why don't you say a price? As long as I can take it out, I'm willing. Really? Jiang Tsin stopped again and asked. Really? The person nodded. Okay, the radish seeds are worth 100 strings of cash. The radishes that haven't been dug out are worth 400 strings of cash. Are you willing? If you are willing, give me the money. I'll have someone send the seeds and radishes to you. If you aren't willing, then forget it. Jiang Tsin doubled the price set by Zhang Xiaobao. Asking for a sky-high price, he was waiting for the other party to sit on the ground and pay back the money. This time, not only was the person surprised, even Jiang Tsin's servant showed an expression of disbelief. He really wanted to use his hand to touch his master's forehead to see if he was sick. If he was hot, he should quickly go to the palace to find a doctor. If the palace couldn't treat him, he could rush to Dei Hospital. It seemed that it was a slow illness. If it was a fast illness, the palace could control it. Master, you must be joking, right? The person asked Jiang Tsin with an ugly expression. Then why are you still talking to me? With this price, I still haven't asked what you're doing. You dare to speak to me like this. Jiang Tsin's expression also darkened. He looked at the person without blinking. The person's expression changed several times. In the end, he didn't dare to look at Jiang Tsin. After hesitating, he said, Master, do you know how much money that is? Money moves people's hearts. Not to mention that much money. Even if it was half, no one would be willing to take it out. Besides, I don't have that kind of money. Master, you may feel that it is a rare opportunity to ask for more money, but many people, such as the Prime Minister and the Minister, may feel that 10 or 20,000 strings of cash is already a lot. Master, you must think carefully. This was a threat, a blatant threat. The meaning was to tell Jiang Tsin that if he didn't agree, he would take out 20,000 strings of cash and directly bribe his superiors. When the time came, he would get what he wanted. Not only would he not benefit at all, he would also easily lose his position. This time, Jiang Tsin didn't leave and didn't make a sound. He stood there with his head lowered and looked at his shoes as if there was something strange on them. His servants nervously protected him and glared at the person. The person revealed a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth, thinking that his words had touched Jiang Tsin's heart. Just as he was waiting for Jiang Tsin to comply, Jiang Tsin raised his head and sighed. There's no need to find the Prime Minister or Minister. The Emperor is also in front. How about I take you to see the Emperor? You can talk to him. If the Emperor listens to you, I will immediately retire and return to my hometown. It just so happens that I can live a peaceful life. Although I am still young, I am already tired of officialdom. Thank you very much. After saying this, Jiang Tsin walked forward with large strides. His servants followed closely behind, leaving the person who suddenly appeared stunned. He didn't know what to do. He naturally didn't dare to see the Emperor. Otherwise, no matter what, he wouldn't have a good life. Even if he didn't die, he would be skinned alive. Looking at the two people walking away, the person gritted his teeth and chased after them. He ran to Jiang Tsin's side and said again, Darren, the price you gave is really too high. Can you lower it? Go find the minister or the prime minister. Don't talk to me. My position is small, and I'm afraid. Jiang Tsin didn't relent at all. The servant next to him pushed the person with all his strength. If you come looking for trouble again, I'll beat you to death. Is my Darren someone you can casually threaten? You're courting death. This time, it wasn't as simple as being pushed by Jiang Tsin's servant. There were also people patrolling nearby. When they saw someone arguing, they immediately rushed over. When they saw Jiang Tsin, they recognized him and didn't recognize the other person. They immediately asked, Who are you? daring to offend an official of the imperial court? Men, come and arrest him. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I didn't offend him. I just met him and casually said a few words. The person wanted to leave, explaining as he retreated. Arrest this official. He actually dared to bribe this official. When the bribe failed, he even threatened me. He said that the minister and prime minister were bribed. Bring them back and interrogate them severely. At this time, Jiang spoke. The patrolling people rushed up and pressed the person to the ground. They tied him up firmly with rope and brought him back. I'm innocent, innocent. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. The person didn't dare to struggle, but shouted loudly, attracting the attention of many people. Seeing that there were more people, he said, I'm from Japan. The great Tang can't do this. He thought that if he revealed his identity, the surrounding people would want to save face and use a haughty attitude to ask for him to be released. After all, bullying someone from another country was too shameful for the great Tang, who knew that it would have been better if he didn't shout. After he shouted, the people fell silent and looked at him as if they were looking at a monkey. The status of the great Tang was very high. How could the people look up to people from other places? When people from other places came, the people didn't take the initiative to provoke them because they looked down on them. Now that someone had committed a crime, they just wanted to watch the show. When the patrolling guards escorted the man who claimed to be an outsider out, Jiang moved closer to him and whispered, This official hates being threatened the most. Go in and enjoy yourself. When someone comes to see you, remember to tell him not to speak like you do in front of this official. After saying this, Jiang happily left with the servant. The person was dragged to the yamen. As for what kind of treatment he would receive, it was hard to say. After Jiang took care of the person, he felt that if someone came to look for him in the future, he would be more proactive in negotiating the price. He shook his head happily and recited a poem from time to time. His servant still didn't understand what was going on. What he did just now was just a servant's duty. After thinking for a while, he plucked up his courage and asked, Master, can you tell me why those small and bitter radishes are sold at such a high price? Those who know it is a radish, but those who don't know it will think that it is a cheap ginseng. Why is it bitter? Didn't you eat the fish I made for you a few days ago? I added this kind of radish to the fish. It is the recipe of the savant's restaurant. Jiang was in a good mood and said a few more words to the servant. The servant nodded. Yes, it is delicious. So that's the reason. But it can't be sold at the price you said. Do you think I want to sell it at such a high price? It is the emperor's order. Don't ask. You will know later. Hurry up, or you will miss it. Jiang really wanted to talk to his servant, but he couldn't. Not to mention his family. Even the other officials in the Sea Agriculture Temple didn't know why. They had to keep it a secret. Whether they could make money depended on this competition. The first day of the craftsman competition passed in a lively atmosphere. Some people were happy, while others suffered in prison. At noon the next day, the craftsmen in the competition and the onlookers continued to eat and rest. Jiang didn't come out today. He stayed in the Sea Agriculture Temple and held a meeting with the officials. The first point was to emphasize that in the current situation, they couldn't relax the research and development of agricultural products. The second point was about grasping the vegetable basket and the rice bag together. The third point was to increase the output of agricultural products in a reasonable and scientific way. They should go deep into the grassroots and improve their consciousness. They should continue to perfect the theoretical basis and deepen their understanding in the middle school stage of the Kaiyuan age. The first 3 points were nonsense and didn't have any practical effect. The fourth point was the most important one, which was to follow the special construction of the Kaiyuan age. According to the emperor's ideology and theory, a caddy of radish should be sold at the price. They couldn't relax even a single seed. The officials of the Sea Gnome Temple understood, and thereupon they began a heated discussion about the historical role of the bitter, astringent, and small new radish in the current situation. Each and every one of them had a deep understanding of the impact the radish, this crop had on the entire society, understood the emperor's thinking spirit, and continued to carry forward on this foundation. They firmly stood on the side of the emperor's ideology and theory, the assistant minister of the Sea Agriculture Temple as the foundation, and the steady development of the Sea Agriculture Temple. They didn't embezzle, didn't accept bribes, didn't fear the enemy's threats, and could distinguish sugar-coated fireworks. They should be on guard against the impact of foreign capital on the country's agriculture. When they had nothing to do, they should hide at home and not let others find them. Even if others found them and offered them a lot of money, they would never compromise for their family and their lives. Oh no, for the Tang Empire, for the prosperity of the world. In a harmonious atmosphere, Jiang Tsin finished the meeting. Then, everyone went to the top of the third floor of the savant's restaurant to eat together. They ate very frugally. As long as they hadn't reached level 1, they would eat 4 dishes and 1 soup, according to the number of people. They didn't eat expensive venison, nor did they eat beef or mutton. They only ate cheap fish, the kind in the sea, abalone shark fins. The soup was turtle soup. They didn't drink highly distilled wine, so as not to affect their work. They only drank low-alcohol wine. During the meal, the people in the Sea Agriculture Temple learned the importance of hard work and simplicity. They were very happy, and their awareness was also improved. They took the wood ear and went home. No one mentioned the radish again. Everything was decided by the assistant minister. 3 days later, the craftsman's competition was still going on. The Japanese who stopped Jiang Tsin on the street that day was released in a trance. He met Yamamoto, who was supposed to deal with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Buxin County. Yamamoto, can't you save us some trouble? This time, we spent 2,000 strings of cash to save you. We didn't get the money for nothing. Yamamoto said to the person who was released in disappointment. Hey, what else could Yamamoto say? In fact, he didn't do anything, but he was arrested. The most important thing was that he didn't fulfill the instructions of others. Go back to Buxin County immediately and watch the others. Don't let them act rashly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are not easy to deal with. Yamamoto was really unwilling to enter the capital. A few days ago, he heard that the progress here was very bad, so he came by boat. He didn't expect that as soon as he arrived in the capital, the first news he received was that Yamamoto was arrested. After asking for the reason, he fiercely scolded Yamamoto in his heart. How could it be good to go against an official? What's more, he was not a small official. It was obvious that he was looking for trouble, and he even threatened him. Now, the threat was not successful, and he even spent a lot of money. Hey, Yamamoto still answered very respectfully. He really couldn't say anything. As for grievances and misunderstandings, it was useless. Everyone looked at the result, and the process was the matter of the person who did it. Yamamoto found a boat and left. Yamamoto planned to personally take away all the radishes here and plant them into ginseng. The price of ginseng and radishes were not the same. Moreover, even if they were not sold back to Tang, they were very useful in China. Therefore, on the second day after Yamamoto was released, Yamamoto, who thought that he had learned a lot of economic warfare skills, began his plan. For a time, a rumor spread in various restaurants and tea houses in the capital. That was, after spending a lot of money, the radishes cultivated by the Sinangsi were bitter and small, and if eaten too much, they would be poisoned. The speed of the rumor was very fast. It didn't take long for the whole capital to know. Of course, the common people didn't dare to say that they had kicked someone off the stage, but the voices of the discussion were very loud. It was so loud that Li Longji, who was watching today's craftsman competition, heard it. Sitting on the stage, Li Longji listened to the report of the people below and frowned again and again. He looked at Gao Lisher and ordered, "Get He Zhang and Wei Shu here." Soon the 2 assistant ministers came up together. They were familiar with each other and often met each other. Before coming here today, they even saw each other in the court. They didn't know why they were called here when they had just separated, but they knew that it definitely had nothing to do with missing each other. Li Longji finally had some private time. And suddenly such a thing happened. He was in a bad mood and asked He Zhizhang first. Minister, have you heard the recent rumor? It said that the Sanongsi spent a lot of money to cultivate radishes that are bitter, astringent, and small. He Zhizhang thought that the emperor asked him to come here to ask about the Ministry of Rights or the craftsman competition. He didn't expect that it would suddenly involve the Sanongsi temple that the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works were fighting over. How could he know? He could not answer, so he could only think for a while and say, Your Majesty, this official thinks that the Sanongsi temple has indeed wasted a lot of opportunities. The Zhang family and Wang family gave them so much help, but they actually planted a lot of radishes without any evidence, so the radishes grew small and bitter. Then what should we do? Li Longji asked again. Obviously, he was not satisfied with what He Zhizhang said just now. Some people should be held accountable, He Zhizhang replied. Then what? Li Longji asked again. Then let the people of the Sanongsi temple carry out a deep self-examination and correct their behavior, He Zhizhang replied again. Li Longji was so angry that he laughed. In that case, why did I ask you to come here? If I let you do it, what would you do? This official is guilty, but this official doesn't know. He Zhizhang finally didn't dare to say casually. Seeing that He Zhizhang had lowered his head, Li Longji asked Wei Shu again, Assistant Minister Wei, do you have a solution? Recently, you have been fighting with the Ministry of Revenue for the Sanongsi temple. Why don't we hand the Sanongsi temple over to the Ministry of Works today, and you can accept this matter? Wei Shu didn't dare to say anything like He Zhizhang. If he was the first to be asked, he would also come up with a plan. However, he couldn't do that now. The emperor was angry. If he said something like that again, he would be the unlucky one. After thinking for a while, Wei Shu said, Your Majesty, this official thinks that someone must be spreading rumors. Why don't we arrest the person who spread the rumors? Arrest all of them. Just now, Strongman told me about this matter. Don't tell me that you want to arrest him. I also told the two of you, who is going to arrest me? Li Longji asked. Your Majesty, this official doesn't mean that. This official wants to find the source and find the person who spread this rumor first. Wei Shu was shocked and quickly added on. This official thinks that you can't do that. If you send troops to arrest him, the person who spread the rumor must have already gone into hiding. When the people see the imperial army going to arrest him, they will be more convinced that this matter is true. He Zhizhang felt that he had found a reason to redeem himself and quickly refuted Wei Shu. Li Longji looked at the two of them left and right and said, These are my assistant ministers. Now, I will ask the two of you, do you have a way to settle this matter immediately? The two of them didn't say anything. They obediently knelt down and waited. The two of them also understood that if they didn't say anything, the more they said, the more mistakes they would make. In any case, the emperor couldn't do anything to them because of this matter. This matter wasn't their business. The two of them were in charge of the craftsman competition, so they should find someone else. Have someone send a glass of wine with ice. Li Longji was angry in his heart, but he also knew that this matter had nothing to do with the two people in front of him. If there was a person who had something to do with this matter, then it was Jiang Xian. How did he deal with this matter? Why did he have someone bring the wine and ice over? Gao Lisher looked at the person who delivered the wine. It was the old man from the savant's restaurant, Zhangjie Zhuangzi. He first prepared a portion and drank a few mouthfuls. He felt that it was nothing and nodded his head in relief. He also prepared a portion for Li Longji. The steps of this test were too simple, but Li Longji dared to drink it. After taking a sip of wine, he sighed and said, If everyone can make me feel relieved like the Zhang family and Wang family, then I won't need to be so worried. This official deserves to die. He Zhizhang and Wei Shu said at the same time. Just as the air was about to condense, a new piece of news suddenly came. The Zhang family and Wang family suddenly put up notices in front of all the shops in the capital. They were buying the Sinong temple's new breed of radish at a high price. Even the seeds were included. It seemed like a very ordinary matter, but it immediately changed the minds of the people. Just a moment ago, they were still thinking that the Sinong temple was wasting money. Now they were immediately praising the Sinong temple. The reason was very simple. The Zhang family and Wang family didn't make a move easily. Once they did, it meant that the radish was good. When he heard this news, Li Longji was stunned. He didn't know who took the lead. He ordered Gao Lisher go and ask around. Who is the Zhang family's buyer? Gao Lisher received the order and was about to go ask around. Before he could do anything, someone reported, Song Jinggong from Sanshui County is here to deliver delicious food. Announce. As soon as Li Longji heard the name of the person who came, he knew what was going on. Song Jinggong was in charge of everything here. The Zhang family and Wang family didn't have the time to care about the details here. Since he was here, he must be the one who put up the notice. After he finished speaking, he asked Song Jinggong to come up. Li Longji sighed and said, Everyone says that I am biased towards the Zhang family and Wang family. They say that I am unfair, but at the crucial moment, they really do things well. When I asked you guys for a solution, you guys only know how to ask for forgiveness. They just casually dealt with it. If I am not biased towards them, do you think that I will be fair? Your Majesty, please calm down. The Zhang family and Wang family are just good at using people. They are a little more cautious. Actually, the officials here are not bad. How could Gao Lisher miss such a good opportunity? As soon as he heard what the emperor said, he immediately tried to persuade him. It would have been better if he didn't try to persuade him. But once he did, Li Longji got even angrier. With so many people, the two assistant ministers couldn't think of a solution. There were also the other officials. He didn't believe that they wouldn't come up with a solution after hearing the news. They wouldn't even come to see him. Hide. They could really hide. They could hide from him now, but when the time came, would they be able to hide from the enemy as well? Song Jinggong didn't know what was going on with the higher-ups. He had indeed just rushed over. He also had some matters to attend to at Sanshui County, so he delegated the tasks to others and asked them to help him out. He just came here to check on the situation of the competition. But as soon as he arrived in the capital, he heard such rumors. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to do anything. But the person in charge of Savant's restaurant was already writing a notice. The better people in the other shops also immediately sent people to spread the word about the competition. Everyone was working hard. He immediately gave an order to post the notice and use the reputation of the Zhang family and Wang family to salvage the situation. Bringing along a few snacks from Sanshui County, he came to the viewing platform. Although he was only a high scholar, no one dared to treat him as an ordinary high scholar. What kind of high scholar would be able to hold down the fort for the Zhang family and Wang family? He wasn't in charge of anything else but the two Zhuangzi counties in Sanshui County. He was in charge of a hospital and a medical school, as well as 2 docks, as well as matters in the capital. If these were considered normal, then there was nothing abnormal in this world. Song Jinggong went up to the highest point of the viewing platform under the friendly gazes of others. When he saw the emperor, he bowed and said, "This commoner pays his respects to your majesty. This commoner has come from Sanshui County and brought some food along with me. Your majesty, please have a taste." "Yes, dispense with the formalities. Why don't I bestow you an official position?" Li Longji was very happy when he saw Song Jinggong. Song Jinggong was in charge of a lot of things, and he even represented the Zhang family and Wang family's words and actions here. Song Jinggong didn't know what was wrong with the emperor. Why was the emperor talking about giving him an official position the moment they met? Last time, the emperor also said that he would give him an official position, but in the end, the official position was too small, and he didn't want it. Then what official position was he going to give him today? No! What official was he going to give him? He had to ask the young master if he wanted to be an official. If the young master agreed, then he would be an official. If he didn't agree, then he definitely couldn't be an official. When he thought of this, Song Jinggong said, In reply to your majesty, this commoner will have to ask the young master and young madam about this matter. Li Longji wasn't angry. Everyone liked loyal people. Song Jinggong was loyal to the Zhang family and Wang family, and the Zhang family and Wang family were loyal to him. That was enough. He gestured for Gao Lisher to take the food and asked Song Jinggong, "Was it you who ordered the notice that was just posted?" It was this commoner who gave the order, but it wasn't this commoner's idea. The savant's restaurant had already started posting notices, and all the shops of the Zhang family and Wang family had already started advertising. This commoner just happened to be in time. Song Jinggong wasn't lying. The situation was as it was, and he couldn't steal other people's credit. Li Longji liked to hear such words, so he asked, "Then what do you think of this matter this time?" In reply to your majesty, it's not a big deal. It's just a battle of public opinion. It's simple, it won't cause any waves. Needless to say, even if this commoner came, any random person from the inner court of the Zhang family and Wang family would be able to handle it very well. It's too easy. What we do is to spread public opinion. Fighting this kind of war is really interesting. Who knows who the opponent is? As Song Jinggong spoke, he was about to laugh out loud. If the Zhang family and Wang family were good in other aspects, then this kind of propaganda was the best. There was actually someone who was playing this game with the Zhang family and Wang family. It was too funny. He didn't laugh out loud, but Li Longji laughed heartily. "Ha, good, that's right." Assistant Minister He and Assistant Minister Jiang heard it. This is called a battle of public opinion. The next time you encounter such a situation, do you know what to do? Your Majesty, I understand. He Zhizhang thought about it and figured out the key point. He spoke first and then continued, "I will speak in the name of the Ministry of Rights first, and then find other people to help. In this way, the other side's rumors will be dispelled." Wei Shu also didn't want to fall behind, so he said, "I also understand. This matter is just nonsense from the person who spread the rumors. I will find all the restaurants in the capital to let people taste the radish." Nonsense. No, this matter is true. The Sanongsi Temple's research failed and lost a lot of money. This is true, but what I want to say is not true or false, but that there is a problem. Don't always shirk the responsibility, but how to solve the problem. This is what I want. Li Longji admitted to the matter of the Sanongsi Temple, but he didn't intend to hold anyone accountable. He said this to the two people who were still kneeling in front of him. He then looked at Song Jinggong and asked, "What if the Zhang family and Wang family did something wrong?" "Your Majesty, if something happens to our family, then the person who is responsible for this matter will take responsibility. However, taking responsibility doesn't necessarily mean that they will be punished. If they can figure out the reason and solve the problem, then they won't be punished. If they can't solve the problem, then they need to report it. The higher-ups will evaluate the degree of loss and their own ability. Whether or not they can't do it in the end, they won't chase them out. They will just let them continue to study. The higher-ups will take over their responsibility and solve the problem. For example, if this commoner doesn't command well, the main family will come to question me. This commoner needs to give an explanation. What should be done is done, and there is no need to hide it. It is impossible to lie. This commoner has good luck and hasn't made any big mistakes, so the main family doesn't care. This commoner will report the small mistakes I make every time to the main family. The main family will send a letter to this commoner and tell this commoner how to solve such a problem in the future. The main family said that the person who is responsible needs to be summed up after the incident. The main thing is how to solve the problem. The person who can solve the problem is the real talent. Therefore, this commoner is used to taking the initiative to solve problems instead of shirking the responsibility. The main family that Song Jinggong was talking about was actually Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After hearing Song Jinggong's words, Li Longji thought for a while and then asked, "If the person sent out has a problem, who will take more responsibility? We can't just let it go, right?" The person who will take the most responsibility is not the person sent out, but the people in the organization department and the supervision department. The person is chosen by the organization department, and the supervision department is responsible for supervision. If the person is chosen well, then there won't be a problem. If the person is supervised well, then there won't be a problem. Song Jingong thought for a while and replied. This time, Li Longji had nothing to say. The appointment of an official, such as assistant minister, had to be approved by him. If he didn't agree, then no one could expect to be appointed. According to Song Jingong's words, if the investigation was carried out, he would also take a lot of responsibility. The two of you can get up. Go ask Zhang Shua, the people from the Ministry of Personnel, and the censorate. Li Longji said to He Zhizhang and He Zhizhang. He wouldn't admit that he was wrong. Since there were other people who could take responsibility, then he would find trouble with them. Especially the censorate. They were from the supervision department, so why didn't they look after them? There was also the Ministry of Personnel. They were in charge of officials. Even Zhang Shua couldn't escape. He Zhizhang and He Zhizhang were very grateful to Song Jingong. It was because of his arrival that the two of them could stand up and didn't have to worry about being punished. In fact, it had nothing to do with them. If they really wanted to take responsibility, Song Jingong didn't say that the real person in charge wasn't the two places he mentioned, but the intelligence department. What did the intelligence department care about when there was a public opinion attack? The hope was that they would know in advance when others were scheming and make corresponding countermeasures. Once something happened, it would be the fault of the intelligence department. However, he couldn't say such things. The Zhang Shua and Wang families didn't have an intelligence department on the surface, so they were just doing business. He Zhizhang and He Zhizhang were fine now, so Li Longji was relieved. He ate the few snacks that Song Jingong had sent over, and they tasted pretty good. He told Song Jingong to go back and ask if he could be an official. However, some people felt uncomfortable. Yamamoto had just created public opinion, and before he could make use of this public opinion, it was suddenly gone. Who could he reason with? At this moment, he realized that the capital was too complicated, and it was not easy to do something. After thinking about it, he could only think of a way to find Jiang, since Jiangxin was even happier now. This morning, she was almost unable to raise her head after being criticized by others. What she didn't expect was that the situation would change so quickly. In the afternoon, the situation changed, and no one said anything bad about the Xinongxi anymore. She was bored in the office. When she was thinking about going out for a walk, someone came to report that there was someone outside who wanted to see her. The first person Jiang Xin thought of was the person who was going to buy carrots. She didn't know what method the other party used to go directly to the Xinongxi. This was not a place that just anyone could enter. No, I have to mention to His Majesty that the Xinongxi is an important place. Not just anyone can enter through connections. Jiang Xin muttered and said to the person who reported, "Let him in. Everyone else, do your own thing and don't worry about anything else." Even if she didn't say it, others didn't want to get involved. Everyone understood that the things that happened in this situation couldn't be handled by ordinary people. It couldn't be better if someone took the lead. Yamamoto walked in quickly. He came in quickly and walked very slowly. He wanted to take a good look at the Xinongxi. Of course, it was not because he wanted to find more secrets from this corridor. He just wanted to see more. It was because he had spent too much money. Just to come in, he had spent 500 strings of coins. If he didn't take a good look, it would be a waste of money. How much could a tour cost? When he came to Luzhou, it only cost him 200 strings of coins, including the place to eat and sleep. He had not even seen the owner of the Xinongxi, but he had already spent 500 strings of coins. He didn't know how much he would have to pay after seeing the owner. He walked around one place after another. The Xinongxi also had a lot of land here. In order to make it convenient to check, the cloister was built everywhere, so that he could jump down to the ground to have a look at any time. Yamamoto felt much better after walking around like this. If he could walk around for a day, he would feel that the 500 strings of coins were worth it. However, before he could go further, Jiang Xin personally led people to welcome him, which made him feel very regretful. He still wanted to see if there was any secret species. As soon as Yamamoto saw Jiangxin, he said very warmly and respectfully, "Lord Jiang, why did you come out in person? Just wait for me to see you. I don't want to, but the Xinongxi is under my management. Since someone can come in directly, no matter how bold I am, I have to come and welcome him. Besides, a few days ago, someone said that he would find some minister of the ministry or the prime minister to take me down. I'm really scared. What should I do when I can't make my own decisions in my own place? I can only welcome him. Just like what the Zhang family and the Wang family said, raising cats is like raising dogs. When you raise cats, they also think that they are raising you. There is no hierarchy. But raising dogs is different. If the dog thinks that it can't beat people, it can only submit and listen to people. I feel like a dog now. I have to know how to submit to people. If others can enter my place as they please, it means that they are more capable than me." Chapter 700. Hearing Jiangxin's words, Yamamoto knew that the other party was definitely not showing weakness, but another kind of strong performance. He suddenly regretted it. If he had known it would be like this, he would not have spent money to come in. He had spent some money but did not achieve his goal. So he said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang is too polite. It's not like what you said. In fact, it's really not easy to enter here." "Yes, it's not easy to enter that you came in. Tell me, what do you want me to do? I'm busy now. If you have something to say, say it quickly. If you want to chat, I don't have time to accompany you." Jiangxin did not give him any face at all, as if the weak complaint just now had not come out of his mouth. The surrounding officials, whether they came out to watch the fun or just happened to pass by, were very sensible to avoid it. No one dared to come near to cause trouble at this time. Yamamoto did not expect the other party to be so tough. He had learned a lot from Yamamoto, but he never expected that this guy named Jiangxin would be so stubborn. Even if he came to find him, he had no intention of compromising at all. Thinking of this, Yamamoto decided to change his approach. Since his peace could not make the other party calm down, he could only change his attitude to be neither servile nor overbearing. Threats would not work. That would be like Yamamoto, who was unlucky to be dealt with. So Yamamoto put away the smile on his face and said to Jiangxin, "I know you have been having a hard time recently. There are problems with the radish seeds, so I came to help you. I'm willing to pay a high price to buy your radishes and seeds, higher than others." The others he was talking about were the Zhang family and the Wang family. He thought that such an attitude could move the other party because such an attitude was very useful in China. However, the result disappointed him. This was the Tang Empire. The officials of the Tang Empire usually did not express hostility and kindness, so obviously, unlike the Japanese, who were either respectful or bullied. No one in the Tang Empire dared to say that they knew the human nature of the people of the Tang Empire, let alone him. Jiangxin was like this now. When Yamamoto changed his attitude, he also changed his attitude. His eyes became blank, as if he did not know what the other party was talking about. After a while, he imitated Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's way of speaking and said to Yamamoto, "I didn't know you were coming. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. You must be the Japanese with the person who offended me last time, right? Well, the Tang Empire likes to make friends with other countries very much. In the spirit of internationalism, I am willing to talk with you on the same level." "What did you just say?" "I said your radishes are not good, so we are willing to take them." Yamamoto really wanted to ask them if they were idiots. Did they understand what he said just now? What? Where the radishes not grown well? Jiangxin was still at a loss. "It's the radish from your Xinongxi temple. Did the experiment this year fail? Are you guys in a hurry?" Yamamoto had to be more direct. He was really afraid that the other party was really stupid and did not know what he was talking about. After thinking for a while, Jiangxin said, "We haven't learned from the relevant departments about what you asked. If necessary, we will try our best to learn it within 24 hours. As for your second question, We, the Sanongsi Temple, have always adhered to the principle that we should be patient and careful in the process of farming. We can't do things in a hurry. Therefore, there is nothing urgent, as you said. After Jiang Tsin finished speaking, he was in a very good mood. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were really good. They could say such profound words. Well, he would learn to say it in the future. Yamamoto was dumbfounded. What a mess! Was he talking about this question? After thinking for a while, Yamamoto had to admit that what he had just asked could be combined with what the other party said. But this was not good. He had to ask clearly. His purpose was to create a certain pressure on the other party by asking questions. Now it seemed that there was no pressure. So Yamamoto said again, "Many people who have eaten the radish you planted say that your radish is bitter and astringent, and they are small. Also, the process of your planting this time is not so smooth. Shouldn't the radish be sold at a cheaper price? As for the first thing you said, we have no information from the relevant departments at present, so we are not very clear. As for the situation during the planting, the Yamamoto has been diligently doing it according to the Emperor's request and has achieved certain results. We believe that the Yamamoto will go further on the road of planting in the future. As for the third thing you said, we have not received any information about the business coming to talk about business. As for the sales, we adhere to the policy of sincere trading, not cheating, and firmly protect the interests of all parties. Any behavior that intends to break the existing price pattern will be despised by us." Johnson thought for a while and knew what to say. The people next to him were confused. They did not know where Shaoqing learned it. What he said was as good as not saying anything. But if he said that Shaoqing did not say anything, this could become an excuse to attack or defend at any time. Brilliant, really brilliant. Since Shaoqing went to see the emperor last time, he had been different when he came back. According to the words of many people now, his theoretical thinking had strengthened. Yamamoto put his hand on his leg. After hearing Jiang Tsin's words, he pinched himself hard twice to wake himself up as much as possible. Then he shook his head, racked his brains for a moment, and said, "Is Mr. Jiang still thinking about what the Yamamoto temple did to you last time? Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. We have taught him a lesson when we went back. He will not dare to do it again. How much is Mr. Jiang willing to sell this radish? As for what happened last time, I can understand the difficulties of the other party. At the same time, I also hope that the other party can understand the inconvenience of our side. Japan and the Tang Empire have always been friendly neighbors that coexist peacefully. We can sit down and talk about any problem. As for my loss, I think it is caused by a difference in international philosophy. In the principle of seeking common ground while reserving differences, I will not continue to hold the other party responsible, but I reserve the right to further ask the other party to make reasonable ideological and material compensation. The radish trading problem is the problem of the entire Sanongsi, and it is not up to me to decide alone. If the other party wants to buy radishes or seeds, they can come up with a feasible purchase plan. The officials of the Sanongsi will discuss it very seriously to give the other party a reasonable answer, so as to avoid unnecessary losses on either side. Jiang Tsin was a little addicted to talking about it. If it were someone other than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who heard it, they would definitely be dumbfounded. But this was the correct diplomatic language. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very proficient in it. If they heard it, they would definitely understand that the price paid was not enough. So the Sanongsi was playing Tai Chi, of course. If someone foolishly tried to show his trump card, he would definitely hear such words. Listening to the diplomatic language was not about the content, but an ambiguous attitude. If you wanted the other party to express their attitude as much as possible, you had to use strength to speak. The most terrible thing was that if you clearly showed your strength, as long as you did not occupy it by force, the other party would still not express their attitude clearly. It was very disgusting. This was the characteristic of China. Even when fighting a war, if you asked him what he meant, he could still give you such diplomatic language. The person who said it might be heartless, but the person who heard it would definitely be depressed to death. Yamamoto wanted to die now. He could not breathe and suffocate to death. He suddenly thought of the matter that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had interfered when he was creating public opinion. He asked again, "How much did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan give you?" The Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan I'm talking about are not these two random families, but between the clouds and the water in Sanshui County. How much did they give you? I want to hear it. If possible, we are willing to pay a higher price. I'm sorry, we haven't received any information in this regard. If there is definite information, we are willing to let more people know and guarantee fair and reasonable trade. If you have a definite price, you can give it to us. After we discuss it, we will discuss whether to trade with you. Jiangxin did not want to change the way he said it today. The officials next to him wanted to beat him up when they heard it, let alone Yamamoto. Yamamoto thought about it and finally thought of the problem. The Senongsi must have found out that radishes could be turned into ginseng through some means. But they definitely did not have that kind of technology. Otherwise, they would have started to grow ginseng instead of still wanting to sell radishes and raising the price. Who leaked the secret? Was it Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan or his own people? If it was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it meant that they were not monolithic and could still find a way to break through. This was good news for him. In the future, he could come up with more technologies. If it was his own side, who was it? Although he was doing things in the name of the Four Seas Academy, the people who really knew the news were all people from Japan. Could it be that someone was attached to the Tang Empire and sold him out? Thinking of this, Yamamoto sweated. Just like everyone else, what he was most afraid of was not encountering a strong opponent, but that someone on his side would betray him. That was the most helpless and infuriating thing. A member of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? A person from his own country? Yamamoto kept thinking about what went wrong. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from the other side. "You're finished. You won't hear anything from me. I won't say anything. I'm a member of the inner court of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. I won't say anything even if you beat me to death. Just you wait. Once my main family finds out, none of you will live. Go ahead and beat me. Come on, beat me with all your strength. My family is living well in the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. You want me to betray my main family? No way. Do you really think I'm Japanese? Just give me 2 whips and lock me up for 3 days and I'll tell you everything? Do you think that no one will know if you catch me? Humph. Wait for the revenge of the young master and young lady. I'll see which one of you has the ability to resist the young lady's cavalry charge. Aya, beat me again." The voice sounded miserable, but no matter how miserable it was, it always gave people a feeling of fear. This feeling didn't come from the voice, but from the words that the voice said. Yes, the young lady's cavalry charge. These few words made a scene appear in Yamamoto's mind. The wails of the Tibetans, the screams of the cavalry as they were burned, and the desperate gazes of many Tibetans when they weren't being slaughtered. 3 days? Japan? Could it be that Yamamoto had told him about this matter? Yamamoto obtained this information from the voice, and his expression immediately changed. He didn't blame Yamamoto. It seemed that the other party's torture was extraordinary. No wonder when he saw Yamamoto, Yamamoto agreed no matter what he said. Could it be that it was because he had betrayed them? Jiangxin had been learning from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's teachings in the letters and saying diplomatic words. But her eyes didn't leave Yamamoto. When she saw Yamamoto's expression change, she shook her head with emotion and mourned for Yamamoto. Of all people, why did he have to run to Bushin County? Did he really not take Xiao Bao and Cuckoo seriously? That was proven with the blood of countless people. Well, since that was the case, let's continue. Jiangxin didn't say anything. When she heard the screams coming from the other side, she gave a look to a person beside her. The person beside her was considered smart and immediately understood what Shaoqing meant. He said to Jiangxin and Yamamoto, "Why don't we talk somewhere else? It's really too chaotic here. In fact, it's mainly because a person from the hospital has a problem here and can't be treated. She's just spouting nonsense." After hearing this person's words, how could Yamamoto believe it? This was called trying to hide something, only made it more conspicuous. However, he still had to follow the other party's words and walked to another place accompanied by others. Jiang Xin looked at the person beside her in surprise and took a few steps back. She whispered to the person, "You're not bad. How did you know what I wanted to say?" "I used to stay with the young master and young lady, so I've long been used to it. This time I took the imperial examination and was assigned here. How could I not understand the meaning in your words and the meaning in your eyes?" The person also whispered back. Jiang Xin was speechless. Could it be that the people from the Zhang family and Wang family, and even the villagers, were so powerful? They could understand with just one look. What kind of environment did they live in? "Good, you have a bright future. Work hard. When the time comes, I'll find a way to promote you. Forget it, I don't think you need me. Since you're from the Zhangjie Zhuangzi, you can look for your young master and young lady for promotion in the future." Jiang Xin was still thinking that this person was not bad and could be promoted to do things with her in the future. Halfway through her words, she realized that the other party did not need her. The main family's ability was there for all to see. No matter how much she promoted, it would not be as good as a word from the other party. Who didn't know that the Zhang family and Wang family didn't want to be an official? It was said that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had wanted to enter the capital, but because the two of them disagreed, they insisted on going to a place that was slightly worse. Furthermore, it could not be too far from Luoyang. In the end, they could only be arranged to go to Buxing County because it was the county closest to Luoyang. The remaining places were either important or bustling places. They did not live in vain. If they wanted to be an official, they could choose themselves. As an assistant minister, she did not dare to say such a thing. Her son's official position was still waiting to be arranged. Whether it would be in the county or in the capital, it would depend on how much effort she put in. Furthermore, even if it was in the capital, the position would not be decided by her. The Zhang family of Sanshui County, who had just taken the imperial examinations last year, could understand Jiang Xin's thoughts. Indeed, if she really relied on her literary skills, she would not be able to pass the examinations. Even if it was arithmetic, she would not be able to pass the examinations. After all, the tests were very complicated. The reason she could pass the examinations was all because of the prestige of the main family. Although she no longer belonged to the main family, her household registration had been separated. But whether it was herself or the other villagers who passed the examinations, she did not admit that she was free. Without the main family, there would be no self. No matter where she went, as long as the main family gave her an order, she would have to do it. The main family not only gave her an official position, but also taught her many ways to do things. Otherwise, how could she follow Shaoqing at all times in the agriculture temple? Sigh. The Japanese, of all places, why did they have to go to the county where the young master and the young lady lived first? In the end, they failed repeatedly, but they still did not give up. Now that they fell into the trap, perhaps they would understand in the future. Yamamoto was still wondering whether the mountain temple had betrayed them. How could he know what others were thinking? His ears kept echoing that person's screams. While feeling sad, he had to admire the people of the Zhang family and the Wang family. They were really unusual. Fortunately, he did not think of kidnapping one of the other side's people. Otherwise, not only would he not get any benefits, but it would also be easy to be exposed. He did not believe that the people of the agriculture temple were so united that no one would say anything about what they saw today. Once the Zhang family and the Wang family knew about it, the consequences would be. It was their fault for not selling the radishes and seeds to him at a low price. As he was thinking, Yamamoto was led to another place. There were many connected houses here. Yamamoto inadvertently, or perhaps he deliberately looked at them, found that in the cracks of the wooden boards of the next house, someone was planting radishes on them while digging soil. Yamamoto immediately knew that the agriculture temple had gotten the news, but the news was not confirmed, so they had to figure it out by themselves. Using soil? Dream on. The Zhang family used sand. How could soil work? Besides, there were other things. Without seeing the result in person, he knew that they would definitely fail. Thinking like this, Yamamoto felt a little better. As long as the agriculture temple did not figure it out by themselves, he still had hope. As soon as he saw the house arranged for him, he said to Jiang, "Mr. Jiang, now I want to raise the price to buy the radishes. The price is very high." Jiang immediately asked, "How much?" "Higher than the price of the Zhang family and the Wang family," Yamamoto replied, but was unwilling to say his price. At this time, suddenly someone shouted outside, "Mr. Jiang, my master said that he is willing to buy the seeds and radishes at a high price. A seed is 35 copper coins, and a radish is 170 copper coins." Chapter 701. While the people with the heavens seed were busy with the spring plowing, a large group of people came out of Pengzhou Pass. The horses that pulled the carriages were slightly weaker than the military horses. The people in the group all puffed out their chests and raised their heads. The people sitting in the carriages pulled up the curtains and talked to each other. From time to time, there would be carefree laughter coming out from the group. If someone who had just arrived at Pengzhou Pass saw this, they would be very curious. Looking at the clothes of the people in the group, they knew that they were from Great Tang. After entering the territory of Tubo, only a small portion of people had weapons on them. The others did not seem to be vigilant at all. The most appropriate description was that the people of Great Tang came out to travel. Perhaps they could even find wild beasts to hunt. This was because there were women singing and music coming out from the carriages. If one listened carefully, there was a desolate huqin and a whimpering hujia. After leaving Pengzhou, the group continued to move forward. When it was almost night time, they set up camp near the carriages. Bonfires were lit, and everyone gathered around the bonfires to eat, drink, sing, and dance. The commotion was not small. Suddenly, some Great Tang riders were attracted by the noise. They used the light of the bonfires to look at the flag in the group that was deliberately raised. They turned their horses around and did not stop at all. On the flag, there was a rice seedling that was pulling the carriage forward. It looked very interesting and funny, but it was this flag that, as long as someone raised it, they would be able to safely move along the road to the desert on the east side of the Roshue River. Even if many Tubo soldiers wanted to bully the people of their own country, they would not dare to have any ideas about this group. It was easy to kill this group of merchants, but they would not be able to face the anger of the people behind the flag. The merchants around the bonfires did not care about the Tubo riders that passed by. They sang and danced as they wished without any fear. Listening to Huqin's voice and watching the dancers' skirts fluttering in the wind, there were two people sitting next to each other, eating meat and drinking wine while talking about their own topics. "Little Worm, help me analyze why there are people buying eggs in large quantities recently, causing the price of eggs to increase by 20%. Luckily, there are people selling meat at a low price. Otherwise, it would be difficult for ordinary people to eat good food." One person drank half of the wine in his bowl and casually wiped his mouth with his sleeve as he asked the other person, "I don't know. The price of salt did not change, but the price of grain increased slightly. The price of oil also increased by less than 5%. I think there is no problem. It is still the same in this season. Zhonggang, you should drink less. If you drink too much, it will be troublesome." Little Worm's alcohol tolerance was not high, so he only took a sip. Could it be an economic war? Someone else has come over with designs on Jianan Circuit, and they're secretly setting up a trap. Now that you've entered the game, you've become smarter. Think about it carefully. Zhonggang asked again. He imitated the way Little Worm drank and took a sip. This time, he finished half of the remaining wine in the bowl. A modest smile appeared on Xiao Chang's face as he said, "I've told you many times, don't mention top-level games anymore. I'm far from it. That day, you were right beside me when I played against the young master of the Zhang family. You also saw how badly I lost. I really couldn't even last 2 hours. Every quarter of an hour represented 5 days, and I couldn't even last 1.5 months. I lost the same 1,000 strings of coins and only had a little more than 100 strings of coins left. I saw it, but that's because you haven't competed at such a fast speed before, so you're not used to it. If you were to compete with the young master of the Zhang family again, you'd definitely be able to last for 2 hours, or even up to 3. You're much better than before. Zhong Gang consoled and encouraged Little Worm, but his thoughts couldn't help but wander back to the time when Little Worm and the young master of the Zhang family were playing games. The two of them were in separate rooms, unable to see each other, and each of them played 1,000 strings of coins. The terrain Little Worm had chosen was none other than Pingzhou, a place he was most familiar with. In the first half of an hour, Little Worm's arrangements were very smooth, and the other party didn't seem to have made a move. However, after another quarter of an hour, Little Worm began to sweat incessantly, and it became more and more difficult for him to deal with the other party. From then on, Little Worm was no longer as smooth as before. He struggled with all his might, retreating step by step in the face of the other party's storm-like attacks. Only in the middle did he manage to organize 2 counterattacks, but each time he lost more and more money at a faster pace. 75 minutes. He only managed to last for 7 minutes. He didn't reach the 6 hours the young master of the Zhang family had said, nor did he reach the 2 hours official Bai and the others had said. However, what made him happy was that in the end, Little Worm was still allowed to enter the ranks of the top-level games. There was only one reason for this, and that was that in the end, Little Worm clearly could have deceived the common people once more to raise money for himself. But he didn't. It was because of this that the young master of the Zhang family had Little Worm's name recorded in the top-level games. He still remembered what the young master of the Zhang family had said to Little Worm that day. "You're not bad. You remember what happened today. Businessmen also have integrity, and you should do the same in the future. When the time comes, there will be another kind of rule. And that is, if you really can't do it, you can tell the common people about it. The common people will support you. Only people with roots are invincible." From that moment on, he no longer doubted that the young master of the Zhang family had led the army to victory in the economic war started by the Tibetans in Jiangnan province. He no longer doubted that the young Lady Cuckoo had personally led the army to cause a storm of blood in Tubo. He really wanted to tell everyone he knew that the most powerful person in Great Tang wasn't the top 10 on the top-level games, but rather the young master of the Zhang family who had never shown his name on the games. Unfortunately, he had been given a gag order, so he could only discuss this with Little Worm in secret and not tell anyone else. In fact, even if he told this to others, they wouldn't believe him, unless they saw the young master of the Zhang family defeating the top 10 rankers with their own eyes. The crackling of the bonfire woke Zhong Gang up from his reminiscing. When he looked at Little Worm again, he said, "Are you really going to explore other places in the coming days? You don't care about the business here anymore?" "Yes, I'm going to explore more. Every place is different, so I'll learn as I go. I'll leave the business to you. I'll take a portion of the money and leave. I can do business anywhere." For the sake of his dreams, Little Worm was prepared to explore the outside world and learn more skills. When the time came, if anyone dared to lay their hands on Great Tang, he would learn from the young master of the Zhang family and deal with them. "I'll go with you too. Where are you going?" Zhong Gang couldn't bear to leave the Little Worm he had played with since he was young, so he wanted to leave as well. "Go to the capital. I still want to meet the young master of the Zhang family and demon fiend Cuckoo." Cuckoo's revenge against the Tibetans was truly satisfying. It was as if they had never suffered a loss before. As long as others made the first move, they would definitely retaliate, and their methods would be even more ruthless. Little Worm had already chosen a place for himself. The capital was bustling, so he might be able to see more and learn more there. Zhong Gang asked doubtfully, "Then why didn't the young master of the Zhang family retaliate? Why did he only fight a defensive battle?" "That's right. Why didn't he retaliate? This doesn't seem like their personalities. Retaliate? Eggs going up in price? Meat going down in price, grains and other aspects are all stable. I know, Zhong Gang, I know the young master of the Zhang family is going to make a move. Yes, that must be it. Little Worm heard Zhonggang's words and was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly thought of a certain situation and said to Zhonggang in shock. Chapter 702. Zhonggang was even more confused after hearing Xiao Chong's explanation. Xiao Chong, where did this come from? Why can't I tell? I can't tell either. If you want to know, you have to investigate all the caravans in Pengzhou or find out about the grain stores, oil stores, salt stalls, as well as the places where livestock are killed and eggs are laid. Last year, when the Zhang family and Wang family arrived in Yizhou, they started letting the people in the surrounding prefectures raise chickens according to their conditions. Now is the time for laying eggs. Last month, there were even people who sold pancakes, complaining that the eggs were too small when they were just hatched. If they put in 2 eggs, they would earn less, but if they put in 1, people wouldn't be willing to buy them. Now should be the time when the chickens lay the most eggs. So why did they raise the price? The price of eggs and meat is definitely not coincidental. It's because the young master of the Zhang family doesn't want his actions to cause too much damage to the local area. Can't you see that the price of salt is still at its original position? The price of oil and grain is still the same as before. Xiao Chong now had the same sentiments as number 1 back then. As long as they encountered something special, it was like a thick fog had appeared in front of them. When they finally managed to blow away a piece of land, they couldn't even find their way back. The unknown was the scariest. Zhonggang finished the wine in his bowl, half understanding. He reached for the wine jar. That's not right. How can there be no damage? People who raise chickens make money, but those who kill livestock and sell meat lose money. Are you stupid? If the price of meat can be lowered, then the price of livestock will be lower. How much meat sellers made before? They're still making the same amount now, Xiao Chong explained to Zhonggang. That's still not right. Won't those who sell livestock lose money? Zhonggang's brain started working again. Xiao Chong nodded. That's right. The price of livestock will be lowered. Who sold the livestock? Where did the livestock come from? Tubo. The 2 of them got the same answer. Then what about the eggs? Zhonggang asked again. Before Xiao Chong could answer, he said, Could it be that they were sold to Tubo? Probably. But why would Tubo need so many eggs? How are they sold? Xiao Chong, who thought he could guess the methods of the young master of the Zhang family, was shocked again. The 2 of them looked at each other and stopped talking about this matter. The more they thought about it, the more confused they became. It was tiring. Xiao Chong drank his wine with a load on his mind. He no longer sipped his wine like before. Instead, he drank a big mouthful of wine and ate a big mouthful of meat. The other merchants in the group did not have as many thoughts as the 2 of them. As long as they reached the desert, they could find what the Chamber of Commerce needed there, especially herbs and plant seeds. Things that could grow desert cistanch were very suitable for growing in the sand. Some rivers had too much sand, so it was just right to plant such things. At the same time, they could also use salt and other things to trade with the local people for local specialties, such as furs, the bones of wild beasts that could be used to make medicine, and even live venomous snakes. Bringing these back to the Great Tang would be another source of income. Today, there were more people living on the east side of Ruoshui than before. Last year, because of the lack of food, the people of Tubo did not have a good life. There were also cases of people starving to death. Those who did not have animals found a big problem during the spring plowing this year. They could not farm like before. There was a lack of farming tools and seeds. After surviving the winter, there was no food left. If they continued to stay on the west bank of the Ruoshui River, they would not be able to find a way to survive. Thus, many people wanted to bring their families from Pengzhou to the Great Tang and become a citizen of the Great Tang. However, both the Great Tang and Tubo did not allow them to do so. The Great Tang was afraid that this portion of the people would not be easy to manage and would cause chaos. Tubo's reason was simple. If all the people left, Tubo would only have this piece of land left. Thus, they might as well give to others. As long as a portion of the people could live a comfortable life in the Great Tang, the rest of the Tubo people would naturally follow behind. The pass of Pengzhou was tightly shut. The Tubo cavalry threatened and threatened, not allowing the people to move forward. The people had no choice but to kneel outside the pass of Pengzhou. The pleas of the adults and the cries of the children caused the ears of the people at the pass to buzz. The officials of Pengzhou could not think of a solution, and the provincial governor of Jiannan was not prepared to find trouble. He could only watch as the Tubo people ate the food they brought with them bit by bit. He also prepared his troops to prevent the people from charging through the pass. At this crucial moment, the inner court of the Zhang family, who had stayed behind in Yizhou, took action. It was a small matter, and they did not even need to ask the main family. They directly brought out the food, utensils, and salt and placed them down from the city walls. They told the Tubo people to cook their own porridge and not to rob. The flag of the logistics camp of Yizhou, which had already been disbanded, was still very intimidating. The Tubo people obediently started to eat aozhou. They also ate the wild vegetables that appeared in spring together. After eating for 3 days, they calmed down and were no longer as chaotic as when they first arrived. Only then did the inner court of the Zhang family discuss this matter with them. The Zhang family and Wang family would provide the food, and the Tubo people would take the white fold seeds and plant them on the east side of the Ruoshui River. Before the white fold seeds could be harvested, the food and other daily necessities would be the responsibility of the Zhang family and Wang family. After the white fold seeds were harvested, a portion of the daily necessities would be deducted according to the amount. The rest would be exchanged with the Zhang family and Wang family for survival supplies. In the future, they would plant every year and exchange like this every year. The Tubo people were about to run out of food. They did not even ask about the specific details of the exchange and agreed. They brought a lot of food, seeds, and tools to rebuild the village on the east side of the Ruoshui River. They were prepared to use their own hands to create a happy life. They were not afraid of people coming into the village to bully the people like in the past. They were planting white fold seeds for the devilish cuckoo. Whoever dared to come over could try. As expected, the Tubo soldiers who occasionally came over were very envious. However, they did not dare to make a move. When they saw the meat and bones that the Zhang family and Wang family gave to the people from Pengzhou, they could only stare, helplessly. None of them had the courage to snatch it and try it themselves. While the Tubo people were planting cotton, they also did some chores. They weaved last year's hay into curtains, put hemp in water, and then used it to make ropes. They also hunted and prepared these things. When the Tang Empire's caravan came over, they would use them to exchange. The people did not know which side they belonged to. If they said they belonged to the Tang Empire would not admit it. If they said they belonged to the Tubo Empire, the Tang Empire would not accept it. If they said they belonged to the Tubo Empire, they would not be controlled by the Tubo Empire. This kind of final question was too profound. The people did not understand and did not think too much about it. As long as they could live a good life, it was fine. This was the second time the caravan came over this year. The last time because the Tubo people had just settled down, they did not exchange too many things. This time, the merchants felt that the goods in the hands of the Tubo people would be much more than last time. At this time, they gathered around the bonfire to discuss what kind of price to give. Some people said that they could give a slightly higher price than last time. After all, the things they exchanged were very valuable. The straw curtains and hemp ropes were bought by the Zhang family and Wang family in Yizhou. They gave a high price. The medicinal herbs were bought by the local medicine shops. They were not cheap either, not to mention the fur. Therefore, they gave a little more money to make the Tubo people work harder. Some people said that they should lower the price a little more. They said that the goods were not easy to sell and that they could make more money. At the beginning, those who had different opinions were still discussing calmly. But as they talked and drank too much, they began to quarrel loudly. Some people even prepared to fight. At this time, Xiao Chong, who had been unwilling to guess the specific actions of the Zhang family's young master but could not let it go, was unhappy. He shouted loudly, "What are you shouting about?" Do you really think that this place is yours? Even if I give it to you, which one of you can hold on? When you do things, don't you think about what the Zhang family and Wang family want? The merchants, who were still arguing, quieted down after being shouted at by Xiao Chong. They knew that Xiao Chong had personally met the two young masters of the Zhang family and Wang family and could talk to them. Just now, they had been thinking too much about money. Now that they were reminded, they realized that this road belonged to the Zhang family and Wang family. To be more precise, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had used their blood to pave this road. The money earned from this road had to be taken out every year to specially give to the families of the great Tang warriors buried here. It was not something that merchants like them could control. Xiao Chong, then tell us, what kind of price should we give? A merchant did not want to appear weak and asked loudly. Then you have to first understand what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are planning. Why did they leave the Tubo people here? Why did they only let them plant baidizi and not grain? Xiao Chong raised two questions. The merchants also wanted to know why. They all looked at Xiao Chong, waiting for him to continue. However, Xiao Chong did not dare to say anything. He felt that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were planning to directly incorporate the east side of the Ruoshui River into the Great Tang one day. As long as the local people were used to the current life, they could do so in the future. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Xiao Chong thought for a moment and said, "Because this road is very profitable. If we scare the Tubo people away, who will plant baidizi in the future, my idea is to tell them how much they can sell their things for, and also tell them the price we are willing to pay. If they feel that we are not offering enough, they can sell it themselves. If they feel that it is a waste of time and it is not easy to enter Pingzhou, then they can sell it to us. Don't always set your eyes on the small amount of money. Money in the desert is the real money. The fish and prawns in the lakes, they taste good, and there are many medicinal herbs. There is also desert sistanch. We won't make less money. If we really do something wrong and make Xiao Bao and Cuckoo angry, think carefully about the consequences. Do you really plan to let them personally come from the capital to solve this?" Xiao Chong's words were effective. Many of the merchants shrank their heads, feeling a chill run down their necks. Just as the merchants decided to follow Xiao Chong's words, two fast horses came from the direction of Pingzhou. There was a person on each horse. When they reached the front of the group, they flipped over and landed. One of them said to the crowd, "The Chamber of Commerce has decided that when we meet Tubo people, we will let them personally come to Pengzhou to sell their goods. We will also tell them the approximate price." The merchants were a little unhappy. If they really followed this, wouldn't they be making less money? Could it be that after joining the Chamber of Commerce, they could not do additional business? As for your losses, the person who came seemed to have guessed what the merchants were thinking. He continued, "Your losses in this area will be reported to the young master and young lady. The young master will think of a way to compensate you. When the Zhang family and Wang family do business, they will not let their partners suffer losses." The merchants were happy now. They all said harmless things. The person who came did not want to stay outside for long. He got back on his horse and prepared to leave. At this time, Xiao Chong suddenly said, "Can you help me pass on a message? Just tell them if I can help." There are more words below, but they don't count the number of words in the main text. It feels good to change places. This is actually the village I lived in when I was young. I haven't come back for 20 years. This morning, I walked around and felt a special feeling. The original river, the original trees, the original fields, and the original roads are all gone. After walking around in a big circle, I finally found some vague memories of the past. I climbed up the mountain behind a school. This place hasn't changed much. The pine trees from 20 years ago are still alive. It's just that someone has put a label on them. There are a lot of weeds growing on the mountain path. It's probably because there are fewer people. But when I was young, it got dark early. When I was leaving school, I always felt like there was something following me. The tombs on that part of the road are still there. When I was young, I could see the trenches left behind by the war between Japan and Russia. The things called thorny plums that grew on the side of the road are actually not eaten by people. I plucked a few from the side of one of the tombs. I didn't wash them, just wiped them and ate them. They don't taste good. They're not as sweet as the fruits I ate as a snack when I was young. A lot of the mountains have been dug up to build buildings. There are no traces of my old home on the hillside, but there are still a lot of mountains that have not been touched. They've probably been contracted out. When spring comes next year, I can go to the mountains to pick wild vegetables again. Yes, I can also pick mushrooms because the people who tend the sheep are gone. Chapter 703. While Jan Nandao was at ease with the merchants doing business, Yamamoto in the capital was facing the biggest problem in his life. Yes, at least that was what he thought. When he was trying his best to lower the price of the radish seeds and radishes, he accidentally received a piece of news. That was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still in Baoxing County, sent people to the Sinology Temple to buy all the radish seeds and radishes. Not a single one was allowed to be left behind. The price given was frightening. A seed was 30 copper coins, and a radish, regardless of its size, was 150 copper coins. How could this be considered buying radishes? How many seeds and radishes did the Sinology Temple have? Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family could really take out such a large sum of money? Yamamoto didn't believe it. He felt that if everything was sold at the price given by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it would be impossible to get at least 500,000 strings of coins. Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family could take out so much money immediately? Unless they were willing to sell between the clouds and the water. Therefore, Yamamoto waited. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family couldn't take out the money, he could continue to talk to the Sinology Temple's Shaoqing Jiangxin, hoping to buy more radishes and seeds at a lower price. But today, when he spent money to come here again, he heard other people talking in a low voice. As soon as he heard a sentence, he felt that it was very difficult. Did you hear? Shaoqing is going to sell the seeds and radishes to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. If they can't sell them, they will destroy them, so as to avoid someone who can't hold back and steals them to sell to other people, and at a very low price. Yamamoto had just entered the Sinology Temple's territory when he heard the words of the two people under the tree next to him. Shocked, Yamamoto didn't care whether he would be discovered eavesdropping or not. He quietly went around to the other side of the tree and stood under it, motionless, for fear that others would see him. I've heard. I don't know if they're crazy, spending a lot of money to buy useless radishes. Even if they can use them to make fish, they don't need so many. This was another person's voice. It was more nasal and could be distinguished immediately. When Yamamoto heard this, he really wanted to tell the two of them that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't crazy. The two of them were shrewd. If this radish could be planted into ginseng, how much would a ginseng cost? If they really took away all the radishes and seeds, their family wouldn't have to do anything else but sell ginseng. The two people who were talking couldn't hear Yamamoto's thoughts, so they continued to talk. The first one said to the other, in fact, they can't take out so much cash now. Instead, they have an agreement with Shaoqing that they will send the radishes to him first. They will use between the clouds and the water as collateral. If they can't pay back the money, between the clouds and the water will be given to the Sinology Temple, and it will be settled by this time next year. Really? They actually put between the clouds and the water as collateral. No wonder Shaoqing didn't let people without official positions go to see the radishes today. It turns out that they have the idea of between the clouds and the water. Do you think that if between the clouds and the water is given to the Sinology Temple, we can eat good food every day in the future? The other person said longingly. The more Yamamoto listened behind the tree, the colder his heart became because he knew that it was impossible that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang couldn't pay back the money. If that was the case, wouldn't he have no hope at all? Wouldn't the skills he learned secretly be useless? No, he had to think of something. Thinking like this, Yamamoto quietly moved to the side to find Jiang-san. The two people seemed to not know that he had come, and they were still talking about the secrets of the Senongsi temple under the tree. When Yamamoto spent a lot of effort to find Jiang-san was having lunch or dinner. At this time, it was impossible to judge specifically. Anyway, it was not a normal time to eat. "You're here." Jiang-san put down his chopsticks and looked at Yamamoto. He greeted him casually as if he was very familiar with him. Yamamoto felt like vomiting blood. If he was so familiar with him, he wouldn't have to spend so much money to come here. Seeing that he had greeted him, he smiled and replied, "I'm here." After that, he quickly entered his identity and found a place to sit down. He watched Jiang-san eat there. It was not too late to talk about it after he finished eating. It was still early to be dark. Jiang-san had just received a letter from Zhang Xiaobao this morning. In the letter, he was asked to act in a play, just like the play in the pear garden. However, the requirements were very high. He had to act until he left the script and entered real life. If he couldn't do it, he could change to another person. Jiang-san did not think that she was any worse than others. To be able to become a high-ranking official, which one of them did not have some talent. Thus, she decided that she would act out the role herself. She did not even eat breakfast and rehearsed over and over again. Under the situation where many people found fault with her, she finally passed. It was now 4:45 p.m. today. In Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's understanding of the time, it was 4 p.m. in the afternoon, and 16 p.m. internationally. Eating at this time was indeed not lunch, but it had nothing to do with dinner. Otherwise, he would be hungry in the middle of the night. Yamamoto spent money and waited while he rehearsed. Finally, it was time. He had to thank him for being smart enough. Otherwise, it would have taken a few days for a stupid person to rehearse. After repeating twice in his heart, Jiang-san calmed down. He looked at Yamamoto and said, "You haven't eaten breakfast, right?" "I haven't eaten either. I'm eating now. Let's eat together?" With a smile on his face, Yamamoto turned his head to look at the window and found that it would be dark in another 2 hours. He pinched his thigh hard to make sure that he wasn't thinking. He said, "Not yet. I just woke up and came over after washing up in a hurry. I didn't have time to eat breakfast." "Okay, let's eat together." When he said this, Yamamoto felt that he had improved. He could actually tell the truth to others. He really didn't eat breakfast or lunch. It wasn't that he didn't have time to eat, but he really couldn't eat. He had something on his mind, so he felt uncomfortable when he saw food. He didn't even drink 2 mouthfuls of water. Jiang-san gestured, and someone immediately brought another set of tableware. Yamamoto also sat opposite Jiang-san and picked up his chopsticks to look at the dishes on the table. "Good stuff. It's actually, what is this?" Yamamoto wanted to praise, but found that there were many things that he didn't know, so he had to ask. "Come, let me introduce it to you. This is a salted radish. You don't look like it because it doesn't look like a radish when it's cut. Instead, it's cut like an eggplant. In fact, it's a radish. Look carefully because there's an extra layer of sesame oil on it. The texture is covered. This is a pickled radish. Like the salted radish, it's also cut like an eggplant. The person who cut it is pretty good. I'll praise him later. This is a boiled radish. Although it looks thin, in fact, it's because it's specially cut with a small knife before cooking. The advantage is that it's cooked quickly. Just look at one plate and you'll know. It doesn't change its appearance. It's steamed radish and dipped in sauce. This is stir-fried radish with radish skin. This is stewed radish with radish skin. And this is... Jiang-san tirelessly introduced it to Yamamoto. Some of the radishes were hard to recognize because the person who cooked them was skilled, while the other part was easy to recognize. Yamamoto finally knew what the table was. It turned out to be a full radish banquet. The most annoying thing for Yamamoto now was radishes. Seeing the table full of radishes with various cooking methods, as well as the stir-fried radish with radish skin that he had never heard of before, he was in a daze and asked, "Why are they all radishes?" Does Xiaoqing like to eat them? There's also a kind called carrot now. It's actually not bad. It tastes better when it's fried. Yamamoto had never eaten fried carrots before, so he blurted it out. Jiangxin didn't care. She drank a mouthful of radish soup and said to Yamamoto, "Radishes are good. Haven't you heard that radishes are small ginseng? It's very nutritious." When he heard the word ginseng, Yamamoto trembled. He was now afraid of the words radish and ginseng because there was a connection between them. He couldn't let others know. Seeing that Jiangxin didn't seem to know the relationship between them, Yamamoto heaved a sigh of relief. He also picked up a piece of steamed radish and put it in his mouth to slowly chew. It was a little bitter and a little spicy, but it was mostly sweet. The radish was steamed very smoothly. He didn't know how it was steamed, but it was the kind with the skin. A round piece was cut from the middle. When he ate the skin, he realized that the skin was crisp. He didn't know how it was steamed. Jiangxin seemed to have the same idea about why the radish skin was crisp. She took another bite and said, "How is it? Isn't it good?" The skin is actually crisp. This is the ability of Savant's restaurant. It's too early and there's no time to cook, so I got Savant's restaurant to send a table of radishes. Don't underestimate a table of radishes. The price isn't low. If I count it, I'll get someone to send me money later. I'm so poor. I can't even afford a radish. Others don't know and always think that I'm glorious as a Xiaoqing. In fact, I'm sullen in my heart. Who doesn't know that the food at Savant's restaurant is delicious, but I can't afford it. I can only occasionally choose the cheap ones to try. If they are slightly more expensive, I don't dare to buy them. Tell me, what's the point of living like this? After Jiangxin finished speaking, she stopped eating. She shook her head and sighed, looking very miserable. However, Jiangxin didn't agree with her at all. She thought to herself, "I still want to eat the food at Savant's restaurant every day, but is the good food there for ordinary people?" However, Jiangxin's words made Yamamoto's heart move. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of fragrant radish soup, he said, "Could it be that Xiaoqing wants to eat the food at Savant's restaurant every meal? Actually, this isn't difficult." "Not difficult? How is it not difficult? Do you think that Savant's restaurant won't take my money just because I'm a Xiaoqing?" Jiangxin raised her head and asked in puzzlement, "Xiaoqing, don't you know that the Sinongxi temple still has that kind of bitter radish? As long as Xiaoqing is willing to sell it to me at a cheap price, I'll save the money for Xiaoqing to eat at Savant's restaurant." Yamamoto mustered up his courage and said he felt that this was his last chance. If he left like last time, he probably wouldn't be able to buy radishes in the future. Jiangxin's face sank. "Could it be that you want to bribe me? I'm wholeheartedly serving the country. So how can I accept your money? The Sinongxi temple is open to business." "Oh, no. It's open to let the people live better lives. How can I be the kind of person who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit? There are other officials who want to see me set an example." Yamamoto was shocked at first, but when he heard Jiangxin's words, he finally understood. He said, "So you're right. I was rude. It's not a bribe. It's to let the Sinongxi temple have more money to do things for the people. Sir, how about 5 copper coins per seed? You will still have 5 copper coins left." Yamamoto instinctively understood why Jiangxin said this. There were other people around, and it wouldn't be good if they used this matter to impeach him. He didn't offer a high price, and it couldn't be compared to what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan offered. However, he had other thoughts in his heart. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's money was given to the Sinongxi temple, but his money was given to Yamamoto personally. 30 copper coins per seed seemed to be a lot, but how much could you earn? I'm offering 5 questions. If you sell 1 seed, you can keep 5 copper coins for yourself. This is the difference, not to mention the radishes. At this time, the 2 people standing at the side turned their heads and didn't say anything. They just looked at Jiangxin and Yamamoto, as if they wanted to hear more from the 2 of them. Jiangxin's eyes swayed left and right. He coughed and said, "You said that the radish seeds are delicious when steamed. Even if it's 5 copper coins per seed, you're willing to buy it? Yes. Yamamoto was very cooperative. That's fine. I'll sell you 1,000 seeds first. Yang, I'll leave this matter to you. Johnson agreed. The person he was talking about was standing on his left. When he was listening just now, his ears moved a few times. Yang was obviously unwilling to sell. He said to Johnson, "Sir, the radish seeds and radishes were all bought by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The price was not low. If you sell them to others at a low price, it will be difficult if they know. There are also people in the Sanongxi temple. They are all waiting for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's money at this time next year so that they can use it to do big things." The meaning of Yang's words was very clear. That is, if you get benefits, what about others? This others is me. You can't let me do things for free, right? This, Brother Yamamoto, what do you think should be done? Johnson couldn't continue to ask, so he asked Yamamoto. Yamamoto couldn't wait to strangle this person, called Yang to death. You, a small official, also want to join in the fun. He secretly regretted. If he had known, he would have chosen a time when there was no one around to tell Jiangxin, looking at Jiangxin and the 2 people standing next to him. Yamamoto gritted his teeth and said, "I estimate that 5 copper coins per seed can be bought. If it's steamed, there will be 10 copper coins left. However, 1,000 seeds is too little. How about 1,000,000 seeds? Give me the money first, and then get the seeds. I like this." Yamamoto raised the price to 15 copper coins. The money needed to buy 1,000,000 seeds was 15,000 strings of coins. It was not a small amount. He was also prepared to only do one business. He would go back and turn 1,000,000 seeds into ginseng as soon as possible. He would not accept radishes. Unexpectedly, when he said the price, Yang disagreed and said there were few people in the Sanongxi in the past. After all, there were not many things to do. But now there are many. I estimate that there are 500 people registered. It's not easy on weekdays. They have to do things in the wind and rain. It's difficult. Another official, who was also from the Sanongxi, echoed at this time, "That's right. There are too many people now." Sometimes even the people who cook complain. Looking at the big cart of vegetables bought, it's not enough to cook a meal. Money, it's all because of money. Yamamoto's face showed a difficult expression at this time. He wanted to agree, but he felt that if he added more money, he would be under too much pressure. He didn't want to take it, but he was afraid that the 2 people would leak the matter. At that time, he wouldn't be able to buy anything at this price. Just as he was hesitating whether to add a little more, Jiangxin put down his chopsticks and said to him, "Brother Yamamoto, how about this? You can save 20 copper coins. But this year's radishes are not growing well. 5,000 died. How about steaming them for Brother Yamamoto?" This was the combination. Giving away 5,000 radishes for free, but the price was still high. What should be earned should be earned. Yamamoto calculated that if 25 copper coins were to buy a radish seed, the extra cost would be 10,000 strings of coins. According to the money given by the Zhang family and Wang family, 150 copper coins for a radish. If he wanted to make a profit, it would be worth at least 100,000 radishes, which was 15,000 strings of coins. But this money couldn't be calculated like that. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, 20,000 dead radishes. I want to steam them to eat." "Okay, 20,000. Jiangxin also agreed, and then looked at Yamamoto without saying anything. Yamamoto understood that the other party was waiting to see the money, so he immediately said goodbye and left. Yamamoto had made a lot of arrangements in the capital. He took out 25,000 strings of coins without hesitation. This time he didn't even have silk, only copper coins. Carts of them were sent to the Sanongxi the next day. This time the person who received him was not Jiangxin, nor was it the 2 people he saw yesterday, but another small official of the Sanongxi temple. As soon as he saw Yamamoto, he greeted him with a smile and instructed him to count the money. In fact, there was no need to check them one by one as long as they weighed them. After weighing them, they were slightly heavier than normal. Normally, the rope used to string the copper coins also had weight. It was light, but it couldn't withstand too much. "Young Master Yamamoto, please follow me." The official who received Yamamoto happily led Yamamoto to the back. After turning 2 places, they came to a big courtyard. To be able to occupy a courtyard in the capital, the Senongsi Temple's ability could be seen. As soon as the 2 people arrived, the person who received them shouted to the house next to them, "Someone, bring up the radish seeds and radishes that young Master Yamamoto wanted. Are they all done?" The other side immediately replied, "Don't worry, I've already finished for young Master Yamamoto. A piece of my hair was burned off. I'm suffering." Hearing the words coming from the house, Yamamoto, who should have been happy, felt that something was wrong. Looking at the next row of houses that were smoking, he became more and more uneasy. Not long after, the first few pots of radishes were carried out. It was just the first few pots. There was no difference. There was still the smell of radishes, the kind that was steamed. The smell of radish seeds also came, which was a little pungent. Pots of radishes were carried to the courtyard like this. Some of them were still steaming. The person who delivered the radishes said politely to Yamamoto, "I don't think this courtyard can hold all of them. Some of them have to be transported away first. There are people elsewhere who will help to steam them. Young Master Yamamoto, don't worry. They are almost done steaming. It won't take too long." The sky collapsed, the earth sank, and the day turned into night. Yamamoto's eyes were full of little stars, the kind that twinkled. When he opened his mouth, his smile disappeared. "Young Master Yamamoto, young Master Yamamoto, do you feel that we have done too well and feel bad?" "It's okay." The higher-ups said that young Master Yamamoto likes to eat radishes. They are very nutritious, just like ginseng. It's just that it's not the right time to eat them yet. It's okay. When we steam them, we leave a gap in the middle of each radish. When the time comes, we can dry them in the sun. It can guarantee that they won't spoil for a long time. It's just like making red ginseng. It's very useful. Young Master Yamamoto can't finish them all at once, but you can keep them and eat them slowly. With so many radishes, even if young Master Yamamoto finds 100 people to eat them, it will take a few days. The person in charge of receiving Yamamoto praised himself. The person who carried the radishes also showed an expression of "We have done a good job." Yamamoto stood in front of the cooked radishes, motionless. He didn't even blink. If it weren't for the violent rise and fall of his chest and the 2 streams of blood coming out of his nose, it would be easy to think that he was a wooden man. "Why did you steam them?" "I want raw radishes, not cooked ones." "I will steam them slowly when I go back." Yamamoto began to mumble incoherently. "Young Master, you can't steam them slowly. After a period of time, the radishes can't be eaten. Biting them in the mouth is like chewing white rice. Young Master Yamamoto, do you want to find a carriage yourself, or do we send a carriage to transport them to the place?" The person in charge of receiving Yamamoto asked kindly, "Where is Johnson Shaoqing? I want to see him." Yamamoto didn't intend to accept so many cooked radishes and radish seeds. He wanted to plant them into ginseng. How could he plant them when they were cooked? In reply to young Master Yamamoto, His Excellency went to meet the people of the Zhang family and Wang family. The people sent by the 2 families said that they wanted to take away all the radishes and radish seeds. They should be arranging people to count them. Fortunately, young Master Yamamoto said it in time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to take out so many radishes and radish seeds. We are also not sure. We are afraid that the people of the Zhang family and Wang family will know. Young Master Yamamoto, shouldn't you ask people to transport these 2 things away quickly? Otherwise, if other people see them, it will be hard to explain. The people of the Zhang family and Wang family can walk freely in the Senongsi Temple. The person in charge seemed a little anxious and urged, Yamamoto wanted to turn himself into a radish, then climb into the pot and steam himself. Yamamoto wiped the nosebleed with his hand and said to the person in charge, "This is not what I want. I can't transport it away. I want raw radishes. What's the use of cooked radishes?" "Young Master Yamamoto, don't you want to eat steamed radishes? Do you have other uses?" "Oh, why didn't young Master Yamamoto say so earlier? It's too late now. Most of the money has probably been deposited into the account. It can't be returned to young master. The raw radishes and radish seeds are all under the care of the people of the Zhang family and Wang family. What should we do? What should we do?" The person in charge rubbed his hands and said anxiously. He also walked around Yamamoto. At this moment, Jiangxin finally showed up. He looked very nervous. He came in from outside the yard. As soon as he saw Yamamoto, he said, "Brother Yamamoto, hurry up and transport these things away." The people of the Zhang family and Wang family said that they want to have a look at the Sinangxi temple and see where the money of the two families is spent. "I don't want so many cooked radishes. I want raw radishes. My money." Yamamoto saw the person in charge and put forward his request. Chapter 704. Yamamoto watched as the others hurriedly loaded the radishes and radish seeds that he didn't want onto the cart and then transported them out, forcibly claiming that he had bought them. Not long after they were transported away, the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family members strolled into the courtyard. Yamamoto recognized the person when he saw him. It was Ernyu. He was the most valued person by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He didn't expect that the two of them would send him here. The journey was not short. It seemed that they really valued the radishes. Now he couldn't say anything and had to hide behind others to avoid being recognized. There were a few people following Ernyu. Yamamoto had never seen them before. He guessed that they hadn't followed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to Baoxing County. He tried his best to hide behind a person who had helped to carry the radishes out. This person was tall and strong, while Yamamoto was slightly shorter. He could hide behind this person, and as expected, he could hide behind him. Ernyu was like an inspection leader. With his hands behind his back, he casually glanced around and said to Jiangxin, "Jiang Shaoqing, why are you doing nothing here? You have to know that this place is also something that my master spent a lot of effort to get." Jiangxin didn't have the air of a Shaoqing at this time. He lowered his head and bent his waist, almost lying on the ground. When he heard Ernyu's question, he nervously rubbed the hand by his side on his clothes and replied, "I just used it. I specialize in the smell of radishes. If you don't believe me, smell it. There is still the smell of radishes here." Yamamoto listened to Jiangxin's words behind others. He couldn't help but admire Jiangxin for being extraordinary. He could even say such things. Ernyu really sniffed and nodded. "Well, there is indeed the smell of radishes. I don't know what kind of radishes they are. I'll try them too." Jiangxin's body trembled. Even Yamamoto secretly broke out in a sweat for Jiangxin, not knowing how Jiangxin would respond. At this time, the person who had just received Yamamoto suddenly said, "Jiang Shaoqing, there are radishes in the room. Why don't you take them out and try them?" As he spoke, he winked. Jiangxin was looking around anxiously. When he heard someone say that, he blinked and nodded in agreement. Soon, the person entered a room next door and came out with a plate of radishes. He walked past Yamamoto. Yamamoto glanced at it and was relieved. This plate was not the radishes he wanted to buy, but the one he had eaten with Jiangxin yesterday. He didn't know why he had such radishes, but Ernyu wouldn't continue to ask him. This radishes tastes taste. Now, S's tastes. This was the end of the inspection. Ernyu led the people to another place. When they were out of sight, Jiangxin exhaled as though he had collapsed. He wiped his sweat and asked, "Where did the radishes come from?" "I wanted to eat them, so I got someone to steam them. I didn't expect the Zhang family and the Wang family to come." The person in charge of receiving them didn't look relaxed. Yamamoto, who also heaved a sigh of relief, remembered that the radishes and seeds he bought were all ripe. he said to Jiangxin. "What should I do about my radishes?" "As for that radish, we can only eat it first." Jiangxin's humble attitude changed as she replied, "But I don't want to eat steamed radishes." Yamamoto had to fight for himself. "Oh, didn't you prepare to steam them back then? Then you can't blame me for this. Do you want to get your money back? I can't take out the money I received. As for the rest, wait until the other accounts are sorted out. It's not good to take it out directly now." Jiangxin had gotten the money, so it wasn't easy to get him to take it out. His words were dignified, and there was no apologetic expression on his face. Yamamoto regretted it. He really wanted to grab Jiangxin and bite him a few times to vent his anger, but he knew he couldn't do that. The most important thing now wasn't losing 25,000 strings of cash, but how to get more seeds and radishes, not the ripe ones. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Jiangxin's words, he said with a smile, "How can we get the money back? That's what the Sinangsi deserves. What I mean is, can we get some radishes and seeds? Raw ones, not steamed ones." "Oh, this is difficult, now that the Zhang family and the Wang family have come, and the price is not low. What's more, they are still sending people to check. What should we do?" Jiangxin looked embarrassed. If he didn't say that, Yamamoto would really think there was no hope. But when he heard him mention money, he had a little fantasy in his heart and said, "I wonder if Jiang Shaoqing can think of another way. It's easy to talk about money. You can do the same as the Zhang family and the Wang family. And you don't have to worry about the money from the last transaction. The steamed radishes are also good." Yamamoto had always wanted to buy it at a lower price than the Zhang family and the Wang family, but he didn't expect that things would go wrong like this. In order to grow the ginseng, he had to bear the pain and pay a high price. Compared to the price of the ginseng, this money was still affordable. He didn't expect that when he specifically mentioned the 20,000 strings of cash, Jiangxin didn't appreciate it and put on a helpless look. "I don't think it's possible. It's difficult, really difficult, unless Jiang Shaoqing, unless what?" Yamamoto saw a chance and asked, "Unless the price is higher, I can think of a way to get some from the people of the Zhang family, but not a lot. As for the seeds, 50 coins for one, and the radishes are 200 coins. In total, I can sell 1 million seeds and 100,000 radishes to Brother Yamamoto. Do you want them?" Jiangxin took the initiative and began to act according to the script, with an attitude of, "It doesn't matter if you don't want to." Yamamoto's nose was bleeding again. This time it was not because he was scared, but because he was angry. There were so many seeds and radishes, but he said it was not a lot. If it was 50 coins, it would be 50,000 strings of cash for the seeds, plus 20,000 strings of cash for the radishes, a total of 70,000 strings of cash. Together with the gifts and the money for the steamed seeds and radishes, it was almost 100,000 strings of cash. Yamamoto pondered for a while. Just when Jiangxin showed an impatient expression, he finally said, "Can you give it on credit first, and give it to the Sinangsi temple at this time next year? It's really difficult to raise money now." It was not that Yamamoto couldn't give it, but he didn't want to give it immediately. The capital was the capital of the Tang Empire. How could the Japanese not put more money here for emergencies? But once the other 70,000 strings of cash were taken out, the capital's money would be easily insufficient at a critical time. Therefore, Yamamoto also wanted to learn from the Zhang family and the Wang family. First, he took the radishes back, sold the ginseng, and then returned the money. Jiangxin shook his head and smiled. "Yamamoto, I have to wait, but the Zhang family and the Wang family may not. I can't go over and tell them to quietly give out the radishes and seeds and give them the money at this time next year, right?" The people around the Sinangsi temple also nodded. Indeed, they couldn't do this. Even if they said it, the other party would not agree. Yamamoto didn't believe that they really needed so much money, but he couldn't think of a better way. He hesitated and said, "Then can you buy less?" "It's good that you don't buy. You don't have to spend money." Jiangxin replied, "Okay, I'll buy it. When I find someone to raise the money, you must leave the seeds and radishes." Yamamoto compromised and didn't delay any longer. He hurriedly left to get the money. This time, the money that the country put in the capital of the Tang Empire was basically gone. Yamamoto, who came back with the money, finally got his wish and shipped the radishes and seeds away. As for the steamed radishes, he would dry them and eat them as vegetables. They were very expensive, so he couldn't bear to throw them away. After buying the radishes and seeds, he still had to buy a thermometer and prepare other things. Yamamoto didn't stay in the capital for long. He hired a boat and got someone to load the things. He rushed to the Four Seas Academy. He estimated that he would still lose a lot of radishes when he arrived. The journey was not short. Jiang Tsin, who had received 100,000 strings of cash, began to hold a celebratory banquet in the Sinongsi Temple. 100,000 strings of cash was enough to use for many years. Although he didn't sell all the seeds and radishes, it was still not bad. The news quickly spread to Li Longji, who had found time to watch the craftsman competition today. Li Longji, who was in a good mood, was even happier this time. He said to Zhang Shuo, who had also come this time, "Minister Zhang, what do you think?" Divine and supernatural abilities. In the next few years, there is no need to pay the Sinongsi temple any more money. This official can't do that. Zhang Shuo replied. It sounded good, but Gao Lisher, who was standing at the side, frowned. If that was the case, wouldn't he be praising Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? What did he mean by divine and supernatural abilities? Could it be that he was more powerful than the emperor? God! Thinking of this, Gao Lisher didn't say anything. Instead, he observed Li Longji. He wanted to see what the emperor was going to say and what kind of expression he would have. He wanted to think of a way to help Xiao Bao and Cuckoo get away with it. Li Longji still had the same smile on his face. He chuckled and said, "Yes, does he look like the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang? Perhaps he's not inferior to Zia." Good. Hearing Li Longji's words, Gao Lisher was relieved. The emperor didn't see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo as threats. Instead, he protected them and warned Zhang Shuo. The corners of Zhang Shuo's mouth twitched as he flattered. It's precisely because of a wise emperor that they can have such talents. Then, Minister Zhang, when the two of them managed to make Boixin County prosperous, what position should we give them? Li Longji asked again. Zhang Shuo really wanted to say that he should bring Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to the capital, but he also knew that the emperor didn't intend to do so. If he really said it, it would easily cause the emperor to be unhappy. After pondering for a while, he said, "Why don't we see what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan think? If they still want Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to stay in the county, then we'll do as they want. If they want to enter the capital, then it's not impossible." That was indeed the case. When the time came, it would depend on where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to go. But when it came from Zhang Shuo's mouth, the purpose was different. It was as if he was telling Li Longji that his words didn't count, and neither did Li Longji. The one who had the most say was the other party. Li Longji closed his eyes and let out a soft snort. He didn't say anything else. Gao Lisher stood at the side with his head lowered. He appeared very respectful, but in his heart he was cursing Zhang Shuo. He knew why Zhang Shuo was targeting Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. It wasn't because of power. Recently, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had begun to interfere in the upcoming ceremony. They arranged for more than 10 people to enter the ceremony. They were all low-ranking officials, and they didn't have any relationship with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. They weren't people from Jianjia Academy, and they weren't from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family in Zhuangzi. Among them, there weren't any students from Zhuangzi's restaurant or Zhuangzi that were rescued by Zhuangzi's restaurant every year. Among the more than 10 officials, the highest rank was secondary class, rank 6. Once they were able to participate in the ceremony, they would be directly promoted to rank 5. This was a line, and many people couldn't even think of entering rank 5 in their lifetime. Zhang Shuo seemed to want to arrange more of his own people. Although the name list hadn't been fixed, there were already signs of it. Now, there were many officials who wanted to get in touch with Zhang Shuo. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family wanted to occupy more than 10 positions, so Zhang Shuo couldn't allocate many positions. Gao Lisher thought so, but he didn't say it out loud. Even when he was alone with Li Longji, he didn't say it out loud. This was because there was still no final conclusion. Besides, all the civil and military officials were under Zhang Shuo's control, who wouldn't listen to him. After Zhang Shuo finished speaking, Li Longji didn't say anything. He also didn't care about the craftsman competition below. He seemed to be tired and was preparing to take a good rest in the stands. After an hour, he opened his eyes and said, "Let's go back." A group of people escorted Li Longji back to the palace. Gao Lisher helped Li Longji settle down and let him sleep. He immediately wrote a letter, truthfully writing down what Zhang Shuo had said in the stands today. He had someone send it to Baoxing County as quickly as possible. In Baoxing County, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were still busy building models, both sighed at the same time when they received Gao Lisher's letter. Wang Wan shook her head. "I originally thought that he was a pretty good head of the secretariat and wanted to help him. I didn't expect that as soon as someone touched his authority, he would start to attack. Fine, if he wants to die, then we don't have to worry about him. Withdraw all the people we have to arrange and let him put his own people in. This is truly a disaster brought on by the heavens. There are ways to go against it, but there is no escape from the evils brought on by oneself. The people we chose were all people who didn't get along with him. If he agreed, everyone would be happy and maintain the balance. If he didn't agree, then we just had to wait. There will always be a chance for revenge." Zhang Xiaobao wasn't familiar with history. He had only heard about Zhang Shuo's matter from Wang Wan. At that time, he also wanted to help Zhang Shuo. After all, Zhang Shuo still had the ability. However, the most difficult thing to understand in this world was the human heart. Even though he had studied many kinds of psychology, there were times when it was still useless. Hearing Wang Wan's regretful words, he said, "In the end, he didn't die, right? Who knows? Since we can get Feng Chan to come a year earlier, the ending might be different. Maybe he really is fine this time. Let's just wait and see. It's not that we don't want to just be bystanders, but we want to be participants. I guess there will be things to do in the future." Wang Wan didn't have to help Zhang Xiaobao, but she and Zhang Xiaobao now liked to change the fate of others. Of course, in the process, they also had to move according to fate. She felt that it was a very interesting thing, just like what someone once said. Fighting with the heavens, endless joy. Fighting with the earth, endless joy. Fighting with people, endless joy. Although in the end he still couldn't win against the heavens and also couldn't win against people, and lost the most promising family member after all he had fought. Zhang Xiaobao saw that he couldn't change others this time, so he didn't think too much about it. Looking at the gradually increasing number of scholars and gentry in front of him, he said, "The effect is not bad. The effect is pretty good. Ever since we started using the excuse of learning from officials, many people who aren't officials have come to join in the fun. They all want to have a chance to interact with Li Longji. If one day Li Longji suddenly becomes interested and casually asks a random person while wandering around, they can tell him about what they saw here. Even if Li Longji and the others can't see it, they can go back and publicize it vigorously, thus attracting more people's attention. It seems that humans have never stopped pursuing benefits. Of course, not to mention humans, even animals have to fight for territory. Yamamoto went to the Four Seas Academy. 100,000 strings of cash. I want to see what he will do after he fails. That's a lot of money." Wang Wan suddenly thought of Yamamoto again. Now she felt that Yamamoto was also a very interesting person. He believed everything and was too gullible. There was also a little respect. This respect was not because he was Japanese, but because he worked hard for his country. This kind of spirit was precious. I think he might commit suicide. Otherwise, where can he get so much money to compensate? 100,000 strings of cash all of a sudden. If it were any official, they wouldn't be able to bear it, let alone a person who thinks for his country. Zhang Xiaobao was not so kind as to help anyone. Whether Yamamoto lived or died in the end had nothing to do with him. Not 100,000 strings of cash, and the money to buy a thermometer. I guess some of them will die. Crocodiles are easy to catch, but what about whales? The current Japan is not the Japan of the future. You can kill them however you want. Sending a ship is likely to be knocked over by a whale. If you make the wrong choice and encounter a killer whale, oh, it's troublesome. Do you think there are killer whales here? I don't know. There should be. After all, it's different from our time. Many creatures are still there. Did we have any at that time? Zhang Xiaobao was not sure. He didn't pay attention to it. Who cares? Without killer whales, they won't be able to get anything good. Our family's boat won't help them. We don't even dare to touch it easily. Don't you think they killed too many whales at that time? There were also sharks. Wang Wan guessed that if it really didn't work, Yamamoto would hire her ship to help catch whales. Although this possibility was very small, because there was a material needed in the recipe, she still said it in advance. If I were them, I would kill them too. How can I get more money if I don't kill them? There are a lot of good things on whales and sharks. Their country doesn't have too many resources. This is why they always like to invade. There are many earthquakes and few resources. If they don't find ways to occupy other people's land, what will they do if one day the island is gone? I understand, Zhang Xiaobao said very rationally. While the two of them were talking, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao were also busy. They had nothing to do, so they wanted to teach Xiao Bei and the others. In the end, Xiao Bei and the others didn't like to listen to the two old men's boring stories at all. They couldn't stay idle, so they came here to be tour guides for others. Some things were right and some were wrong. The two of them were very happy. Old Man Chang also performed a dance with a legend. His body was not bad, and he could even pick up a few weapons to play with. This made the people who came over feel very satisfied. While they were talking and playing, a servant in Old Man Pai's house rushed over and whispered a few words in Old Man Pai's ear. After hearing the servant's words, Old Man Pai stared and scolded. Bullshit! What do you mean by not enough water? Did they use all the water in that river? Why can't they do something for the country and the people? What's wrong? Did something go wrong with luring the Ru River here? Old Man Yao asked when he heard Old Man Pai scolding him. The people we sent came back and said that they didn't use enough water in Xinkai County, so they couldn't bring it here. That's the Ru River, not a small river. Not enough? Even if they flushed Xinkai County back and forth a few times, the Ru River wouldn't be much less. It seems like they made the wrong decision to discuss it first. Old Man Pai gasped for breath and was very angry. When Old Man Yao heard that it was really this matter, he smacked his lips and said, "There's nothing we can do. Otherwise, we wouldn't have informed them and just went to lure them. I don't believe they would dare to stop us." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were worried about Grandpa Bai's health. When they saw him like this, they hurriedly ran over to ask and comfort Old Man Pai. After knowing the situation, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and didn't say anything. Wang Wan curled her lips and said, "We were talking nicely, but they actually didn't agree. When the time comes, won't they also get benefits? Besides, the Ru River isn't a river in Xinkai County. It's just a river that flows through it. I can't lead the troops, otherwise I would have attacked them." Wang Wan smiled after she finished speaking. She said that she wanted to lead the troops, but even if she had troops, she couldn't use such an excuse to attack others. She sighed and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you think they want some extra benefits?" It's possible. Their officials want to get benefits for themselves. Another possibility is that they are specifically targeting us. Some are afraid of us. Some respect us, some like us, and some look down on us. We're not afraid of them wanting benefits, but we're afraid that they won't agree just to suppress us. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed, but his face didn't show any signs of annoyance. It was as if the situation was very simple and could be easily solved. Old Man Zhang, holding his broadsword, came up and said, "Yes, let's beat them up." Let's see if they can draw a river here. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and flattered. Grandpa Zhang, you're still young. You don't have to do such a small thing yourself, right? Well, that's fine. I'll leave it to you juniors. Old man Chang played with his knife a few more times and said to Zhang Xiaobao very respectfully. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan back and said, Go back and make some arrangements. When the time comes, I'll ask them to beg for peace and let us lure the river. It'll be bad if we can't deal with them. Chapter 705. The cause of the incident was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to turn Baoxing County into a Shang County. They needed to keep up with the population. If they wanted to increase the population, they needed to have a good economy. Furthermore, education and medical care could also play a big role. The two of them wanted to bring a river over. There was a small river here, but boats couldn't travel on it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to dig a well to get water for irrigation. Not far from Baoxing County, there was a big river called Ru River. It was a very big river, but it wasn't in Baoxing County. Instead, it was in Exankai County. Occasionally, there would be people fishing on the river when there weren't many boats coming and going. There were also many boats that specialized in transportation, so the flow of traffic was very large. After bringing the river over, there wouldn't be much of an impact on the downstream. It could even allow people who wanted to visit Baoxing County to come over by boat. Only by thinking of the customers would they be able to take the business away. The two of them originally wanted to use administrative means to solve the problem, which was to submit a report to the imperial court. Then, the imperial court would send someone over to talk about this matter. However, if that was the case, Exankai County wouldn't get any credit. If they cooperated well, they would be following orders. If they didn't, they would have to bear the responsibility. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang didn't want to do that. They planned to go to Exankai County, personally, to talk to the officials of Exankai County. They wanted to talk to each other and put the matter on the table. In the end, Old Man Pai took over the matter. He said that he would send his family to ask about the situation first. If the other party agreed, he would go over. He didn't want to embarrass the other party if they didn't give him face if he rushed over. After sending people over, they came back, saying that they failed. Old Man Pai couldn't help but be angry. He thought that the other party didn't give him face. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to know what the officials of Exankai County were thinking. Were they preparing to get benefits, or were they just targeting the two of them? As soon as the two of them returned to the yamen, they applied for leave from Hiwei. They only needed to take 3 days off. They still had enough time to play in Exankai County for 2 days. Now, the officials in the yamen had never taken a break. They wholeheartedly devoted themselves to the construction of Baoxing County. They vowed to turn Baoxing County from Zhongxian to Shangxian so that they could pay more tax to the imperial court. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang also did not hide this matter from Hiwei. Hiwei very happily allowed the two of them to have a 3-day fight. The two of them then led the first unit of the seedling protection team, 100 people, and set off on horseback, heading towards the northeast direction at full speed. Cuckoo, don't you think we brought too many people? It's a bit of a nuisance. Zhang Xiaobao rode his horse and galloped on the road, stirring up clouds of dust. Although there were only 100 or so horses, their momentum was not small. The commoners in front all gave way and stood to the side to eat the dust. Not much. What are our identities now? If we brought too few people, it's very likely that a spy from another country hiding in Tang will have a chance to make a move. We are in the open while they are in the dark. It's very easy for something to happen. The commoners should bear with it for now. Once the water is brought over, their lives will be better. Wang Wan glanced at the commoners who avoided the dust and said to Zhang Xiaobao, perhaps the commoners were already used to it, so they really did not care. They did not even cover their mouths to block the dust. Instead, they were very curious about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's trip. When the dust had settled, they still stood there and looked in the direction that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left. There were others beside them who said a few words, guessing what Xiaobao and Cuckoo were doing. Baoxin County and Xinsai County were very close to each other. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's cavalry only took 4 hours to reach the place, and they were still not fast enough. They walked forward and came to the Rushui River. Looking at the boats shuttling back and forth on the river, the two of them searched for a while but did not find a bridge. Perhaps it was because it was not easy to build a bridge. The Rushui River's current was not small, and a simple rope bridge could be built between the two banks. However, there were probably not many people coming and going, and the boats were constantly moving, so no one built it. When the boatman on the river saw the approaching group, he raised his voice and asked if they wanted a boat. There were many people and many horses. The boatman found another boat, and the two boats began to move back and forth. The trip was really not easy. 100 people and 100 horses? It took half an hour to reach the other side of the river. At this time, there were many commoners on the other side of the river who were watching the show. To be precise, they were waiting for the boats. This river is really good. When we reach Baoxin County, the place where the water is diverted will be more lively. When the time comes, we will think of a way to build a bridge so that people can comfortably watch the boats coming and going. Zhang Xiaobao did not forget to look back at the river and praise it as he urged his horse forward. Then you have to get them to agree to divert the water first. Have you thought about it carefully? Are you sure you don't want to use administrative means directly? As Wang Wan spoke, she slowed down when she passed by a woman who was carrying a child. She took out a piece of fruit candy from her pocket and bent down to stuff it into the mouth of the child who was curiously looking at her. When the child was drooling and staring at the candy, she caught up with Zhang Xiaobao. The child's mother was surprised for a moment, but she was not worried anymore. She felt that the little girl on the horse did not look like a bad person. Moreover, people who could lead such a large group would not hurt their own child. The current public security was still pretty good. She thanked them from afar and carried the child as she walked. She said that she had met a benefactor today and that something good would definitely happen. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rushed for another hour and finally entered the county town of Xinsai County. They dismounted and pulled the reins as they walked and looked around. They looked at the shops on both sides of the main street, felt the ground under their feet, and observed the clothes and facial expressions of the people passing by. Xiaobao, it seems that Xinsai County is not bad. At least the people are doing well. It is much better than when we first arrived at Baoxin County. It is not a prosperous place, but it can still be like this. The officials must have worked hard. After looking around, Wang Wan praised the officials of Xinsai County. Zhang Xiaobao was a little disapproving. It is so close to such a big river, and it is also an important place. It would be strange if it is poor. Besides, it may not be the work of one official. It will naturally be prosperous after generations. The two talked and looked around as they walked. Asking for directions was done by others. In fact, they didn't need to ask much. Generally, the county yamen was beside the main street. As for whether it looked good or not, it depended on whether the officials repaired the yamen. This time, it didn't take long for the group to arrive at the yamen of Xinsai County. There was also a drum at the entrance of Xinsai County. The drum was very old, but it could still be beaten. The door of the yamen was open, but it was not broken. 2 yamen runners were standing on both sides of the door, chatting idly. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's group arrived, the 2 yamen runners glanced at them. When they saw that no one was wearing an official's uniform, they ignored them and continued chatting. Please help to inform them that Baoxin County's Registrar Zhang Xiaobao and Deputy County Magistrate Wang Wan are on vacation. They are passing by this place and would like to see Lord Feng. Zhang Xiaobao took out his and Wang Wan's name cards, walked in front of a yamen runner and handed them to him. He didn't ask his subordinates to give them to him to show the seriousness of the etiquette. The yamen runner who was given the name cards by Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He carefully looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, then said wait and turned to report. He didn't seem to have a good attitude. The other yamen runner also looked at them indifferently. He didn't say anything and didn't do anything else. The look in his eyes showed that he believed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's identities. It was estimated that the two people's unique age advantage made it easy for others to believe them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood outside and watched the yamen of Kai County. They waited for a quarter of an hour. Not only County Magistrate Feng Changgong didn't come out, but the yamen runner who just entered also seemed to have disappeared. Even the two officials didn't come to see them. Wang Wan was a little unhappy. If the master didn't come out and was busy, at least let the yamen runner come out and say something. Or let them wait for a while, or go to another place to rest. What was the meaning of this? At this time, the weather was very hot. The group and the horses were very uncomfortable standing under the sun. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything and continued to watch the passers-by. He was also watched by others. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, there was still no one inside. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said to Wang Wan, "Why don't we find a place to rest first and wait for County Magistrate Feng to finish his work? Or we can wait until dusk when he doesn't want to work." Wang Wan nodded helplessly. "Okay, I don't know if there's a better place here. Anyway, we'll be in Kai for 2 days. It's convenient to find a place to rest first." As they talked, the two were ready to pull their horses and lead the group to find a restaurant or inn to rest. At this time, the yamen runner who just entered finally came out with Zhang Xiaobao's goods and Wang Wan's name tags in his hands. He said to the two of them, "The county magistrate isn't here. If there's anything, come back tomorrow. The county is short of water recently. The magistrate must have gone to see the river." Zhang Xiaobao calmly took back the name tags and said to the yamen runner, "When you bring County Magistrate Feng back, tell him that there's a lucrative business coming." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not believe that County Magistrate Feng was not here. He just did not want to see the two of them, but they felt uncomfortable. If he did not want to see them, he should have told them earlier. Why did he make them wait for so long outside? Leading the horses, the group began to look for a place to rest. On the way here, there was a restaurant that looked good. If they continued to walk forward and could not find a better restaurant, they would turn back. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left, the two yamen runners began to talk about what had just happened. The yamen runner who stayed here asked the one who went in, "Why were you gone for so long?" "I went to the back to rest for a while. After a short nap, I went to find the master. The master said that he did not want to see me and asked me to say what I said just now. I would not let them leave so soon. If they want to rob our business, we have to let them suffer more. Just now when you were outside, they were very anxious, right?" The yamen runner who went in said to the yamen runner who stayed outside with a smile. The yamen runner who stayed outside was obviously a little dissatisfied. If he had known earlier, he would have gone in and slept for a while. Now that others had taken advantage of him, he listened to the yamen runner's question and said, "They did not look anxious. When they were waiting there, they were quite leisurely. If what you did today was known to them, you would be in trouble. You dared to play tricks on the officials. Today you can treat me to a meal later, but I won't say it. They are now on holiday and have nothing important to do. Otherwise, why would they give me a name tags instead of an official card? They are not wearing their official robes, so I am not afraid. Last time you still owe me 2 meals. Just right, I will treat you today. You can treat later." The yamen runner who went in did not compromise at all. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he leaned against the door at the back and closed his eyes to continue sunbathing. Perhaps he did not sleep enough and was sleepy again. When the yamen runner who stayed outside saw that his threat had failed and he had lost a meal, he said regretfully, "If I had known earlier, I would have asked them for some money. If they did not give it, I would not have helped to inform them. Don't you think you are becoming more and more foolish? You can't even do such a small thing well. Otherwise, why would I need to pay for it? Let's make a deal. The 2 debts in the past will be counted as 1 today. It is still the small shop from before. It cannot be changed. It is all your fault that you did not get the money. They are very powerful outside. But when they return to the Tang Empire, aren't they obedient? The master keeps saying that they will rob our business. What business do you think it is? They want to lead the water over. Of course, it is the ferry business. Why is there not a bridge here? Originally, there was a wooden bridge that had not been repaired for many years. In addition, someone probably destroyed it. Now, we can only rely on the ferry business. Last month, there were a total of 12 ferry boats, and the tax paid was 6 strings of coins. If we let people lead the water over, wouldn't it mean that there are people from other places rowing boats over here? Naturally, we can't let them ruin the business. As for asking for money, I don't dare. I was just informing them normally. If I took the money, they are likely to remember me when they are rejected. When the time comes, they will complain that I have taken the money. That is their best excuse. I am not stupid. The yamen runner who went and found an excuse for himself. After saying these words, he kept muttering about what he wanted to eat later. When he heard the names of 2 dishes, the yamen runner who stayed outside did not listen. I did not say that I would treat you to so much. In the past, we ate what we ate. If you are not stupid, then there are no fools in this world. Do you want to rob a business just for 6 strings of coins? In my opinion, it must be a big business, a very big one. Let's wait and see. The yamen runner who stayed outside also wanted to lean against the door for a while like the other yamen runner, but he could not squeeze in the door. He swayed back and forth, which was very uncomfortable. He could only yawn and spread his legs to stand more comfortably. Yes, no. You keep watch. I will sleep for a while so that I have the energy to drink. The yamen runner who went and closed his eyes tightly and fell asleep while enjoying the warmth of the sun. It seemed that he had trained the ability to sleep often and could sleep like this. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were looking for a place to stay, walked forward. After walking for about 500 steps, they finally saw another inn. It was similar to the one they saw before. The 2 were not willing to walk back, so they chose to stay here. They asked people to arrange 2 big courtyards and looked after the horses. They went in and casually ordered a few dishes. As for the people who followed them, they would go and order their own food. Xiaobao, do you see anything? Is it that Feng Changgong does not like us? He is obviously inside, but he made us wait for such a long time. He is obviously looking down on us. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao did not order wine. She saw a plate with a lot of soup, so she poured it into her bowl and swallowed it. She asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao also felt uncomfortable in his heart. After all, the sun was not weak outside, and they came all the way here. He was already tired, and now he was even more tired. When he heard Wang Wan's question, he replied, "We don't need to wait until tomorrow. We will sleep first. At night, we will ask people to prepare a gift to see if he likes money." I don't think so. If he really likes money, then he should have come out to welcome us. Who doesn't know that we are rich? He must think that he is only a 7th grade official. It is not easy for him to get such a position after living for so long. But us 2 children are already 9th grade officials. This is called jealousy. He is jealous of our future achievements. So he found a reason to not agree to let us use the river. Hurry up and use your idea. If I am not treated well this time, I will not let them have an easy time when they come to find us. Wang Wan was very vengeful. Today, she hated Feng Changgong. She was determined to get back at him in the future, instead of using people to do it now. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "Don't worry. It is useless to be anxious about this kind of thing. Besides, he does have a reason to not be afraid of us. After all, Kai County is an important place. In fact, in my opinion, it is the same as ours, a middle county. The population is obviously not enough. Isn't it just a river? Who says it isn't? In fact, if we check normally now, Kai County is written as a middle county in the book. It is a waste to let them use the Ru River. They have such a good resource, but they don't know how to develop it properly." Wang Wan was really hungry. After talking to Zhang Xiaobao, she stopped talking and ate with all her might. After a while, a bowl of rice was in her stomach. She felt that it was not full enough, so she asked the waiter to bring her another bowl. She put half of the rice into her bowl and poured the rest into Zhang Xiaobao's bowl. She said, "I think the best gift is money. Give him a cart full of money and see if he will accept it. If we can't reach an agreement with him, it'll be very easy for him to use this to impeach us. Zhang Xiaobao might even use this as an excuse to attack us. Even if Li Longji manages to suppress him in the end, he'll still write us a letter to let us know that he's helping us, and that he's been of great help." Zhang Xiaobao said and began to eat faster. He didn't eat much and just stared at the food. When he was almost full, there were still 2 mouthfuls of rice left. He forced himself to eat it, rubbed his stomach, burped, and went back to the place where he slept. He directly lay on the bed. In the yamen of Xinlai County, the county magistrate Feng Changgong was discussing something with the secretary and the county magistrate. They were talking about the arrival of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. County Magistrate Feng first told them what he had said today, and then said, "I guess they are waiting anxiously, so they came in person. Think about it. Do you really want them to lead the water to Xinlai County? I think we still can agree. It doesn't matter whether they lead the water or not. But once they do, the lives of the people in their county will be better, and the people in our county will easily go to their side. At that time, not to mention keeping the middle county, it is likely that we will fall to the lower county. The population of the county will soon be enough. Once it is enough, this county will no longer be middle county but upper county. Our class will also be promoted. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's family is powerful, so we can't compromise with them. Otherwise, there will be no hope for us in this life." The secretary picked up the tea and held it in his hand without drinking. He talked about his opinion. The county magistrate next to him also supported this matter and said, "I also don't think we can get the benefits we deserve by doing things with them, unless they are willing to send us to the capital to be officials. Otherwise, we will never agree to let them lead the water to Xinlai County. Once they lead the water to Xinlai County, it is also convenient for the people in our county to go there. I think the current situation is pretty good. The people coming from Rushui who want to go to Baoxin County must stop at this county first, and then they can change to the overland route. I think we should do as Darren suggested, build a pier by Yuha. When the time comes, we can build a beautiful restaurant on the pier. Just like what Zhang Zhong did in Wangjiang County of Suzhou, he built a bridge and then built a restaurant on an island that is not close to each other. He made a lot of money. When we also open a restaurant, even if we have to buy it with money, we must buy the population of less than 5,000 people. We can't just build a restaurant, but also let the people in our county set up stalls next to the restaurant. This way, we can collect more taxes and arrange for people we like to go there to make money. It can be said that Zhang Zhong is a local official. Didn't he let the people do things and find things for the people to make the county prosperous? If he can do it, so can we." The registrar official added again. Hearing the 2 people's words, County Magistrate Feng felt that it was very reasonable, but he always felt that something was going to happen. The most important thing now was to pull in hundreds of people from other places. As long as the number of people was enough, he could apply to make Zhong County online. Although it was an important place now, the official's expression did not change because of whether it was important or not. He had inexplicable concerns in his heart, so he said to the 2 people, "I always feel that things are not that simple. What if Zhang Xiaobao plays tricks? If we submit a memorial to the imperial court and insist on leading the current Rushui to Baoxin County, can we stop him? Don't underestimate them." "You're right, sir. We can't underestimate them. Last time, the people sent by Biga's family may also find a chance to take revenge. Recently, nothing can happen. Be steady, we must be steady." The registrar official flattered County Magistrate Feng again, which made him very happy, but he said a little arrogantly, "Don't underestimate them, don't be afraid of them. At the same time, don't forget to be vigilant against them and don't be fooled in the end. If they come and say that they want to do business together, we can agree. Even if they send money, we can't accept it casually. Otherwise, they will take advantage of us. The three people discussed together and soon reached an offensive and defensive alliance that they thought was beneficial to them. Once there was a bigger conflict, they had to unite together. They could not let one person bear it alone.